You're going to do it no matter if it's a new year or a new day, so might as well go into this year trying your best and try to be your best.
There's no excuse for you not to make a New Year's resolution. That's your choice not to do it.
Psychologists say some of the best advice they can give you going into the new year is to focus on mindfulness and maybe even spend some time meditating. Also, think about what brings you the most happiness, whether that's taking up a new hobby or spending time with family and friends. Experts also have another piece of advice in this time of uncertainty, and that's to always take care of each other. We're in White Plains. Richard Giacobas, Fox 5 News.
All good advice there. I know for many people, some are trying to curtail their use of social media in 2022, at least lessen it a little bit. Some people may think that's a good idea, especially parents concerned about their children's use of social media and different TikTok challenges that they're seeing from their kids. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more on that for us now.
Currently, it's 36 degrees.
Amazon's smart speaker can do a lot, but Kristen Livedall never thought it would encourage her 10-year-old daughter to play with electrical outlets.
It was a simple challenge, and that she needed to plug a cell phone charger partway into the plug and then touch the prongs with a penny. And when I heard that, I was like, no, Alexa, no. And
luckily, her daughter did not get hurt. Amazon says it's since removed the challenge and is, quote, taking steps to help prevent something similar from happening again.
You may have heard of the TikTok experiment.
The whole thing appears to stem from a trend which went viral on TikTok. The social media app, which boasts 1 billion monthly users, is owned by Chinese-based ByteDance. The company is facing a barrage of bad headlines. Lawmakers have called for the app to be banned while warning about potential privacy problems.
Yet most Americans have absolutely no idea that the Chinese Communist Party is getting their information.
This month, a former TikTok moderator filed a lawsuit against the company, alleging moderators are required to watch hours of animal abuse, violence, and sexual content without proper health safeguards in place. TikTok is not commenting on the specific case, but in a statement to Fox writes, quote, "We continue to expand on a range of wellness services so that moderators feel supported mentally and emotionally." The controversy comes as the Wall Street Journal reports a growing number of teens are self-diagnosing themselves with mental disorders because of videos viewed on TikTok. Child safety experts say it's a clear warning for parents.
They should know what their kids are posting. They should have access to who's viewing what their kids and who's also reacting to what their kids are posting.
Just this month, TikTok announced new efforts to ensure users don't see too many videos, which may reinforce negative personal experiences like extreme dieting or sadness, but it's unclear if those changes are working so far. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, and we are going to head to another quick break. When we come back, we will have more top stories here on Live Now from Fox. But of course, we do want to remind you, it being New Year's Eve, that we will have you covered tonight for all of the New Year's Eve celebrations across the country. Keep it here to Live Now from Fox for special coverage all night long.
final preparations for tonight's Times Square New Year's Eve celebration take place. New York's COVID infection rates continue to rise at a record-breaking pace.
Just staggering. Outgoing Mayor Bill de Blasio insists we keep with tradition, though, and the event should go on as planned. Manhattan Borough President-elect Mark Levine, who is also the outgoing chair of the City Council's Health Committee, has been vocal on the possibility this could become an unnecessary super spreader event. Mark Levine joins us now. And Mark, I'm guessing that you will not be among the revelers out there at Times Square this evening. Sounds like we're having a little trouble there, Mark. I think you could probably still hear me. If you have the possibility,
I'm so sorry.
There we
You'd think
go.
I'd figure out Zoom after 2 years of this pandemic.
and so this is an event. The mayor says, look, we need to try and live as normally as possible while also being safe. Everyone's masked, everyone's vaccinated. What's the problem with that?
Well, look, I understand people want to celebrate. They're desperate to turn the page on this difficult year. But this is a really perilous moment for the city, as much as any time since the spring of 2020. We had 44,000 cases in New York City yesterday and a positivity rate of almost 1 in 4. So any group of people you gather with, you have to assume someone there is positive. And to have tens of thousands of people coming into Times Square from around the region and pre-parties and after parties, I think it's just too many opportunities for Omicron to spread. But again, I understand the desire to celebrate. This is a special moment. People have been waiting all year. So I'm not going to judge too harshly, but I just want to remind people that this is still a time to hunker down if you can.
And that's such a valid point. Absolutely right. But I mean, we look at it, is it a slippery slope here? I mean, like last night at the Barclays, the Nets packed the house. You got 16,000 people inside. Maybe they have masks on, maybe they don't. They're yelling, they're screaming. Are we talking about shutting down some things like that if we're sort of going according to the way of thinking that you're talking about here?
It might come to that. I think what we're all watching is our hospitals. And until now, while we've seen an incredible number of cases every day, hospitalizations have not been rising as fast, but that might be starting to change because hospital numbers are increasing now more quickly to the point where some hospitals are slowing down on elective procedures. And that's when it really impacts the overall health of the city. So I think we have to protect our medical system. And if it looks like it's in danger, we're going to have to consider some limitations on larger events. Not quite there yet, but we're watching closely.
Yeah, certainly so. I know the DOE is going forward with in-person learning next week. A lot of those kids not vaccinated, but they're not canceling that. So what's your take on that, if that is allowed, compared to this New Year's Eve celebration where everyone that has to be there, 15,000 of them, has to be vaccinated and wear a mask?
Well, a celebration like New Year's, that's discretionary. But school really is incredibly important. So you want to make that the last thing that you have to cancel. Having said that, I would like to see more protections in place, especially more testing. In Washington, D.C., they're requiring a negative test of everybody to return to school post-vacation. I would like to see that here. And also going forward, I'd like to see a weekly test for everybody in the building, students and staff, vaccinated and unvaccinated. What we have in New York City now is a more limited random sample plan. So I would like to see testing used more aggressively so that we can keep kids safe in their classrooms.
Yeah, good idea as well. I want to ask you, though, you just tweeted out yesterday who's filling up the hospitals in NYC as Omicron surges, and you said the answer is still the unvaccinated. So what are you planning to do in terms of mitigating that with people that are still hesitant to take the vaccine?
Yeah, for all the news we're hearing about breakthrough cases with Omicron, let's remember that key fact. You are 32 times more likely to land in the hospital in New York City if you are unvaccinated. So for those who have not taken that life-saving step, we have to do more. And that's particularly true for young people. We're behind on vaccinating ages 5 to 11. And unfortunately, we are seeing more kids land in the hospital. I'd like to see vaccination done regularly in every school building on a consistent basis. Let's park vans out front of all the elementary schools as one way to incentivize. And what the mayor-elect, Eric Adams, very smartly said in his plan yesterday is that he's going to explore requiring vaccination for school children as well at a later time, as we do for many other vaccines. So we know that these mandates work, and it's probably going to be necessary to consider it. But the message has to continue to be vaccination is your best tool, even in Omicron. So please protect yourself and your family. Get those shots.
And Mr. Levine, one last question here, maybe. You were supportive of Eric Adams' decision to keep that private vaccine mandate in place for businesses. Does it go far enough? There are a lot of people talking now that the booster shot should also be part of the actual consideration of the vaccine mandate. Is that a possibility here?
Yes, I thought the mayor-elect's plan that he put out yesterday was very strong, including a commitment to mandates because they're working so well. I do think that ultimately, actually very soon, we have to redefine what it means to be fully vaccinated. That we have to say clearly, you must be boosted to be fully vaccinated. Maybe we would start applying that in sensitive places like healthcare settings, but eventually roll it out more broadly. And the mayor-elect committed to looking at that, which I was very happy to see. Ultimately, that is, I think, the future of this vaccine, which is typical of all vaccines. Often you need 3 shots or more. That's the way you can give people maximum protection.
No easy answers on any of this stuff.
All right. Thank you, Manhattan Borough President-elect Mark Levine. Wishing you a happy and healthy new year.
Happy New Year, guys. Stay safe. Be well.
Final preparations for tonight's
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some sad news to share with you now to close out 2021. An American icon has died. Betty White is dead at 99 years old. She was just a few weeks away from her 100th birthday, actually. She would have turned 100 years old on January 17th of 2022, of course. Again, that's just a few weeks from now. And just yesterday, she shared a statement actually with Fox News about her longevity. What kept her going? She said, again, just yesterday, quote, "I've always been a cockeyed optimist. I get it from my mom, and I'm going to stick with it." Wow. White was born an only child. She became the most well-known Hollywood legend of all time, one of them, of course, and she's been called America's sweetheart, the First Lady of television, and it's no wonder why she conquered radio, TV, and film in a career that went on for more than 75 years. She was certainly beloved, and she has been really for a long time because she was inducted in the Television Hall of Fame in 1995. As you can see, she's been the star and the show stealer several times over. She's won 8 Emmy Awards in a variety of categories, plus other awards over the years. As we've shown you in this video here, she starred in Hot in Cleveland for 4 seasons. She was, of course, in the iconic show The Golden Girls from 1985 until 1992, and she was also in the iconic Mary Tyler Moore Show as well for 7 years. She, of course, has her own star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and again, she will always be one of the biggest stars of Hollywood and of television. Again, Betty White dead at 99 years old, just a couple of weeks shy of her 100th birthday, which we know there were big preparations for celebration. No doubt, though, her life and her legacy, which includes a lot of activism for animals as well, will be remembered throughout the country for a long time to come. We will, of course, have more on the life and legacy of Betty White as we learn more about her passing. And we will, of course, continue to cover any celebrations that mark her life right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head to a quick break, and we'll have more news when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some sad news to share with you this afternoon. On the final day of 2021, an icon has died. Betty White is dead at 99 years old, and she was just shy of her 100th birthday. Betty White actually would have turned 100 on January 17th in just a few weeks. And just yesterday, she actually shared a statement with Fox News commenting on her longevity. She was asked about how to stay happy and healthy. And she said that what kept her going, again, she said this just yesterday, quote, "I've always been a cockeyed optimist. I got it from my mom. I'm going to stick with it." That was a statement released to Fox News December 30th, just one day before it was announced that she has passed at 99 years old. White was born an only child. She became one of the most, of course, well-known Hollywood legends of all time. She's been called America's sweetheart and the first lady of television, and it's no wonder why, as you can see in all of this video that we're showing you here. She has been a show stealer several times over in many different capacities there. She conquered radio, TV, and film, and did it in a career that spanned more than 75 years. And as many people know, she was also an animal lover, an activist even. She was inducted into the Television Hall of Fame in 1995, the same year that she earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So she has been beloved for many decades of her career. She's won 8 Emmy Awards in a variety of categories, plus many other awards over the years. She's of course best known for her roles in several sitcoms, right? She was a star on Hot in Cleveland for 4 seasons. She, of course, starred in the iconic Golden Girls sitcom where she played Rose from 1985 to 1992. And she was, of course, a star in the legendary sitcom The Mary Tyler Moore Show as well. As we know, there was plans in the works to celebrate her 100th birthday. Certainly she will still be celebrated, no doubt. But of course, this is not the news that anyone wanted to hear today. Of course, Betty White is just beloved across the country. She has earned that title as America's sweetheart and the first lady of television. Certainly. We are actually going to check in with our partners over at Fox LA. They will certainly have lots of coverage of Betty White, and we will do that in just a moment on the other side of another very quick break. Again, on the other side of this break, we will join coverage from Fox LA.
Was born January 17, 1922 in Oak Park, Illinois. During the Depression, her parents moved with their only child to Los Angeles, where she attended Hollywood High School and later got her start on local TV. Her break came in 1949 with Hollywood on Television, a variety show that ran 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. That success led to a sitcom.
Betty White in Life with Elizabeth.
And her own variety program, The Betty White Show.
I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood.
After that, she took a job that would change everything. As a celebrity contestant on the game show Password, she met the man she called the love of her life, third husband, host Alan Ludden.
And I'll give the first password tonight to Betty White.
Then in 1973, Betty landed the first of 2 landmark roles.
I'm sorry, Billy, but I cannot do a chocolate souffle with only 2 cameras.
Sue Ann Nivens, the happy homemaker who was anything but on the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Go ahead, Lou. You're stronger than I am. Press your advantage.
It was supposed to be a guest appearance, but it became a full-time job and earned her 2 Emmy Awards. In 1980, husband Alan was diagnosed with stomach cancer. He died the following year. Betty never remarried and never had children. She continued taking guest starring roles in game shows until she once again found a perfect part.
Yeah, I got a call from Lois Nyland.
Oh, that's Rose Nyland. Rose, as in a series of seats in a movie theater.
On Golden Girls, Betty's character was the opposite of Sue Ann, the kind-hearted scatterbrain Rose, known for sharing stories from her small-town upbringing.
Lost the Little Miss St. Olaf pageant, did you?
23 years in a row.
Along with acting, Betty was passionate about animal welfare. She spent more than 4 decades working with the Morris Animal Foundation and the Los Angeles Zoo and won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Jane Goodall Institute.
My life is divided absolutely in half show business and half animal business, and I'll do anything I can to make life better for these guys.
Our guest of honor, Miss Betty White.
In recent years, Betty's career enjoyed a renaissance. First, she appeared in a hard-hitting Super Bowl commercial.
I'm playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
Then an internet campaign helped her land a hosting gig on Saturday Night Live. It became SNL's highest-rated show in nearly 2 years.
And now I'm here tonight because you wanted me to be.
Then, when her new show, Hot in Cleveland, premiered, the pilot set a ratings record for the TV Land network.
I've been the caretaker of this house for 50 years, but you can kick me out.
In all, Betty earned more than half a dozen Emmys, 3 American Comedy Awards, a Grammy, and 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, including a Lifetime Achievement.
This is the highest point of my entire professional life.
With her quick wit, impeccable timing, and generous personality, Betty White leaves behind a lasting legacy of love and laughter. Betty White was 99 years old. She was just weeks away from turning 100 years old on January 17th. A legend. Our Stu Mandel is live in Sky Fox over Betty White's house. We understand there was a police presence there, Stu.
That's right, Marla. We're here over Brentwood looking down at Betty White's home down there. When we first arrived, we did see an LAPD cruiser departing, and I actually just saw another vehicle just pull up into the driveway right there. Again, Betty White passing at 99. She would have been 100 in January, just short of that 100 mark. You know, today the world just a little bit sadder as the passing of Betty White. Again, Sky Fox right now over her Brentwood home. That's where she was living when she passed away. And again, you know, it is just beyond sad to hear such a wonderful woman passing away. It's difficult, especially with an icon like her, such a wonderful, loving, and just funny woman. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Marla, back to you.
And hey, Stu, another little-known fact, or maybe everyone knows this, but also in Brentwood is the home, the facade used for the Golden Girls. That house, that house went on the market last year, in fact, and they modeled the facade of that house as the one that they showed in Golden Girls in Florida. Of course, that's where the Golden Girls was set. So yes, Brentwood has a lot of Betty White themes to it. All right, Stu, thank you so much. For more on the passing of the trailblazing TV star and cultural icon, let's go live to Susan Hirasuna. She's in Hollywood at Betty White's Star on the Walk of Fame, and it's slowly but surely going to happen. The memorial will begin to grow there. Susan.
Yes, we just saw as one of her fans placed that little plush dog on the star. We are at the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and McHatton Place. That is where Betty White's star is on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Frankly, there were initially more camera crews here than fans, but because of the attention to the star, we are seeing more and more people come here to remember her, the news spreading quickly that we lost such an icon, someone that has given us so much pleasure over the years, someone that you can think of all your favorite shows that she was a part of. And you know what's interesting about 2021, Marla, is that we also lost Ed Asner and Cloris Leachman this year. They were her fellow cast members on the Mary Tyler Moore Show. Now, Matt, here, you're the one who just placed that little dog on that star. What prompted you to come out here today?
Well, Betty White was a legend, and she gave so much to animals, her entire life. So, it's something we could do, me and Travis.
Right. Yeah. So, and it is true. She was very big in the animal rights era. Now, I'm told that the flowers, which we traditionally see on the Hollywood Walk of Fame when we lose a celebrity, that those flowers should be here later in the afternoon. Now, I also want to show you something. So she just tweeted yesterday something to commemorate her 100th birthday coming up January 17th. And she tweeted about the People magazine cover, which is coming out. And she says, I cannot believe it is coming up. And People magazine is celebrating with me. The new issue of At People is available on newsstands nationwide tomorrow. She also shared her sentiments on what it is that has kept her alive and healthy all these years, and a lot of it has to do with the fact she says that she is a cockeyed optimist. That is part of what she says was the secret to her long, healthy, and prosperous life. Oh, I want to point out one other thing, Marla, as you mentioned, Betty White's husband, Alan Ludden. So his star is immediately opposite hers, right here on the corner. And notice how the lettering is spacing each other. It's like they're looking at each other as opposed to one after the other. So there's a little piece of Hollywood trivia for you here on Hollywood Boulevard. And the crowd is just getting bigger and bigger, again, in part because the news is spreading and because there are so many camera crews here now.
Absolutely.
But yes, who could forget her in The Proposal, which, by the way, is trending on Netflix even before this day. She just was the scene stealer as the grandmother.
Susan, I opened Twitter this morning first thing when I woke up, and Ryan Reynolds was trending. That was 6 hours ago. And I looked as to why, and it's because of the back and forth, because of the People magazine interview with Betty and their little, cute little relationship that they've established since doing The Proposal, and the storyline that Ryan has a big crush on Betty. So, I mean, to have this all happen, it's just, I didn't believe the news at first, and I'm so sorry that this is true. Susan, thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. We will obviously keep in touch with you and get back to you as needed. And we will have more on the passing of Betty White coming up at the half hour. Amanda Salas, entertainment reporter Amanda Salas, will join us then. We have also this breaking news. We're just getting word of a strong earthquake that struck in.
All right, and of course we were listening in there to our friends over at Fox in Los Angeles covering the death of Betty White. She did just speak with Fox News just yesterday, saying that she, in terms of her longevity, it was due, she says, at least in part, to the fact that she was, quote, a cockeyed optimist. She said, I got it from my mom, and I'm gonna stick with it. And as you can see in the video that we've been showing you here this afternoon, as we've been learning about her passing, she was just a show stealer in so many different capacities, conquering radio and TV and film, but known, of course, as a star of so many of those sitcoms that we all welcomed into our homes for years, whether live or in syndication. Always fun to see Betty, for sure. And Hot in Cleveland there, the Mary Tyler Moore Show, Mama's Family, who could forget, the Golden Girls. We all love Betty White collectively. That's something that doesn't seem to be controversial, so we're all sad to see this news today. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. When we return, we will shift our focus just a bit on some of the other news that we've been covering throughout the day, but no doubt we will continue to come back to this top story as we learn about different celebrations and honors for the life and legacy of Betty White. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, we do have to bring you some sad news today on the final day of 2021. Betty White, an American icon, has died. She was 99 years old, and she was just a few weeks away from her 100th birthday, which she was planning to celebrate. She would have turned 100 January 17th. Just yesterday, she shared a statement with Fox News about her longevity. What kept her going? She said again just yesterday, quote, "I've always been a cockeyed optimist. I got it from my mom. I'm gonna stick with it." White, of course, was known as America's sweetheart and the first lady of television, and it's no wonder why she conquered all mediums of entertainment, from radio to TV and film. She was always a show stealer in all the game shows she took part in, the sitcoms she starred in, and the movies that she appeared in as well. We will no doubt miss Betty White very dearly. We will, of course, stay on top of any celebrations and honors of the life and legacy of Betty White and bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. For now, though, we are going to change our focus just a bit and bring you the latest on the devastating fires that had taken place in Colorado. We did get an update from officials just a little while ago, so we do want to bring that to you, the latest from officials there in Colorado on the wildfires that they've been dealing with there. So let's listen into them now.
And all the details and the preparation and the volunteers that took, 7,000 hours just for one float to be built?
Yeah, so over the course of the year, it takes about 7.
Joe Pelly, Boulder County Sheriff. Mic check. We're good to go. All right, thank you. My name is Joe Pelly, P-E-L-L-E. I'm the Boulder County Sheriff. I'm here with Governor Polis and Representative Neguse, Senator Bennett, and others. We're going to give you a briefing and answer whatever questions you might have this morning. County Commissioner Claire Levy's here with me. Director of Public Safety Mike Hilke from the state. Overnight, firefighters continued mitigation efforts. Good news, we still have no reports of casualties or fatalities. The one missing person we had last night has been accounted for and is well. So that's awesome news, and actually, I think, given the events that we had yesterday, pretty miraculous. We were fortunate that the winds dissipated last night. We're expecting snow today. That snow's already started. We're hoping to see 3 to 6 inches of snow and some good moisture. That's certainly going to help our efforts. This morning, Governor Polis, myself, and others flew over the area to assess the damage. We know there are approximately 2,000 homes in the burnt area. We certainly did not lose 2,000 homes. We did see entire subdivisions, as I talked about last night, the west side of Superior, Old Town Superior, that are totally gone. That accounts for easily for 500 homes. West of Superior, out towards Marshall, El Dorado Springs area, we saw dozens of burned out homes. The south side of Louisville suffered some pretty catastrophic losses as well, dozens of homes. Damage assessment is continuing today. We won't have final numbers until late tonight or tomorrow, but we are fully expecting this to be 500 or more homes that were lost. The fire burnt in an interesting dynamic with mosaics. You can see how the wind and the topography drove that fire in certain directions, devastated some neighborhoods and some blocks, and left neighbors standing and intact. I know residents want to get back to their homes as soon as possible to assess damage. In many of those neighborhoods that are currently blocked off, it's still too dangerous to return. We saw still active fire in many places this morning, and we saw down power lines. We saw a lot of risk that we're still trying to mitigate. As soon as residents are able to get back, we're going to let them back. That's our goal. We don't want to keep people out of their neighborhoods or their homes. Last night, there was a boil water announced for the town of Louisville, city of Louisville. That now extends to the town of Superior. The issue is water pressure was lost in those communities. and so water is potentially contaminated, even domestic water, and it'll need to be boiled in those areas in the southern part of the county around Louisville, Superior, and in Superior. I want to stress that all of the trailheads east of Highway 93 and McCaslin to the south are closed. Stay out of that area. We still have power line issues and fire. We've received an outpouring from the community to volunteers, to be volunteers and to make donations. We appreciate this, but please do not self-deploy to those areas. And for those who want to volunteer, please visit coloradoresponds.org. If you want to make donations, go to our website at Boulder.
All right, and we did have a little trouble, as you heard there, with that feed from Colorado officials. But as you heard, they called it miraculous that there were no deaths reported in this, no injuries. Of course, sad news, though, hundreds of homes lost. You heard there, the estimate right now is anywhere between 500 homes to as many as 2,000 homes, though the officials seem to think that it's more in that 500 range. We are going to turn our attention now, of course, to New Year's Eve celebrations. It is New Year's Eve day. We're looking forward to some of the celebrations that will happen tonight. Keep it here to Live Now from Fox for full coverage of all those celebrations. We do want to listen in, though, to some of the cities that have been scaling back, talking about the different security initiatives that they've put in place to carry out their initiatives. And one of those cities, of course, is Detroit. So let's listen in to the latest news conference, which happened just this afternoon in Detroit, to speak about some of the security initiatives and plans in place for New Year's Eve celebrations there.
You to have a safe 2022. Let's bring it in peacefully. Let's not do the things that we've seen throughout 2021, engaging in reckless behavior. Looking at our community, we've seen just so many instances where just reckless use of firearms, using firearms to resolve disputes. Certainly that is not a way we want to celebrate a new year, which is filled with opportunity, by doing the very thing that causes so much hardship the year prior. So let's bring in 2022 peacefully. And with that, I'm going to bring up my First Assistant Chief, Tock Bedison, for comments.
Thank you, Chief. And to the community, once again, Happy New Year. And I just want to speak from a community perspective and just let our community partners know how much we appreciate them, that in 2021, they were here with us, but also to the family, friends, loved ones. You all know someone that participates in celebratory gunfire where they'll have a little, during the celebration, a little too much to drink. And so what we're encouraging is for you to also be courageous and have those courageous conversations. And if you know someone who has had a little bit too much, please get them an Uber, take the keys. But also, if you know someone in your family or you know of someone and you have a relationship with them and you have knowledge that they intend on doing that, definitely step up and encourage them not to do that, and I will be honest, it's folks that don't live in the city of Detroit that are in my family. I will definitely have that conversation with them. They live out of state. Do not engage, because what the chief said, what goes up comes down, and lives will be lost as a result of this negligent action. Now, I like to take the time because many of our community partners volunteer, and they have volunteered and they don't get paid, but they are the eyes and ears in the city of Detroit, and they help this department tremendously. So the least I can do is take the time to be able to thank them for their efforts. So to our radio patrol partners who will be out there tonight patrolling the streets of Detroit, I say thank you. To our Detroit 300, Mr. Eric Ford, I say thank you. Pastor Mo, live in peace. Thank you for what you do. Negus Vu, the People's Action Committee, thank you. Aaliyah Harvey Quinn, Force Detroit, thank you. Minister Malisha Baz, who's always out there, and he's going to be out there today as well. Thank you. Zeke New Era Detroit, thank you. Reverend Jim Holly, the Board of Police Commissioners, thank you for what you do. Detroit Ceasefire, Quincy Smith, Bishop Harris, thank you. And I have a few more thank yous. Ray Winans, family and friends, thank you. Tafari Brent, Urban Peace and Justice, thank you. Darrell Woods, Nasser Beydoun, to all of our green light partners who make that personal investment to be extra eyes and ears and keep this city safe, we say thank you as well. Fuqua Bay, Morse Science Temple of America, who's a Grand Sheik, I say thank you. So with that, at this point, I'll invite our next speaker up. Thank you.
I just want to say that just like Chief White said, we are here in solidarity. We are out here trying to ensure that this celebration, this renewal for this new year is done in a safe and happy manner. I know my department is going to be out there patrolling. We're going to be ensuring that everybody just gets to enjoy this joyous occasion and not be jeopardized, their safety not be jeopardized. It's also like Medicine stated, you know, if you see something, say something. If you have family members, if you have friends out there about to do something that you know they shouldn't do, it's your job, just like it's our job, to protect our community. Thank you.
Good morning and Happy New Year. I'm going to cover drinking and driving, and also something that people don't really consider a lot of, and that's also marijuana use and driving. There's still a little bit of a thought process out there that marijuana does not affect your driving ability. That's 100% incorrect. So we're going to have extra patrols out during this time period, both state, local, and county through federal grant money. Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over runs through January, along with all the other patrols as well. So don't think if there's not an extra patrol out there looking for drunk drivers that we're not doing that, because we are. The second thing that we're really going to concentrate on is our speeding campaign that runs through the end of February, where extra federally funded patrols are out there, because we're seeing drivers getting killed in record numbers just from speeding. So speeding and alcohol, marijuana use, prescription drugs, all those things that could be prevented if somebody just did not get behind the wheel. So we're going to be doing that as well. Celebratory gunfire isn't just a Detroit thing. It's all over the place. We see it in our townships that we patrol in Oakland and Macomb County. We'll be looking for that too, and there's a zero tolerance for that. And then the last part I want to talk about that we all covered is while there are no threats towards Michigan or anything like that we know of, you have to be alert. Be vigilant when you're out there celebrating today. If you see something, contact law enforcement. We'd rather go to 100 false alarms than miss the one that really counts. So have yourself a great new year. Celebrate getting rid of this last year like we all want to, but don't start the next year by being the responsible for somebody's death. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Wayne County Sheriff Raphael Washington, we're just here to support all of our law enforcement partners, and we just want to reiterate again to all of the citizens in the 43 communities that the Wayne County Sheriff's Office serves to not use a gun to celebrate the new year. We want everyone to celebrate responsibly and have a really good new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, this is our collaboration. As you all know, we are focused on collaboration, law enforcement from around the state, not just Detroit. These issues that we have really go around the state. And so we are open and willing to partner with our other agencies in this area, and we're going to continue to do so into 2022. First AC talked about our partners. He named all of them, and I'm glad he did. We can't be here. We couldn't do what we do without our community support, our community our community, as well as our community supporters and our activists who hold us accountable, but at the same time recognize quality police work. We closed the year with a 4% reduction in criminal homicides, a 9% reduction in non-fatal shootings, and an 18% reduction in robberies. We're going to be releasing a crime and safety strategy for the whole community early next year. And though these numbers, are numbers, and when you talk about a 4% reduction in criminal homicides, in contrast to what's happening around the country, where major cities are seeing an uptick, we're proud of that number. But in reality, the numbers are too high. Even though we have a reduction, the numbers are way too high. And to tell a mother who lost her son, or a husband who lost his wife, or a wife who lost her husband, that we're experiencing a 4% reduction in criminal homicides, that's a wasted conversation, because that reduction has no impact on them. So what I'm asking all of us to do is to be tired of this, be tired of the violence in our community, be tired of it, and make sure that you know that you can do something about it. And doing something about it is saying something, cooperating and letting us know, and certainly not bringing in 2022 firing a gun. So with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Sorry. Can you go to the podium, please? Good morning. Larry Spruill with Channel 4. Chief, I had a quick question for you. Are you guys going to have extra patrols or extra manpower out on the streets this weekend? That goes for all the agencies.
Yeah, well, for us, Deputy Chief Hayes and I, as well as the rest of the team, have talked about our strategy and how we're going to deploy and how we're going to use our specialized resources to deploy in particular areas. And what we're looking at is what the data takes us to in terms of our hot spots, but also just general neighborhood patrols, getting those scout cars down the veins of the community and off the major thoroughfares for our deployment for the next couple days. But particularly tonight, we want to be in the neighborhoods. We want to be on those city blocks, in those intersections, to ensure the safety of the community.
Downtown and Greektown area as well?
Well, downtown Greektown is also important, but tonight's focus is our neighborhood policing and our neighborhood strategies, our city blocks, where people are pulling in their driveways and trying to come home.
And we do want to return to you with our partners' coverage over there at Fox in LA. They continue to cover the passing of American icon Betty White. Let's listen in.
Will be placed on her star there at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yes, that was the information that I had as well earlier. But I just want to show you what her star looks like now. It's just been a few minutes since I saw you last, Marla. And look at that. People have brought flowers and a little sign and some stuffed animals. Yes, she was known for her animal rights cause and, of course, her comedic performances in so many different TV shows and movies. And frankly, everyone of all different ages have memories of her performances and have been entertained by things that she has done over the years. A young mother was here. She pointed to her son, who couldn't have been more than 10 or 12, and says, "You know who she is, you know who she is." And he just kind of nodded. I don't know how well he knew her. Certainly not as much as some of the other people that we've talked to, including a woman who's in town for the Rose Bowl. She's from Ohio, and she goes, "Hot in Cleveland." That's one of the reasons why I was such a big fan. But one of the things that I loved was, of course, that rom-com, The Proposal, which is now on Netflix, easy to watch. And there was a great relationship between Betty White and Ryan Reynolds, and there was a clip that's on YouTube. It's very popular. I want to show you a little interaction between Ryan Reynolds and Betty White.
Hi, Betty. How are you?
Brian.
Ryan. My name is Ryan.
Get me a cup of coffee.
No, my name's Ryan. We've been working together for weeks, months actually, months now.
Dan, you've been a terrible assistant that whole time.
All right. So even just recently, Ryan Reynolds was kind of trending for his comments about Betty White, especially since she was heading towards her 100th birthday. on January 17th. So time goes by and more people are finding out about it, not just the news cameras, and so more of the tourists are coming by and remembering Betty White. Reporting live in Hollywood, I'm Susan Hirostuna. Back to you, Marla.
All right, Susan, thank you so much for that. I'm looking up Ryan Reynolds' latest tweet because he did tweet literally hours ago. I'm not even kidding. I'm pulling it up. It's going to take me. Oh, he just tweeted about her death. He says, this is 24 minutes ago. Ryan says, the world looks different now. She was great at defying expectation. She managed to grow very old and somehow not old enough. We'll miss you, Betty. Now you know the secret. Let's bring in Amanda Salas now, entertainment reporter. And I know you and I were just talking off camera. We're all so shocked, but what a long life lived.
What a long life indeed, Marla. 99 fantastic years on this great earth. And Susan and I are film compatible because The Proposal was one of my favorite, most recent projects from Betty White. I mean, she was more than just an actress. She was an American treasure, and people said she needed to be protected at all costs. And I'd even argue she was a global treasure, you know, for so many people, from TV to movies, and that one-of-a-kind smile. Social media is definitely mourning the loss of quite a lady legend. And here are a few tweets from some of our viewers. We have Manny who says, my little sister just called me. I can't believe it. I just knew she'd live way over 100. Great lady right there. And next we've got Jay says, I usually am okay when a person lives that long, but with Betty White, 99, she was a joy to all of us. And I am so sad she's no longer with us. Joe Costanza, you know Joe, he's a longtime viewer of Fox 11. He says he feels so bad. There were 100 birthday plans on TV planned. He's right. There were birthday party plans for her. There was also People magazine. She was their cover girl for January for her 100th birthday. Kyle saying Betty's Snickers commercial was also great. Everything Betty was amazing. I would have to agree with Kyle right there. And we have one more from Brandon. I remember her winning her Lifetime Achievement Award. I believe it was at the SAG Awards a few years ago. It was. When she looked out at the crowd and said, I've even had a few of you. One of the most unexpectedly hilarious things I've ever heard. And people have also been tweeting me, Marla, saying that when they've seen her in person, she was the same Betty we see on TV, friendly, was taking pictures with everyone when they asked her to. 99 years young, because she had such a Betty light presence to her. And 99 years is quite an achievement, but today is bittersweet, ending the year losing Betty White and starting a new year without her. Starting 2022 without Betty White is simply hard to imagine. In many ways, she was a best friend to so many, but one of her actual best friends was another icon in Hollywood. Take a look right here. One of her BFFs, Lucille Ball and Betty White, were BFFs for 3 decades until Ball's death in 1989. They started their friendship in the 50s and actually bonded over their accomplishment in the male-dominated television business of the 50s. They relied on one another through divorce, illness, personal loss, and of course, being a couple of the funniest females on TV. That's where they first met, working on the short-lived sitcom Date with the Angels, which I feel is appropriate because that's what they both are as of today. They are Hollywood angels with so many projects to be proud of. Of course, like I said, Susan and I have something in common, another thing in common. One of my favorite roles, besides Rose on the Golden Girls, because that was just simply iconic, but I also got a kick out of Betty's part in the 2009 Anne Fletcher film, The Proposal, starring Sandra Bullock, where White played Ryan Reynolds' sassy Grandma Annie.
The Proposal.
Maybe a tad loose in certain areas. I'm a bit chesty to begin with. It's like an Easter egg hunt. There they are.
Yeah, that's
There she is. I say class, sass, and made it last for 99 years. If you go on Betty White's Instagram, she has over 1.7 million followers. Her last post was promoting that People magazine cover where it said Betty White turns 100. But if you swipe and you look at the second picture, it says Forever Funny. And that gave me goosebumps, Marla, because she gave us 99 great years, but her legacy, her laugh, and her love will live on for many lifetimes to come.
Oh, forever and ever and ever. Your star sweatshirt is appropriate because she is an everlasting star. I also just learned this, if I may. The U.S. Army just tweeted in her honor. And she says, and the Army says, not only was she an amazing actress, she also served during World War II as a member of the American Women's Voluntary Services. A true legend on and off the screen. Okay.
That's right. And for Friday, I know you wear red. I know your skirt is red.
Yes.
You're remembering everyone deployed, and I think it's appropriate what you just said for Betty.
Yeah, that's a nice tie-in right there. Amanda, I'm sorry that we meet under this circumstance, but it was nice to remember a legend with you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Marla. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Okay, after a one-year hiatus, tomorrow sees the return of the Rose Parade.
All right, and we were, of course, listening in on our friends at Fox LA's coverage there of the passing of Betty White at 99 years old. And we will continue our coverage now here on Live Now from Fox as we remember the life and legacy of American legend Betty White as well, known as the First Lady of Television and America's sweetheart. She was just shy of her 100th birthday, which no doubt would have been a big celebration, but her life will be honored, no doubt as well. Let's kind of take a look here. We learned that just yesterday she said in a statement to Fox News, quote, "I've always been a cockeyed optimist. I got it from my mom. I'm going to stick with it." Again, that was a statement released to Fox News just yesterday when asked about her longevity and her, penchant for being happy and making other people happy. So just yesterday she said that, but she's been known to say a lot of very interesting things over the years, like, quote, "I don't have a sweet tooth, but I do have a cocktail before dinner. I also love French fries and hot dogs." She also said, quote, "It's fun to show appreciation to ones you love." Also, "So you may not be as fast on your feet and the image in your mirror may be a little disappointing, but if you're still functioning and not in pain, gratitude should be the name of the game." She also said, quote, "Anger tears me up inside, my own or anyone else's." She said, "I think older women still have a full life." Quote, "I get bored with people who complain about this or that. It's such a waste of time." She said, quote, "It is important that you not believe your own publicity. Be grateful for whatever praise you receive, but take it with a grain of salt." And also, quote, "If you live without passion, you can go through life without any footprints." Just some very memorable quotes there from Betty White. Just an icon who will no doubt be missed.
Superintendent said, anyone coming down to the Central Business District or anywhere else in the city to engage in acts of disorder or criminal activity will be arrested. We strongly encourage all youths coming down to the downtown area to be supervised by a responsible adult. The department continues to monitor all citywide smash and grab incidents and remains ready to implement its asset and infrastructure protection plan or our retail corridor protection plan at any time. Finally, the department continues to test our emergency response plans in coordination with OEMC by conducting regular emergency mobilization drills, the latest of which were conducted yesterday afternoon and late last night. Lastly, I would like to thank every member of this department who continues to place their lives on the line every day to protect the citizens of the city. Happy holidays.
Ken Meyer's coming up, right?
Yeah, Mary.
Mary Sheridan?
Yeah.
First.
Hi, I'm Mary Sheridan, First Deputy of the Fire Department, representing Commissioner Nance Holt. She was unable to come today. I want to speak a few things about winter safety, and then I just want to echo everyone else's message about safely celebrating the holidays. Space heaters are a problem. Please don't leave space heaters unattended, and please do not plug space heaters into extension cords. Please do not use grills, the stove, or gas heaters to heat your homes because they produce carbon monoxide. Please check the batteries in your smoke detectors, your carbon monoxide detectors. If you need smoke detectors or carbon monoxide detectors, please reach out to community agencies for assistance. Please, we've just had our first measurable snowfall. Please keep your sidewalks, the fire hydrants, and your steps clear in case you need to call 911 for assistance. Please look out for your elderly neighbors. If they're unable to clear their walks, please assist them with shoveling their walks, clearing their steps and porch, so should they need 911, we can come in and assist them. Lastly, I want to echo everyone else's message about celebrating safely. Please leave the fireworks to the professionals. Either come downtown to enjoy the fireworks or please watch them on television. They're spectacular. Please celebrate responsibly. Do not drink and drive. Please utilize public transportation, taxis, or ride share to travel to and from your holiday celebrations. On a personal note, my children survived their teenage years. So there's hope for all you parents. The fire department wants everyone to celebrate responsibly, have a great new year, and let's all pray that by following guidelines, we'll have a much healthier 2022. Thank you. And Mr. Ken Meyer from BACP is going to speak.
Thank you, First Deputy Sheridan. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. My name is Ken Meyer, and I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection. As we've seen over the course of this holiday season, COVID-19 cases continue to rise. So in response, on Monday, January 3rd, the Chicago vaccine requirement will go into effect to slow the spread of COVID-19 and to help us continue our path to recovery. The requirement means any individuals 5 years of age or older will be required to show proof that they are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 to dine indoors, visit gyms, or enjoy entertainment venues where food or drinks are being served. Also, anyone over the age of 16 will need to show identification to compare with their vaccination card. The decision to show proof of vaccination was made after meeting with and listening to our partners on how to best structure this policy. The vaccine requirement is a collaborative effort that prioritizes the health of Chicagoans. This is necessary and intentional policy, which in fact has already been in place voluntarily by many establishments in the hospitality and performing arts industry thus far. The new order will standardize health protocols across businesses and industries. Patrons will know that they must show proof of vaccination, while businesses will have a consistent vaccine requirement. As part of the vaccine requirement, establishments will be required to, 1, post signage at each publicly accessible entrance and at least 1 location informing patrons of the vaccination requirement. And 2, businesses also must keep a written record describing the protocol for implementing the vaccine requirement that they must make available to city officials upon request. The signage and guidance for the written record are available by visiting chicago.gov/COVID. Again, chicago.gov/COVID. This order covers a variety of business types and industries, and we are therefore providing guidance to consider when creating the written record to comply with the order. The guidance provides tips for establishments and a sample that can be used. The enforcement of the vaccine requirement is no different than the mask mandates, previous public health orders, or general guidelines. To provide an overview of the Chicago vaccine requirement, we have hosted one webinar last Wednesday with over 300 attendees, one this morning, and we are hosting another webinar on Tuesday, January 4th at 2 p.m. In case you've missed a webinar, you can find the full recording at our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/ChicagoBACP. To register for the webinar, please visit chicago.gov/businesseducation. Businesses seeking more information guidance should visit chicago.gov/COVID. As a reminder, the Chicago mask mandate does remain in effect for public indoor settings. We encourage citizens to call 311 to report violations. All are parts of a comprehensive effort to ensure compliance and to hold businesses accountable to these safety regulations designed to keep all Chicagoans safe. Please keep this in mind for New Year's Eve and weekend celebrations occurring in indoor public settings. Lastly, I know Chicago businesses have stepped up repeatedly over the last 20 months to keep their customers and employees safe, and we must again do what is necessary to protect Chicago and save lives. Thank you. And now I'm going to pass the podium over to Dr. Awadi of the Chicago Department of Public Health.
Thank you. So as we head into our second New Year's celebration in the time of COVID, we've been getting a lot of questions about how to keep yourself safe in multiple ways, including your health during New Year's celebrations. I want to start by reviewing the shortened isolation guidance for the general population. You may have seen the CDC news on this, and yes, here in Chicago, for the general population, we are following this guidance. Regardless of your vaccination status, if you test positive for COVID-19, you must isolate. There is no need to repeat a positive at-home test in a medical setting. We don't want people going into the emergency department just to get tested. Treat a positive as a positive, stay home and isolate for 5 days. After 5 days, if your symptoms have resolved, you can leave your house, but you must continue to wear a mask around others for an additional 5 days, and you should avoid contact with high-risk people. If you're still feeling sick, if you still have a fever after 5 days, you must continue to isolate at home until you feel fine. This is being done in part because with the new Omicron variant, we are seeing everything speed up. We are seeing people get infected more quickly, spread earlier in infection, but then in the great majority of cases, no longer be infectious later in the time period, like we saw at the beginning. I have bad news when we look at our COVID case rates in Chicago. Our case rates are rising sharply, just like nationally, just like across the state of Illinois. Here in Chicago, our COVID cases right now are higher than they have ever been. Our current average case rate is 3,825 per day, and we've had a daily total a few days before Christmas with 5,338 cases. You can see this shows the number of positive cases throughout the pandemic, and we are significantly higher than we've ever been. There are parts of the country doing much worse, but don't kid yourself that things are in good control from a COVID perspective. Similarly, our test positivity here in Chicago is the highest it has been since the first wave of the pandemic. Our current positivity is 16.2%, up from 8% a week ago, 4% a week before that. We've been seeing that double. That is the Omicron variant. But different from last year, when we were also in a surge, is that we have good news still about the vaccine. Right now, we're worried about hospital beds. Our non-ICU hospital beds occupied by COVID-19 patients are at the highest census they've been since December 2020. And ICU beds are also at the highest census. Although you see, compared to where the peak has been, we still have some capacity, and we're monitoring this very closely. Want to thank all the healthcare workers taking care of a lot of sick people in the hospital right now. The good news is that the vaccine is still highly protective against infection, although yes, we are seeing more breakthroughs with the Omicron variant. This data on this slide here is just Chicago residents, and if you look since Thanksgiving, where that black line is, you see that big increase in the red. Those are cases in unvaccinated Chicagoans. Yes, in the light blue, we have also seen cases increase in vaccinated Chicagoans, and in the dark blue, we have seen some cases in boosted Chicagoans as well. But by far, the biggest risk for infection remains among people who are unvaccinated. And I hope a chart like this helps encourage you to get the vaccine or the booster if you haven't. More importantly, the other piece of good news, and this is what is driving in a lot of ways our decision to require vaccination in many indoor settings, is that vaccines continue to protect beautifully against COVID hospitalization, and boosters add to that protection. This is that same graph. You see that dark line for Thanksgiving. Unvaccinated Chicagoans are who are largely in the hospital right now with COVID. You can see that throughout that big surge, in the light blue are our vaccinated Chicagoans, and down at the bottom, in the darkest blue, boosted Chicagoans. Almost nobody is in the hospital with COVID right now in Chicago who is vaccinated and boosted. In the few examples where we see this, it tends to be people who are older or with severe immunocompromise. But our hospital surge, make no doubt about it, is being driven by unvaccinated Chicagoans. We need to do everything we can to protect our hospital capacity, but I am very reassured, as I hope you are, that this safe, effective, and widely available vaccine continues to perform as well as it is.
Okay, we've been listening in there to a news conference in Chicago. Of course, it started with New Year's Eve celebration talk about security and expectations for that. And of course, we've been getting now some updated information as it pertains to the coronavirus. Their officials saying and really urging people to get vaccinated and get boosted as that city, as so many cities across the country, deal with another surge of the coronavirus. We do want to switch gears now and get back to our coverage of the passing of Betty White. News today that she has died at age 99. And we want to bring in film and TV critic Allison Shoemaker. Allison, thank you so much for joining us today on Live Now from Fox. Allison, I seem to
Sorry, thank you for having me.
All right, no, thank you for joining us, and sorry that we're talking under these circumstances here. We all love Betty White. As someone who is a fan of TV and film, can you tell us a little bit about Betty White and the legacy that she leaves behind?
Yeah, Betty White is obviously probably best known at this point as the star, one of the stars of the Golden Girls, an icon for that performance alone. But what some people may not know is that she's also a huge trailblazer in the world of television. We would not have the sitcom world that we have today without her work, both in front of and behind the camera.
And tell us a little bit more about that. Let's talk about that, because as we saw, she was friends with Lucille Ball, two people who really kind of changed the game of television. Can you kind of talk about Betty White, the trailblazer, for us, and some of the paths that she made possible?
Yeah, there's a sitcom called Life with Elizabeth, which is streaming for free on Tubi, Fox's free streaming service. That sitcom was the first to be produced by a woman, and that's Betty White. She starred in it. It's very charming, but she also helped bring it to fruition behind the scenes, something that made it possible for stars like Lucille Ball and later her co-star Mary Tyler Moore to get their hands dirty both in front of and behind the camera. I think that her impact on the kinds of stories that are told is ultimately incalculable. She wasn't particularly button pushing. It wasn't necessarily about ruffling feathers, the work that she did, but her commitment to telling interesting stories with interesting female characters, and to bringing a lot of depth and humanity to even the most funny, lighthearted performances, really, you can't be overstated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, funny and lighthearted, is synonymous with the character of Rose from the Golden Girls, and yet that character is so different from others that we saw her play, like in Hot in Cleveland. I mean, she was really an actor who was able to, while maintaining her persona, I mean, she was Betty White wherever she was, right? But she was also able to sort of be that chameleon and sort of have the Rose humor and the more dry humor, and she really changed with the times and kept current.
Absolutely. Rose Nyland, I think, might be the greatest sitcom performance of all time, but she was every bit as good on the Mary Tyler Moore Show. You mentioned Hot in Cleveland, which was obviously so funny, and she was such a delight on that. But she was also great in sketch. She picked up a guest actor Emmy for hosting Saturday Night Live in 2010. She was the oldest person to have ever hosted the show. I think a lot of people have probably seen that, but if you haven't, it's really worth going back and checking out those clips, because she's incredible in that stretch, and was also an incredible activist. So, I mean, a huge animal lover. There's a lot out there about her work as an advocate for animal rights and for protecting animals, and some great documentaries about that too. But yeah, she brought the same sort of effervescent warmth to all of her performances, even when the characters were very different. So if you look at her role in the Mary Tyler Moore Show compared to her role as Rose Nyland, they're very different people, but they have the same nugget of warmth and joy at their center. And I think she brought that to all of her performances and appearances in general.
Yeah, no matter what, she made you feel like you knew her, right? I mean, I guess we've all kind of grown up knowing Betty White. Pretty much everyone across the country has had her in their lives in some capacity. So it really, in this instance, feels like somebody who we knew.
Yeah. It's hard to say when someone who's lived such a long, full, joyful life passes, that it's a tragedy, because obviously she gave us so much, and has said in interviews that she was not afraid to die, that she believed she would be with her beloved husband after her passing. But there is something particularly bittersweet about her loss coming just before her 100th birthday, coming at the end of a really difficult year. I know I'll probably spend my evening revisiting some Mary Tyler Moore episodes and Golden Girls episodes to revel in that joyful comedy and the warmth and love that she brought to her work. And now as a TV lover, I'm mostly just trying to be grateful for all of the really incredible performances that we got from her over a long, full life.
I did want to ask you that. What would be kind of your way of remembering her, and what would you watch? And is it, so it's Mary Tyler Moore Show or the Golden Girls? Is there any episode that really sticks out to you of either of those?
Oh, well, I mean, I think it would have to be the Golden Girls. I'm particularly tickled by an episode, and right now I'm not going to remember the name of it, but one of my favorite Golden Girls episodes is one where she writes a letter to the president. And he responds because he thinks that a child wrote to him. It's really wonderful. Anytime she went back to Minnesota, that was always choice. And there's the very famous scene of her dancing where the camera cuts between Betty White dancing with a partner and an obvious dancer dancing with a partner. But really, pick any Golden Girls episode and put it on, and you'll get gold. It's a performance for the ages.
Absolutely.
All four of those women, but I think Betty White in particular.
She was always a show stealer, no matter what show we're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Allison, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate the conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we're going to head to a quick break. We'll have more nonstop news in just a moment. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, we do have some sad news to bring you this last day of 2021. American icon, legendary actor Betty White has died at 99 years old. She was just a few weeks away from her 100th birthday. She would have turned 100 January 17th. Just yesterday, she shared a statement with Fox News about her long life and what kept her going. She said, again, just yesterday, quote, "I've always been a cockeyed optimist. I got it from my mom. I'm gonna stick with it." Optimism, wow. White was born the only child and became one of the most well-known Hollywood legends of all time, as we know, called America's sweetheart and the first lady of television. No wonder why. She conquered radio, TV, and film in a career that spanned 75 years. She was inducted into the Television Hall of Fame in 1995, the same year she earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. She's got 8 Emmy Awards in a variety of categories, plus many other awards over the years as well. She's, of course, best known there as Rose Nylund in The Golden Girls, but she starred in several other sitcoms, show stealing in all of them. Hot in Cleveland, The Mary Tyler Moore Show, Mama's Family. She has guest starred on more game shows and variety shows than anybody can really count. She is just someone who will certainly be missed, loved by all. All right, we are going to continue our coverage now, change our focus just a bit here as we go through some of our other top stories now this afternoon. Just after 4 in the east, 1 in the west, we do want to run you through the latest in the coronavirus pandemic. Of course, there are concerns growing because of the holiday season, and we're seeing record case numbers yet again with this surge, beating the record case numbers, of course, shattering them from what we saw in Delta. So let's take a look at some of the latest concerns from our correspondent, Steve Harrigan.
Atlanta hospitals say they are experiencing a, quote, staggering surge of adults and children with COVID in the past 8 days, the vast majority unvaccinated. For some doctors on the front lines, it is agonizing.
It's going to be hard because some of them can't breathe. It's scary for them. Many of them will be unvaccinated. They'll have regrets. Some will even ask that they can be vaccinated tonight, but I'll have to let them know that it's too late.
The Surgeon General today offering simple and direct guidance.
The most important role of vaccination is to save your life and keep you out of the hospital.
The actual number of positive cases may be even larger than we know, with millions of Americans taking rapid home tests and not reporting the results. Tennessee said it now will report cases weekly instead of every day, and Michigan is refusing to follow federal guidance on cutting the COVID isolation period from 10 days to 5 days. Michigan has been hit especially hard by COVID, with recent death tolls almost double the national average. Federal guidance for the upcoming holiday is grim.
When you're talking about a New Year's Eve party, we have 30, 40, 50 people celebrating. You do not know the status of their vaccination. I would recommend strongly stay away from that this year.
The government of South Africa now says it's passed through the peak of the Omicron variant without a major spike in deaths, certainly giving hope to a number of countries who are now struggling with the variant. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And the CDC is also updating its travel guidance now, issuing new guidance for anyone trying to look at taking a cruise. We do have a new report from Fox's Matt Finn breaking all of that down.
A warning to travelers from the CDC: avoid all cruise ship travel, even those fully vaccinated. The updated guidance comes as health officials revise the CDC's COVID-19 travel advisories, placing cruise ships in its level 4 very high risk category, given the recent surge in COVID cases.
It's perplexing because, quite frankly, the cruise industry does more than any other industry out there to make it as safe as possible for clients to enjoy their product.
The CDC said it made the decision given coronavirus, quote, spreads easily between people in close quarters on board ships, and the chance of getting COVID-19 on cruise ships is very high. Yet some say cruise ships are safer than other group settings.
I've even gotten phone calls mid-cruise saying, can we stay an extra week? We feel safer here than we feel at a grocery store locally. You know what I mean? Or in our hometown.
But for some travelers, it makes sense. Ashley Peterson's 8-day cruise from Miami canceled its stops earlier this month due to reported cases of COVID on board.
It was a bit of a nightmare. I would say it was very frustrating, and I definitely did feel like I was sailing on a petri dish.
But the same warning doesn't hold for the airline industry.
Right now, we feel that the masking requirement and the degree of filtration on a plane is sufficient to keep people safe.
The CDC says if you do choose to cruise, get a vaccine booster and wear a mask in shared spaces while on board. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Also talking travel and Omicron, it does seem that the concern continues to be heightened over flight cancellations because of the Omicron variant causing several airlines to scramble to try to get enough crew to service the flights that they have on the board because the coronavirus is causing several sick calls. In fact, another day, for a seventh day in a row yesterday, more than 1,000 flights were canceled across the country.
I spent a couple hours on the line and they says no room for me.
And he's not alone. Thousands of air travelers across the country remain stranded after 7 days of major disruptions. On Thursday, more than 1,000 more cancellations and 2,000 delays as airlines deal with the aftermath of major storms in the West and staffing shortages brought on by the fast spread of the Omicron variant. Some passengers have been sleeping in airports for days after missing connecting flights.
I was supposed to come home Sunday. My plane was supposed to land in Seattle at 6. It was canceled. We've been trying to get home since then.
West Coast airports have been particularly hard hit. SeaTac in Seattle canceling more than a quarter of all flights on Thursday. It's a hub for Alaska Airlines, which grounded about 14% of its flights, largely due to de-icing issues that created a backlog of passengers. And JetBlue has already started the process of canceling about 1,200 flights through mid-January. Earlier this week, the CDC shortened quarantine times for COVID exposures, which should provide some relief to overworked staffers. And some lawmakers say they're looking at another way to help get America moving again safely.
How sad it is if you went to visit someone and you're still waiting for that plane to take off because of the quarantining rules where a lot of the airline staff are not able to work.
And if you're looking to fly on New Year's Eve, make sure you check with your airline. 500 flights have already been canceled. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
And when 22 begins, no doubt there will be renewed focus on the new election cycle. That's, of course, the midterms of 2022. We have more on that now.
It's almost 2022 and the coming midterm elections, the Super Bowl of politics. History says midterm elections are generally not friendly to the president's party. The vice president not sounding optimistic about the months ahead.
Do you feel that what becomes possible is just going to dramatically change after 2022, since Republicans, many project, will be taking the majority?
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see.
In 2010, 2 years after President Obama was elected, Democrats took a beating, losing 6 seats in the Senate and 63 in the House. Republicans gained 6 gubernatorial seats. Democrats lost control of nearly a dozen state legislatures months after the Affordable Care Act, known as Obamacare, signed into law. To flip the House, the GOP needs to gain just 5 seats.
I like our momentum.
Democrats now finding themselves on the defensive, facing attacks on President Biden's handling of the pandemic, rising crime, and inflation, reflected in the president's sagging poll numbers.
We went from stable prices to now record inflation. We went from strength and projecting strength around the world to the debacle that was the exit in Afghanistan. So you name the policy, they've screwed it up.
And one of the big unknowns in the coming year, Donald Trump. Will Republicans embrace the former president or keep their distance? And will he run for president again? In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All questions we will be watching very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to turn our focus over to Michigan. There has been some new information released in the case into the alleged kidnapping plot of the governor there.
Attorneys for these men, accused of developing a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, say not only are they innocent, but the FBI and Justice Department hatched a plot to entrap them. One of the original defendants pleaded guilty and is serving a 6-year sentence in prison. Federal prosecutors say the 6, who were upset over COVID-19 measures, staked out Whitmer's vacation home in northern Michigan with hopes of taking her.
There are some depraved things that are happening in our society. I trust law enforcement and the judicial process to get justice.
According to a recent 20-page pretrial motion, defense attorneys wrote in part, when the government was faced with evidence showing that the defendants had no interest in a kidnapping plot, it refused to accept failure and continued to push its plan.
Well, there's a lot of room for mischief. The government can do an awful lot of enticing, persuading, cajoling to get people to commit a crime. And it's uphill to even raise the issue of entrapment for a jury.
Defense attorneys are expected in trial to raise questions about the credibility of the FBI itself, including the lead special agent in the case, Richard Trask. He pleaded no contest last week to a domestic violence charge and was fired from the FBI. Prosecutors admit Trask also posted a tirade full of obscenities about former President Donald Trump on his Facebook page. Trask and 2 other FBI agents in the case will not be testifying at the kidnap plot trial.
In front of a judge for a pretrial motion to dismiss, I don't think the dirt about the agents or the undercovers or the informants gets a whole lot of traction. But at trial, you shouldn't underestimate that.
The trial for the men is scheduled to begin March 8th. They could face up to life in prison. The FBI and Justice Department not commenting on the case as it's pending. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
And we are off to a quick break, but before we do, we want to remind you of our New Year's celebration plans right here on Live Now from Fox. We hope you'll join us for fireworks across the country all tonight on Live Now from Fox.
Final preparations for tonight's Times Square New Year's Eve celebration take place. New York's COVID infection rates continue to rise at a record-breaking pace.
Just staggering. Outgoing Mayor Bill de Blasio insists we keep with tradition, though, and the event should go on as planned. Manhattan Borough President-elect Mark Levine, who is also the outgoing chair of the City Council's Health Committee, has been vocal on the possibility this could become an unnecessary super spreader event. Mark Levine joins us now. And Mark, I'm guessing that you will not be among the revelers out there at Times Square this evening. Sounds like we're having a little trouble there, Mark. I think you could probably still hear me. If you have the possibility,
I'm so sorry. So sorry.
There we go.
I figure out Zoom after 2 years of this pandemic.
And so this is an event. The mayor says, look, we need to try and live as normally as possible while also being safe. Everyone's masked, everyone's vaccinated. What's the problem with that?
Well, look, I understand people want to celebrate. They're desperate to turn the page on this difficult year. But this is a really perilous moment for the city as much as any time since the spring of 2020. We had 44,000 cases in New York City yesterday and a positivity rate of almost 1 in 4. So any group of people you gather with, you have to assume someone there is positive. And to have tens of thousands of people coming into Times Square from around the region and pre-parties and after-parties, I think it's just too many opportunities for Omicron to spread. But again, I understand the desire to celebrate. This is a special moment. People have been waiting all year. So I'm not going to judge too harshly, but I just want to remind people that this is still a time to hunker down if you can.
And that's such a valid point. Absolutely right. But I mean, we look at it, is it a slippery slope here? I mean, like last night at the Barclays, the Nets packed the house. You got 16,000 people inside. Maybe they have masks on, maybe they don't. They're yelling, they're screaming. Are we talking about shutting down some things like that if we were sort of going according to the way of thinking that you're talking about here?
It might come to that. I think what we're all watching is our hospitals. And until now, while we've seen an incredible number of cases every day, hospitalizations have not been rising as fast. But that might be starting to change because hospital numbers are increasing now more quickly to the point where some hospitals are slowing down on elective procedures. And that's when it really impacts the overall health of the city. So I think we have to protect our medical system. And if it looks like it's in danger, we're going to have to consider some limitations on larger events. Not quite there yet, but we're watching closely.
Yeah, certainly so. I know the DOE is going forward with in-person learning next week. A lot of those kids not vaccinated, but they're not canceling that. So what's your take on that, if that is allowed, compared to this New Year's Eve celebration where everyone that has to be there, 15,000 of them, has to be vaccinated and wear a mask?
Well, a celebration like New Year's, that's discretionary. But school really is incredibly important. So you want to make that the last thing that you have to cancel. Having said that, I would like to see more protections in place, especially more testing. In Washington, D.C., they're requiring a negative test of everybody to return to school post-vacation. I would like to see that here. And also going forward, I'd like to see a weekly test for everybody in the building, students and staff, vaccinated and unvaccinated. What we have in New York City now is a more limited random sample plan. So I would like to see testing used more aggressively so that we can keep kids safe in their classrooms.
Yeah, good idea as well. I want to ask you, though, you just tweeted out yesterday who's filling up the hospitals in NYC as Omicron surges, and you said the answer is still the unvaccinated. So what are you planning to do in terms of mitigating that with people that are still hesitant to take the vaccine?
Yeah, for all the news we're hearing about breakthrough cases with Omicron, let's remember that key fact. You are 32 times more likely to land in the hospital in New York City if you are unvaccinated. So for those who have not taken that life-saving step, we have to do more. And that's particularly true for young people. We're behind on vaccinating ages 5 to 11. And unfortunately, we are seeing more kids land in the hospital. I'd like to see vaccination done regularly in every school building on a consistent basis. Let's park vans out front of all the elementary schools as one way to incentivize. And what the mayor-elect, Eric Adams, very smartly said in his plan yesterday is that he's going to explore requiring vaccination for school children as well at a later time, as we do for many other vaccines. So we know that these mandates work, and it's probably going to be necessary to consider it. But the message has to continue to be vaccination is your best tool, even in Omicron. So please protect yourself and your family. Get those shots.
And Mr. Levine, one last question here maybe. You were supportive of Eric Adams' decision to keep that private vaccine mandate in place for businesses. Does it go far enough? There are a lot of people talking now that the booster shot should also be part of the actual consideration of the vaccine mandate. Is that a possibility here?
Yes, I thought the mayor-elect's plan that he put out yesterday was very strong, including a commitment to mandates because they're working so well. I do think that ultimately, actually very soon, we have to redefine what it means to be fully vaccinated. That we have to say clearly, you must be boosted to be fully vaccinated. Maybe we would start applying that in sensitive places like healthcare settings, but eventually roll it out more broadly. And the mayor-elect committed to looking at that, which I was very happy to see. Ultimately, that is, I think, the future of this vaccine, which is typical of all vaccines. Often you need 3 shots or more. That's the way you can give people maximum protection.
No easy answers. on any of this stuff.
All right. Thank you, Manhattan Borough President-elect Mark Levine. Wishing you a happy and healthy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys.
You know, as we close things out here in 2021 and ring in the new year, we want to know what we can expect, especially if you're heading into Times Square for the annual ball drop, and how the city will be keeping spectators safe given the spread of the Omicron variant all across the country and especially our area.
And Tom Harris, president of Times Square Alliance, joins us now with all the details. Tom, so good to see you and happy to have you joining us this morning.
Great to see you, and I'm very happy to join you on the last day of 2021.
You know what? I think it's just a big gift for you guys to be able to still be able to put this on. I know it's a scaled down event, but you probably are very happy nonetheless.
We're very excited to be able to welcome people back to Times Square. It's a sign to the world that we can live with COVID and still live our lives and do the fun things that we like to do. We realize we're not going to be able to invite everyone into Times Square, but those who can't come here can watch on one of the networks, can watch on our website at tsq.org, and just tune into Times Square at midnight to ring in the new year.
And I know you're letting people in a little bit later this year. It's about 3 p.m. Are you anticipating to have to turn people away?
I think each year we always turn people away. People come out to this event. This year we'll probably be turning people away a little bit sooner. But we're seeing that folks are heeding the advice given. We would normally see the viewing areas with revelers lined up to get in. We don't see that now, so people are staying away, and that's a good thing. We want to reduce the time that people are in the spectator pens, reduce the amount of people who are in the viewing areas so that we have a safe and healthy New Year in Times Square.
And Tom, everyone who goes in has to show proof of vaccination. Everyone who goes in has to have a mask on. I mean, are there going to actually be mask police going through and saying, hey, you got to put your mask on, you got to put your mask on? That's the way it is, like if you go to a Broadway show. I mean, the ushers are pretty quick. Are you anticipating having to really have to do that with people in the crowd tonight?
So we're going to be checking for masks just upstream of the NYPD screening process. We're going to have people checking for vaccine status and also photo ID, and we're going to make sure that they have a mask. If they don't have a mask, we're going to give them a mask. Throughout the travel lanes in Times Square, we're going to be walking up and down with signs encouraging people, telling them to wear a mask. If they don't have a mask, we're going to have masks to give them.
And we know that at least one of the performers, LL Cool J, is tested positive for COVID-19. I believe there was another performer who may have had to pull out from one of the performances tonight. What are you hearing there? Are you worried? Are you concerned? Is there an emergency option if there is anything that happens at the last minute? I mean, that's been happening to sports teams out there. They've had to change things up at the last minute.
So COVID is not going to stop the passage of time, and it's not going to stop the ball from dropping in Times Square. We realize that we've had to make some adjustments with some of the talent, and we'll do that, but you will still be able to tune in and watch the ball drop in Times Square from the comfort of your home at tsq.org on some of the networks, or if you're here in Times Square.
Tom, if any performers bow out, I feel like you just have to call an audible, maybe just get up there on stage yourself with a little microphone and whatnot. That'd be entertaining
Robert's
to see.
Down there as well.
Yeah, or ask our reporter Robert Moses. He's down there. He probably could be ready to entertain thousands.
Well, I think we should have the crew come and dance to Native New Yorker if we have some time left to fill.
Ask Reagan. She probably would be more than happy to assist in that. I do want to ask you, though, in terms of, seeing the sign of 2022, there are some interesting things about this, because I think from far away, you don't realize how big it is. But tell us how big each of those numbers are, how tall they are.
So they're 7 foot tall. They have LED lights on them. The ball is 12 foot in diameter. It really is a spectacular ball. I know you've covered a ball test, and it's just a real great experience in Times Square, and the ball will drop at midnight.
And Tom, the day is just a day on the calendar. We'll turn the calendar. It'll be a new day for a lot of people. That means a lot of different things. This COVID crisis isn't going to magically go away when we turn the page on this, but it means something. It's an emotional thing to see that ball drop. It's so iconic, and I imagine that for you, What's your message to everyone who sort of looks up at that and sees a little bit of hope when they see that happening?
Well, the new year is always a time of reflection on the past, honoring the present, and looking forward to the future. And as that ball drops in Times Square and those hopes and dreams and the confetti wishes hit the ground, it's our hope that 2022 is a better year for all. It's our hope that while people may disagree, that they're not disagreeable, and we can find a way to come together in 2022.
So well
said. Like that. So well put. Tom Harris, president of Times Square Alliance. So great chatting with you. Happy to see this go on. We'll see you a little bit later today.
Thanks. Happy New Year.
You know what? As we close things out here in 2021 and
All right, and as those confetti wishes hit the ground, as our friends there said, we hope that you'll take them in with us right here on Live Now from Fox. All night tonight, you can check out fireworks across the country right here on Live Now.
And here on Live Now from Fox, we have been showing you fireworks shows from across the world on this New Year's Eve. But before we get to the latest fireworks shows from across the world, including Thailand, of course, Hong Kong and Sydney, we want to jump in to the life and legacy of Betty White. Of course, she is legendary in the TV world, had a bunch of roles for the past nearly 100 years, dying this morning at the age of 99. Here's the latest on her life and legacy.
We are all looking forward to tomorrow's Tournament of Roses parade.
That goes quadruple for Amanda Salas, who joins us now. Hey,
To Los Angeles, where she attended Hollywood High School and later got her start on local TV. Her break came in 1949 with Hollywood on Television, a variety show that ran 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. That success led to a sitcom.
Betty White in Life with Elizabeth.
And her own variety program, The Betty White Show.
I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood.
After that, she took a job that would change everything. As a celebrity contestant on the game show Password, she met the man she called the love of her life, third husband, host Alan Luddin.
And I'll give the first password tonight to Betty White.
Then in 1973, Betty landed the first of 2 landmark roles.
I'm sorry, Billy, but I cannot do a chocolate souffle with only 2 cameras.
Sue Ann Nivens, the happy homemaker who was anything but on the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Go ahead, Lou. You're stronger than I am. Press your advantage.
It was supposed to be a guest appearance, but it became a full-time job and earned her 2 Emmy Awards. In 1980, husband Alan was diagnosed with stomach cancer. He died the following year. Betty never remarried and never had children. She continued taking guest starring roles and game shows until she once again found a perfect part.
Yeah, I got a call from Lois Nyland.
Oh, that's from Rose Nyland. Rose, as in a series of seats in a movie theater.
On Golden Girls, Betty's character was the opposite of Sue Ann, the kind-hearted, scatterbrain Rose, known for sharing stories from her small-town upbringing.
Lost the Little Miss St. Olaf pageant, did you?
23 years in a row.
Along with acting, Betty was passionate about animal welfare. She spent more than 4 decades working with the Morris Animal Foundation and the Los Angeles Zoo, and won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Jane Goodall Institute.
My life is divided absolutely in half show business and half animal business, and
I'll do anything I can to make life better for these guys.
Our guest of honor, Miss Betty White.
In recent years, Betty's career enjoyed a renaissance. First, she appeared in a hard-hitting Super Bowl commercial.
Come on! You're playing like Betty White out there. That's not what your girlfriend said.
Then an internet campaign helped her land a hosting gig on Saturday Night Live. It became SNL's highest-rated show in nearly 2 years.
And now I'm here tonight because you wanted me to be.
Then, when her new show, Hot in Cleveland, premiered, the pilot set a ratings record for the TV Land network.
I've been the caretaker of this house for 50 years, but you can kick me out.
In all, Betty earned more than half a dozen Emmys, 3 American Comedy Awards, a Grammy, and 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, including a Lifetime Achievement.
This is the highest point of my entire professional life.
With her quick wit, impeccable timing, and generous personality, Betty White leaves behind a lasting legacy of love and laughter. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And following the news of her passing, there have been thousands of reactions on Twitter. This one that you can see on your screen right now is from Reynolds, saying the world looks different now. She was great at defying expectation. She managed to grow very old and somehow not old enough. We'll miss you, Betty. Now you know the secret. Again, a wonderful life. Nearly 100 years old. Her 100th birthday, January 17th, 2022. Barely made it, dying today, again at the age of 99. We are going to move now to, of course, the top story of the day, which is New Year's Eve. Celebrations are already happening across the world, especially on the other side of the world, as the time has ticked over to 2022. And we are going to show you some of these firework displays, celebrations happening. First, we're going to go to Russia, as you can see the countdown and the beautiful fireworks there in the Red Square. And next, we're going to go out to Australia, Sydney, Australia. Now, this was my personal favorite of all of the celebrations we've seen so far. You can see the Opera House. You can see just the whole skyline. It just is so exciting. And they have a very loud 10-second countdown until it hit midnight there. And they had all the celebrations. They did not stop for anything. Check this out.
It's phenomenal.
Following getting home information for New Year's Eve. For trains to the western suburbs and North Shore, use Martin Place Station via Pitt Street and change at Town Hall. For trains to the eastern suburbs, use Martin Place Station via Pitt Street. For trains to southwest suburbs, use St James Station via Pitt Street and King Street. Buses to the eastern suburbs are departing from Hyde Park. Please use Pitt Street and King Street. Buses to the inner west and southwest are departing from Castlereagh Street and Market Street. Please use Pitt Street. All Victoria Road services and Balmain services are departing from York Street at the QBB. Please use George Street. Buses to the North Shore and Hills District are departing from Wynyard Park. Please use George Street. Ferry services will recommence at 1 a.m. and access will be from Bridge Street, then Loftus Street. Please be patient when queuing for public transport, as there may be delays. Please remember to remain physically distanced in all lines and gathering areas. Get home safely. Check the transportnewsouthwales.info website for the latest travel updates.
That was an absolute beauty of a celebration out there in the Sydney Harbor. And of course, all right, we are going to take you live now to Athens. Check this out. Live pictures here in Greece. New Year's Eve happening all across the world. And of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we are bringing to you all of these live pictures as soon as we get them. Here's another view. Absolute stunning fireworks right there in Greece, as you can see. All right, we just took a live look there out in Greece. Amazing fireworks happening. We are going to replay that for you because we got the tail end of it there. But of course, it is New Year's Eve, and here on Live Now from Fox, what we do is we bring you the latest fireworks, New Year's Eve celebrations from all across the country. And of course, Greece just passing over into 2022 with amazing live fireworks. Let's go back into it and see it again. All right, what you were just watching there was New Year's Eve celebrations out there in Greece, in Athens. We're going to bring you now to Bangkok, where they had enormous celebrations. This one nearly 10 minutes long with fireworks all over the sky, and the skyline, which is my absolute favorite in the world, completely lit up from one side to the other. Check this out.
Okay, so we have been showing you some of the New Year's Eve celebrations from around the world. We caught live, which was really cool, the fireworks show over the Acropolis, over the Parthenon there in Athens, Greece. We were just showing you the incredible display there in Bangkok, Thailand. We also showed you the fireworks out of Moscow in Russia. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for being with us. On your New Year's Eve, we are also taking the opportunity and the time to remember an icon, Betty White, dead today at the age of 99. We'll be speaking with entertainment reporters, people who have followed her career from the very beginning in just a little bit here. But first, let's take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and hope you're getting a great start to your New Year's Eve celebrations. And you can join me as we continue to follow all these fireworks displays from around the world and across the country, starting on the East Coast, of course, at midnight Eastern. But our special programming is going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern. Please join me as we show you all of these fireworks displays. It's going to be a really great show, and we'll be talking with some of our reporters who are in Times Square for the ball drop. And of course, we've been reporting all week that the ball drop and the celebrations, they will be scaled back this year due to the rise in the Omicron variant there in New York City. But another interesting thing happening tonight is that Mayor-elect Eric Adams will be sworn in at the ceremony and the celebrations itself, of course, becoming New York City's next mayor. We have a live look out of Times Square at the moment. You can see there, looks like some people have already gathered, and the celebrations will soon be underway. In the meantime, let's take the opportunity now to keep showing you some of these celebrations from around the world. In Hong Kong, the fireworks display was truly out of this world as they rang in the new year, 2022.
請大家俾最熱烈嘅掌聲，漁龍大師同埋香港管弦樂團。
Please put your hands together for the Hong Kong Philharmonic Orchestra。哇！我哋仲有唔夠1分鐘啊，就係踏入2022年啦。
冇錯，當然我哋要人才仔喺晒度啦。除咗香港管弦樂團喺度之外，我哋一眾歌手都全部出晒嚟，同大家一齊倒數迎接2022嘅。
你哋準備好未啊 ？Is everyone ready to count down with us？
係，俾我哋大家現場嘅聲，屋企嘅家庭觀眾啦，同埋加拿大啦、新加坡同埋馬來西亞觀眾一齊聽好冇？
興唔興奮啊？
嗱，新一年我覺得最緊要就係咩咧？係大家都平安，同埋要最緊要開心、安全，冇錯。係咁啊！呢個時候咧，仲有10零秒就會進入2022啦，不如我哋準備一齊倒數好冇啊？10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1 ，Happy New Year！
新年快樂！
新年快樂！新年快樂！
Okay, so really great celebrations in Hong Kong. It looks like President Biden right now is leaving the restaurant where he just had lunch. Let's just play some of that right now. This is live for you.
Our presence in Europe with our NATO allies, and it'll have to be a heavy price to pay for it.
Did you get the sense that he's any less likely to invade Ukraine after your conversation?
What I got the sense of is that he's agreed that we would have 3 major conferences in Europe beginning the middle of the month with our senior staffs that relate to the OSCE, the Russia-NATO Council, as well as continuation of discussions on our strategic doctrine. And so he did not disagree with any of that. And he laid out some of his concerns about NATO and the United States and Europe, and we laid out ours, and we said we began to negotiate some of those issues. But I made it clear that they only could work if, in fact, he de-escalated, not escalated the situation.
That's more concrete problem.
We'll see.
Does Russia face sanctions if it keeps the truth at the border?
I'm not going to negotiate here in public, but we made it clear that he cannot, emphasize cannot, move on Ukraine. Thank you.
Do you have a response to the news of Betty White?
That's a shame. She was a lovely lady. Only one.
Who they love Betty White? We're so sad about her death.
99 years old.
Yeah.
As my mother would say, God love her.
Yeah.
Will you travel to Colorado?
Say again?
Will you travel to Colorado?
I may very well. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, I had a long talk with the governor this morning. And we've initiated additional help for the governor. So, at any rate, thank you, President.
All right, let's go.
Okay, and you heard from President Biden there. I believe that was tape playback, but he was leaving lunch there in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where he's been spending the holiday, talking about a number of different topics in the news. Reporters asked him about Russia. They also asked him about his call with Vladimir Putin just yesterday. And they also got his comments on the passing of Betty White. We just got that news a little over an hour ago, and we've been following her legacy and her life. And we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be speaking with reporters who have covered her long trajectory in TV history. And as we remember her life today, alongside so many who have reached out on social media. So all that and more in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. And as we continue to remember the life and legacy of Betty White, Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt takes a look back at her life.
Betty Marion White was born January 17, 1922 in Oak Park, Illinois. During the Depression, her parents moved with their only child to Los Angeles, where she attended Hollywood High School and later got her start on local TV. Her break came in 1949 with Hollywood on Television, a variety show that ran 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. That success led to a sitcom.
Betty White in Life with Elizabeth.
And her own variety program, The Betty White Show.
I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood.
After that, she took a job that would change everything. As a celebrity contestant on the game show Password, she met the man she called the love of her life, third husband, host Alan Luddin.
And I'll give the first password tonight to Betty White.
Then in 1973, Betty landed the first of 2 landmark roles.
I'm sorry, Billy, but I cannot do a chocolate souffle with only 2 cameras.
Sue Ann Nivens, the happy homemaker who was anything but on the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Go ahead, Lou. You're stronger than I am. Press your advantage.
It was supposed to be a guest appearance, but it became a full-time job and earned her 2 Emmy Awards. In 1980, husband Alan was diagnosed with stomach cancer. He died the following year. Betty never remarried and never had children. She continued taking guest starring roles and game shows until she once again found a perfect part.
Yeah, I got a call from Lois Nyland.
Oh, that's Rose Nyland. Rose, as in a series of seats in a movie theater.
On Golden Girls, Betty's character was the opposite of Sue Ann, the kind-hearted, scatterbrain Rose, known for sharing stories from her small-town upbringing.
Lost the Little Miss St. Olaf pageant, did you?
23 years in a row.
Along with acting, Betty was passionate about animal welfare. She spent more than 4 decades working with the Morris Animal Foundation and the Los Angeles Zoo, and won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Jane Goodall Institute.
My life is divided absolutely in half show business and half animal business, and I'll do anything I can to make life better for these guys.
Our guest of honor, Miss Betty White.
In recent years, Betty's career enjoyed a renaissance. First, she appeared in a hard-hitting Super Bowl commercial.
Come on! You're playing like Betty White out there. That's not what your girlfriend said.
Then an internet campaign helped her land a hosting gig on Saturday Night Live. It became SNL's highest-rated show in nearly 2 years.
And now I'm here tonight because you wanted me to be.
Then, when her new show, Hot in Cleveland, premiered, the pilot set a ratings record for the TV Land network.
I've been the caretaker of this house for 50 years, but you can kick me out.
In all, Betty earned more than half a dozen Emmys, 3 American Comedy Awards, a Grammy, and 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, including a Lifetime Achievement.
This is the highest point of my entire professional life.
With her quick wit, impeccable timing, and generous personality, Betty White leaves behind a lasting legacy of love and laughter. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Jonathan Hunt there, just with a great look back. We're going to be continuing to discuss the life and legacy of Betty White. Joining me right now here on Live Now from Fox is Ted Johnson, reporter for Deadline.com. Ted, thanks so much for being with us on this New Year's Eve. Such a sad end of the year, but when you think back on Betty White's life, you can kind of trace the history and the arc of television. She started out when television was a really new medium for many Americans. I was struck by the fact today that, you know, she's been such a ubiquitous cultural presence in all of our lives that it sounds silly to say, but so many people just thought she would be around forever.
Yeah, I really thought that she would make her 100th birthday, which was just a couple of weeks from now. She was on the cover of People magazine, and that makes it definitely bittersweet. But she had such a wonderful life with such a huge impact on everyone's lives. That's why people are treating her as a national treasure. We got remarks from President Biden today House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. They commented on Betty White. Even the U.S. Army issued a statement on her passing. It really is an example of how she touched so many lives, primarily with her charisma and her charm. And that's something that really carried her through her entire career.
Yeah, and of course, like you had mentioned, she was, just 3 weeks shy, I believe, of her 100th birthday, and there were a lot of 100th birthday celebrations that were going to take place if she reached her centennial. But now we know that she has passed away at the age of 99. Let's talk, though, about her career in television, starting in the late 30s, going up into the 2010s. That is a remarkable career in television, 3 hit sitcoms. Many TV actors never dream of that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's very, very unusual. The sitcoms were the Mary Tyler Moore Show, The Golden Girls, and Hot in Cleveland. The first 2 especially are rerun over and over again many, many years after they are off the air. So it is really hitting a pot of gold several times in her career, which is very, very unusual for any actor. But what really strikes me is that it overshadows Betty White's earlier career. Her first appearance on TV was in 1939 on an experimental TV broadcast. And then she got a job in 1949 on a daytime show in the Los Angeles market. It was called Hollywood on Television. And she eventually became the sole host of that show. She's believed to be the first female host of a television talk show. And she was thrown on the air for 5.5 hours a day, 6 days a week, which required her to improvise. I can't even fathom, how anyone could do that. Some people give her credit with helping to invent the form of the daytime talk show. I think it's just remarkable that she was this pioneer in the early days of television, and it's something that sometimes gets a little bit obscured by her talent playing Sue Ann Nivens and then Rose Allen. But I think it's something that we should remember, that she's probably the last surviving pioneer of television. Really.
Yeah, and of course, Ted, I was struck by the fact that I think she is one of the last remaining characters of the Mary Tyler Moore Show. Of course, we lost Ed Asner earlier this year, and she was the last Golden Girl still alive. And I was watching an interview with her today, and she said she was the oldest Golden Girl, yet all of her castmates, previously passed on before her, living a very, very long life at the age of 99. But we can't forget the fact, that she was a female in the TV industry in the early days of that medium. And she really was a groundbreaking trailblazer for women in television. I read something that she was the first woman to have been a producer of a major television sitcom with producing credit. So she really opened the doors that way as well.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of that history has been kind of forgotten. And a couple of years ago, there was a book that was written called When Women Invented Television, and she was one of the people who was featured in that, not just for the sitcom or the talk show. And it was what I think was special about Betty White is that she didn't make this her whole life. She didn't boast about it. She didn't. It was almost as if you read her life story, she just did what was in front of her. She took every opportunity, and in the process, kind of invented a form that hadn't been there yet. It's been described in that period in the late 40s and early 50s was kind of the Wild West of television. When someone says go on the air and be on there for 5.5 hours, you really have to be yourself, and you really have to come up with something that's going to engage the audience. And she did, bringing guests on, singing, dancing. But I think more than anything, it was the whole idea that you could be a charming personality, connect with viewers in this kind of soft talk in an environment where I think a lot of the delivery was very staccato. I mean, kind of coming out of radio, it didn't kind of lend itself that much to television. She proved otherwise.
And you know, Ted, I was struck by the fact as well, you were mentioning that she kind of was a trailblazer in the format of television, but also she was a fixture on talk shows throughout her entire career. And you know, that's how Americans also got to know her. If they were not watching her on the Mary Tyler Moore Show or the Golden Girls, they could always really depend that she would be, you know, in late night television, on daytime television, and also, you know, she lost the love of her life at a very young age, dying of cancer, her husband, and then, you know, she had no children of her own, and so she devoted her golden years as well to work, essentially. We saw her in commercials, we saw her in new, you know, TV shows. She was a prolific author as well, and you know, I was kind of struck. I've been hearing a lot that Betty White really had no haters, and that's hard to do in 2021. She was really the most beloved figure, but still a lot of people knew this day would come. Some didn't want to believe this day would come.
Yeah, certainly me. I really thought she would make it to 100. When I saw the news come by, it was kind of in this disbelief, even though, you know, she lived this great long life. But I think you're really correct. She really had no haters. And think of, you know, how few public figures there are right now that have no haters. But that's the way TV used to be, is you didn't get involved in partisan arguments. You didn't get involved in the political fray. It was pre-social media. Everything you did wasn't put up there and left for the public to digest. And she came out of that era. And I think that's something that had to do with her resurgence, is she was different from so many other public figures, actors and actresses 15 years ago, when she began to really reemerge on the scene and had the Saturday Night Live hosting gig and then another sitcom and guest appearances. I think that really played a role in it. The public wanted America's grandma to be out there and to be as sweet, as good-natured as Betty White.
Yeah, and Ted, you know, I'll be remembering her sharp comedic wit too. She was really a stellar comedic actress as well. Just her timing, her delivery, and everything. Her brevity as well with jokes. But you really don't find a star like her that has such cultural staying power, literally through each and every generation. So we appreciate your time on this New Year's Eve with this really sad news to cap off 2021, the loss of 99-year-old Betty White. Ted Johnson, we appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, and we are coming up on the top of the hour here as we still will be remembering the life and legacy of Betty White today, but also showing you some of these really groundbreaking and truly spectacular celebrations in and around the world as they ring in the new year. 2022 is upon us. I want to put this one up right here. And I believe this is out of Rome, and you can see the Colosseum in the distance there, kind of bathed in fog in Rome, Italy at the moment. As Italians are ringing in the new year, of course, in the way they know how, partying out there outside of the Colosseum in Rome, though it does look to be quite foggy. And then, of course, we just got this shot up in Berlin of the Brandenburg Gate, and every new year, the fireworks show out of the gate itself. The fireworks shoot out, you can see. But the new year is almost upon us there in Europe. We also have a beautiful live look as well out of London. You can see the Parliament there, Big Ben, and the Thames River. And so we'll be bringing you all of these fireworks displays. Let's put this one up now as we're coming up at the top of the hour here, 4 o'clock Mountain Time, 6 o'clock Eastern, as we are continuing to follow all these great fireworks celebrations from around the world.
10, hanno sparato questi 4 fuochi, hanno fatto cascare l'ultimo, mancano 6 minuti. İçine ojuda garanti alan. Proviene. Noi sul palo.
Okay, so many European capitals just hit midnight, and they are now in 2022 there. We were showing you the fireworks displays in Berlin and Paris, in London and Rome there. So Happy New Year's to them across the pond. But remember, we are still previewing our special programming. Remember, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will be showing you fireworks shows from across the United States, including in New York City, of course, in Times Square. We have a live look, and revelers are packing in there in Midtown Manhattan, and you can see the ball is ready to drop when it hits midnight, and so we will bring that to you live here on Live Now from Fox. But really, really cool scenes out of Europe there. I just want to show you again. I believe this is in Rome, Italy, at the moment as well, as they ring in the new year here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're just a little bit after the top of the hour here. We want to appreciate you joining us and choosing Live Now from Fox on your New Year's Eve. But a really sad note to cap off 2021. And of course, that news came today with the passing of legendary TV actress Betty White. She died today at the age of 99, and we're going to remember her life as well. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News correspondent out of Los Angeles, took a look back at her life.
Betty Marion White was born January 17, 1922 in Oak Park, Illinois. During the Depression, her parents moved with their only child to Los Angeles, where she attended Hollywood High School and later got her start on local TV. Her break came in 1949 with Hollywood on Television, a variety show that ran 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. That success led to a sitcom.
Betty White in Life with Elizabeth.
And her own variety program, The Betty White Show.
I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood.
After that, she took a job that would change everything. As a celebrity contestant on the game show Password, she met the man she called the love of her life, third husband, host Alan Luddin.
And I'll give the first password tonight to Betty White.
Then in 1973, Betty landed the first of 2 landmark roles.
I'm sorry, Billy, but I cannot do a chocolate souffle with only 2 cameras.
Sue Ann Nivens, the happy homemaker who was anything but on the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Go ahead, Lou. You're stronger than I am. Press your advantage.
It was supposed to be a guest appearance, but it became a full-time job and earned her 2 Emmy Awards. In 1980, husband Alan was diagnosed with stomach cancer. He died the following year. Betty never remarried and never had children. She continued taking guest starring roles and game shows until she once again found a perfect part.
Yeah, I got a call from Lois Nyland.
Oh, that's Rose Nyland. Rose, as in a series of seats in a movie theater.
On Golden Girls, Betty's character was the opposite of Sue Ann, the kind-hearted, scatterbrain Rose, known for sharing stories from her small-town upbringing.
Lost the Little Miss St. Olaf pageant, did you?
23 years in a row.
Along with acting, Betty was passionate about animal welfare. She spent more than 4 decades working with the Morris Animal Foundation and the Los Angeles Zoo, and won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Jane Goodall Institute.
My life is divided absolutely in half show business and half animal business, and I'll do anything I can to make life better for these guys.
Our guest of honor, Miss Betty White.
In recent years, Betty's career enjoyed a renaissance. First, she appeared in a hard-hitting Super Bowl commercial.
Come on! You're playing like Betty White out there. That's not what your girlfriend said.
Then an internet campaign helped her land a hosting gig on Saturday Night Live. It became SNL's highest-rated show in nearly 2 years.
And now I'm here tonight because you wanted me to be.
Then, when her new show, Hot in Cleveland, premiered, the pilot set a ratings record for the TV Land network.
I've been the caretaker of this house for 50 years, but you can kick me out.
In all, Betty earned more than half a dozen Emmys, 3 American Comedy Awards, a Grammy, and 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, including a Lifetime Achievement.
This is the highest point of my entire professional life.
With her quick wit, impeccable timing, and generous personality, Betty White leaves behind a lasting legacy of love and laughter. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Jonathan, thanks so much for that great look back. Right now, we're going to be joined by Liz Shannon Miller. She's a senior entertainment reporter and editor for Consequence. And Liz, thanks so much for being with us on your New Year's Eve as we continue to remember the life and the legacy of Betty White. You know, I was struck by the fact there in Jonathan Hunt's story. He said she had a renaissance later in her career, but I think she would say that she has always been working. She never was not working.
Oh, absolutely. I think there was just a really interesting turning point in like the late 2000s where we were talking about her more and really recognizing her talent as a performer. And as a result of that, it was just really a pleasure to, see her get more opportunities like the SNL gig.
Yeah, of course. And, a lot of people today have been kind of remarking and commenting, and I know it sounds kind of silly, but you kind of believed it, that you just never really thought there would be a world in which Betty White was not there. She was ubiquitous culturally. She was on television for most of many of our lives. I can't even name a singular figure that has that much staying power generationally.
Mm. Oh, absolutely. And I think also, you have to, there are very few celebrities about whom no one is prepared to say anything negative. And in the case of Betty White, though, she really is universally loved.
That's right. And that's what a lot of people, especially on social media, it's hard in 2021 to think of someone who literally had no haters, that she was beloved by all. But let's talk about her television career, which was so widespread. I mean, for an actress to be in 3 hit sitcoms in her entire career, that is just fate doing something. That does not happen a lot, and she was blessed with that. Let's talk about those sitcoms.
Well, absolutely. I mean, as the package rolled out, like she'd been doing sitcoms for so long. And I believe that when I was just reading about this on Wikipedia, I believe when she did Life with Elizabeth, she was 28 years old and still living with her parents and a co-owner of the show, which is more than I was doing at 28, that's for sure. But, it was, it really is like a fascinating journey. She just has kept working, and every decade it seemed she had a new exciting opportunity. Mary Tyler Moore became such a huge thing for her. And then the Golden Girls, of course, is just going to be iconic for the rest of time.
Yeah, and of course, it's also a sad note to think back. I believe she was the last prominent remaining cast member of both the Mary Tyler Moore Show and the Golden Girls. Of course, we lost Ed Asner earlier this year. But so, those shows are now relegated to memory. Of course, some of them are in syndication, and that's how, younger generations can get acquainted with Betty White. But those were just 2 hit shows in her career. That doesn't happen very often.
No, I mean, to have even half of that success across a life would be a welcome thing.
Yeah, of course. And we also were learning that so many, stars, actors and actresses that have worked with her or wanted to work with her are reaching out and posting on social media. She lived to such a long age. I didn't think she'd ever stop working. Of course, just 3 weeks shy of her 100th birthday. And of course, there were lots of celebrations already put in place to celebrate that. So that's somewhat bittersweet, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I believe I was reading that there was the really big 100th anniversary celebration is going to still happen. It will, of course, acknowledge the current state of things. But I feel like, honestly, that will just be a wonderful opportunity to pay tribute to her legacy.
Yeah, and she was so instrumental, and we were talking to one of our previous guests, because, when she kind of broke out, television was still quite a new medium. I would bet that a majority of Americans in the late 30s probably didn't even own a television, yet she was kind of formatting the medium in her own vision, in her own style. And she really had quite the latitude to do that in her early roles.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it seems like she really got to try so many different things in so many different formats as a, as both an actor and a host, that later in life, like, she started to do all these interesting things. Like for over a decade, she was the host of the Rose Parade broadcast. So tomorrow morning, if you are watching, think of Betty a bit.
Oh, that's right. And of course, we also know she was host of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade some years as well. And so, not only on those hit television shows, but popping up on television in all sorts of different places and manners for so many Americans. Just lastly, Liz, I wanted to, just ask you, what will you remember about Betty White? What are you thinking about today as so many Americans got this really, really sad news on the last day of the year?
Gosh, I mean, the way you phrase that made me very emotional. But I think essentially, I always think about the fact that initially, when it came to the Golden Girls, she was supposed to play the role of Blanche, and she ended up switching to Rose, in part because she basically, the character of Rose was pretty different from who she played on the Mary Tyler Moore Show, and she really wanted a chance to show that she could do something different. And I feel like that's it's a kind of a risk to make that kind of choice, but at the same time, it paid off deeply.
Definitely. Well, Liz Shannon Miller, we appreciate your time on this New Year's Eve. We wish you a happy New Year there. And thank you for letting us remember the life and legacy of Betty White alongside you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and we are going to continue remembering Betty White today on this New Year's Eve, but of course we are taking the opportunity to show you some of these really, really cool fireworks displays from around the world. If you've never been to these really cool places, we're going to show you them as they ring in the new year, 2022. We've already shown you some of these celebrations there in Rome, Italy. It's already past midnight there, but that's right outside the Colosseum, of course, right outside there in London. You can see Big Ben and the Towers of Parliament on the Thames River. And so Europeans far and wide on the continent already basking in the glow of 2022. Here in the U.S., however, we are still waiting. We just have hours to go before the new year on the East Coast. We're going to leave you with that. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Reynolds non c'hanno purtroppo.
And of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we are bringing you fireworks shows across the world and, of course, across the country as countries and cities here in the U.S. are going to hop over into the new year 2022. Before we get to the next set of celebrations, we're going to go into recaps of the year. A lot of stuff happening in 2021, as you know, in the political world and, of course, in the celebrity world, TV world. Here's Bill Hemmer with the latest.
2021 was another turbulent year marked by civil unrest, economic uncertainty, and a pandemic that just won't go away. Those stories and more dominating the headlines this past year.
The year kicking off with one of the worst breaches of security in American history. After a rally featuring a fiery speech from President Trump, his supporters attacked the Capitol on January 6th, demanding his loss in the 2020 election be overturned. Members of Congress there to certify the vote went into hiding as thousands stormed the building, making it as far as the House and Senate floor and the Speaker's office.
On the table.
Those events eventually prompting the House to impeach President Trump just a week later, making him the only American president to face 2 impeachment trials. But much like his first, the former president was eventually acquitted by the Senate. Just a week later,
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Joe Biden becomes the 46th president of the United States. The socially distanced inauguration taking place under a cloud of uncertainty. Also in January, the COVID death toll passes 2 million around the world. It would grow to more than 5 million by the end of the year as the pandemic grinds on. The containment effort largely focused on the Delta variant, a new strain more contagious and deadly than the original. Health officials making a big push for vaccinations and boosters as the best way to stop the spread. Shots from Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson all getting the green light from the FDA. Millions signed up immediately, but demand soon tapered off as vaccine hesitancy set in. The Biden administration responding with a series of mandates, including a requirement for federal workers and contractors to roll up their sleeves or lose their jobs, and a nationwide vaccine mandate for all private businesses with more than 100 employees. 2021 also seeing its share of racially charged murder trials, starting with Derek Chauvin, the former police officer who was seen in a video kneeling on George Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes. Chauvin was convicted and sentenced to more than 22 years behind bars. In Surfside, Florida, a 12-story apartment building collapses in the middle of the night with no warning, leaving at least 98 residents dead. Afghanistan was changing rapidly. President Biden sticks to an August 31st deadline to withdraw U.S. troops, but the Taliban were on the march. They made a lightning blitz across the country, eventually taking the capital city of Kabul on August 15th. The Pentagon forced to deploy about 7,000 troops to secure the airport in the final days of the evacuation. But just 4 days before that deadline, an ISIS bomber hitting one of the main airport gates, killing 13 American service members and dozens of Afghan civilians. Back in the U.S., Hurricane Ida slamming into Louisiana as a Category 4 storm. It was the second most damaging hurricane in the state's history. Ida's remnants also caused massive massive destruction throughout the Northeast. At least 115 dead and more than $65 billion worth of damage. In Wisconsin, Kyle Rittenhouse is charged with first-degree intentional homicide after shooting 3 people during the civil unrest in Kenosha last year.
Not guilty.
Rittenhouse, claiming self-defense, is eventually acquitted on all charges. And just 2 weeks before Christmas, a series of tornadoes devastating parts of the Midwest, causing dozens of deaths and billions of dollars in damage. The hardest hit state, Kentucky, where the sheer level of destruction was nearly unprecedented.
And looking forward in 2022, COVID may dominate the headlines again, depending on new strains like Omicron. We're also keeping a close eye on those supply chain issues and inflation and the midterm elections where Republicans hope to take back Congress. And of course, we'll be here for all of it. Until then, in New York, Bill Hemmer, Fox News.
What a year it was politically. So much has happened. It doesn't even feel like the inauguration was a mere 12 months ago. But moving to our next story here, of course, politics wasn't the only thing headlining 2021. A lot of scandals going on in the entertainment world. Here's the latest recap of 2021.
Welcome back. A royal rift, a pop star's fight for freedom, and more. Fox and Friends co-host Ainsley Earhart takes a look at the biggest scandals of the year.
Plenty of celebrities and politicians finding themselves at the center of some of 2021's biggest scandals. The royal family was rocked by bombshell revelations after Prince Harry and Meghan Markle sat down for that interview with Oprah.
And I'm comfortable knowing that we did everything that we could to make it work.
The couple claiming there were conversations among the royal family over how dark their son Archie's skin might be. Harry revealing in the interview he felt trapped by royal life, while Meghan said she had suicidal thoughts while adjusting to life as a royal. Sharon Osbourne caught up in the fallout of that interview, the Tock co-host facing allegations of racism after questioning the validity of Meghan's mental health struggles. She was ultimately let go from the show.
Free Britney now!
The Free Britney movement dominating the news in 2021, the pop star's legal and family drama taking center stage as she fought to end her 13-year-long conservatorship run by her father, Jamie. A judge officially terminating that conservatorship in November. After mounting pressure and a potential impeachment trial, Andrew Cuomo stepped down as New York's governor in August. A report by the state attorney general found he harassed multiple employees and that his administration created a hostile work environment.
The best way I can help now is if I step aside and let government get back to governing.
And Cuomo's brother faced his own repercussions. CNN anchor Chris Cuomo was fired from the network for helping his brother, pressing sources for information on the governor's accusers, and helping his staff craft responses to the mounting accusations. Bill Cosby, now a free man, the 84-year-old released from prison in June after Pennsylvania's highest court overturned his 2018 sexual assault conviction. Prosecutors now asking the Supreme Court to take a look at the ruling. Disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly found guilty on all charges in his sex trafficking trial. He now faces up to 100 years behind bars. Sentencing and a second federal trial in Illinois are expected in 2022. And former Smallville actress Allison Mack beginning her 3-year prison sentence for her role in sex trafficking crimes connected to the group NXIVM. Mack pleaded guilty to charges that she manipulated women into becoming sex slaves within the cult-like group.
We can't stop this real world from spinning.
Country singer Morgan Wallen facing blowback after being caught on camera using a racial slur. The singer was suspended from his record company, dropped by his agency, and had his music pulled from most of the radio stations. But it wasn't all bad. Wallen's online sales and streaming numbers saw an increase after the incident. The search for a permanent replacement for late Jeopardy host Alex Trebek continues after executive producer Mike Richards was booted from the role. Richards stepping down as the new host and from his executive producing role on the show after past sexist remarks resurfaced, as well as multiple discrimination lawsuits which were filed during his time at The Price is Right. Actor Armie Hammer accused of rape, sexual violence, and emotional abuse, sexually explicit and disturbing messages surfacing allegedly from Hammer's personal Instagram. The unverified messages describing graphic fantasies like cannibalism. Hammer dropping out of multiple film projects following the allegations and checking into a rehab facility for drug, alcohol, and sex issues. Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers facing heat after revealing he was not vaccinated. Many previously thought the football star did get his vaccine after he said he was immunized over the summer. The news coming after Rodgers tested positive for COVID-19 in the fall. There are sure to be plenty more scandalous stories in 2022, and we'll be there to cover it all. In New York, Ainsley Earhart, Fox News.
Hopefully 2022 will not be as scandalous as 2021, although I think people say that every year and it never seems to be the case. Now moving forward to 2022, what are some trends on social media that we're going to be seeing? We're going out to Fox 10 in Phoenix with this story.
Welcome back, everybody. Yesterday, we talked about social media in this year, 2021, how it evolved, what was popular. So now let's get out our crystal ball and see what is next. Vincent Orlick, who's the president of the Social Media Club of Phoenix. Vincent, how you doing? You did twofer. You in there yesterday, and here you are back again today. Good to see you, pal. Did you have a nice night?
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you too, Troy. I hesitate to call these predictions because we don't want to. I don't want to go that far. But some of these things are things that may happen. They're likely to happen.
Yeah, well, they say, you study history to kind of look at what's going to happen next, right? You can kind of predict what's going on. So we've seen some trends for sure. All right, what do you think the trends are here going into 2022?
Yeah, so I try to narrow it down because there's obviously so much happening in this social media world and industry on a daily basis, minute by minute. Some of the things I was looking for, there's some continuation of trends. So things like e-commerce, right? We've seen a lot of, especially over the last couple of years with the pandemic, people being stuck at home, buying items online and through social media even. Instagram launched a lot of different tools for people to be able to do that, among others. But that trend is not going away. If anything, it's going to grow even more because a lot of these platforms, what they're trying to do is get people to spend time on the platform. And the way that they can also do that is, and bring in companies and brands to spend money on the platforms, is for them to be able to sell on these channels.
And it makes sense too. I'm sure they have algorithms, Vincent, that say, Vincent's been looking at a lot of different wood cutting videos or whatever. And the next thing you know, there's an axe that shows up in your timeline.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's been a longstanding thing where they have this thing called retargeting, which a lot of people are familiar with, maybe not by the name, but if you go on to like some particular shopping or a website anywhere, really, it doesn't have to be shopping, but say you are shopping, you see like a pair of shoes, you come back to Facebook, you'll see an ad for that pair of shoes. A lot of people get a little creeped out by that, but that's basically how it works, where they can narrow that down and find you on these platforms based on what you're doing on other websites.
Okay, and you say adults on TikTok. So do you think, Facebook started as a bunch of kids, and then now your grandma's on it, and, so you think the same thing's going to happen with TikTok?
Absolutely, yeah, and it happened with Instagram as well. You don't get to 1 billion users with just children or just teenagers. It goes more mainstream. So I do see TikTok growing. It's not only kids even now. It's something like 60% under 34, with 25% in the like maybe Gen X millennial age group, more along those lines. So I do see just more and more people using it, because even in the United States, it's somewhere around 80 to 100 million. There's room for growth. We have over 300 million people in the U.S., so there's definitely room for growth on TikTok.
All right, get to your next one. Put out that board back up for me so I can go through this if you can.
Yeah, with Meta, right? So capital M Meta. Okay. That is Facebook. Meta is not going anywhere. They converted basically the company to be the conglomerate known as capital M Meta, but all these other metaverses are going to happen where you're already starting to see it. Brands are going to create their own metaverse where they're going to be able to sell. It goes back to the e-commerce part. I also see LinkedIn with the great reshuffle, the great reset, people using LinkedIn much more in their job search, and recruiters continuing to use LinkedIn in a big way. And I do see a potential for more oversight by not just the platforms themselves, but the government, especially with an election year coming up here, 2022 midterms. We could see a lot more dedicated resources to some sort of oversight by not just the platforms themselves, but government.
Okay, and you're saying less social audio. What is that?
Yeah, so social audio, a lot of people may have heard of this app called Clubhouse that came out as a big hit during the pandemic. That launched this whole giant industry going into social audio, which is basically you go in a room, what they're calling rooms. Twitter launched their own version of this called Twitter Spaces, where you can talk with people online. It's like a party line back in our day, Troy.
Sure.
You get on the phone, right?
We used to call it a telephone. We used to call it three-way dialing.
Yes. So it's basically that, but on Twitter or on these other platforms. So there's a million of them that came out because Clubhouse was such a big hit. There's a lot of them that are going to go away. Either just going to disappear, get acquired, that sort of a thing.
Okay, Vincent, about 10 seconds. Hit these last couple, and then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, I see Instagram users and usage potentially starting to decline. It's already sort of taken a hit. I see maybe employee freedom and companies not letting employees do quite as much on social media as they have in the past. And then Facebook ad spending, where companies are going to diversify their portfolios, diversify their spending across TikTok and other social media platforms, not just Facebook for ads.
All right, Vincent, thank you so much, and have a great 2022. I'm sure we'll see you here coming up next year, and have a good New Year's Eve.
You too.
All right, take care, Vincent.
A great interview there by my colleagues at Fox 10. I want to show you some live pictures right now of what is going on around the country. Of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we are going to be bringing you live pictures of celebrations happening all across the country as New Year's Eve is going to be hitting our cities fairly soon. But coming up in about 20 minutes, England, Ireland, Portugal, the Canary Islands, and Morocco are the next to cross over to 2022. And we will bring you all of those celebrations when we get live pictures of them. Of course, the fireworks are unbelievable, out of this world. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to hit some feel-good stories and how to stay positive in the new year. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. Of course, here on Live Now, we will be taking live pictures from across the country and coverage all throughout the night, especially in the U.S., as we here cross over to the new year. But for now, I want to bring you this very happy story that happened in the football world. A rookie quarterback changed the holiday season for a waitress that he just met. Here's the latest.
Welcome back. This will make you smile. A New Jersey waitress getting the surprise of a lifetime on Christmas morning. Kenza Thaluzma was working at the Ritz Diner in Livingston, New Jersey on Christmas morning when New York Jets rookie quarterback Zach Wilson was having breakfast with his family. After learning that Thaluzma's son is a huge Jets fan, Wilson gifted Thaluzma with 2 tickets to the Jets game against Jacksonville Jaguars yesterday. Now, Kenja didn't make it to the game because she did have to work, but her son and his girlfriend put those tickets to use. Here to tell us all about it is the recipient of those tickets, Ritz Diner waitress Kenja Thaluzma. Kenja, just tell me for a second, you know, we've all had such a hard year, and it's been a hard end to this year as well. How did it make you feel?
It's out of, I can't imagine. I don't know what to say. I'm out of word. It was such a beautiful morning for myself and my family. I did not even have any idea of any of this was gonna happen, because that morning I did not want to come to work because, you know, it was Christmas. I wanted to spend it with the family, but my diner is open, so I had to come to work. And it was just out of this world. He was such an amazing. I was out of breath. It was crazy. This is my honor. This is the honor, Marion Feldman, the honor of the Ritz Diner, is next to me as well.
Well, good for you for working on Christmas. So many folks have
Yes.
you know, chosen not to work because of the pandemic and so many issues and stay home. But, you know, you
Yes.
got up and you went, and this, you know, amazing gesture happened. How did it feel to take those tickets home and give them to your son?
Well, I called my son. He said to give me your email, and I couldn't even remember my email, so I had to call my son to face. So I was out of breath, and it's like, let me just call him. So I just called my son and say, he's giving you a ticket to the ball game. Then my son just texts me the thing, and then I just show it to him, and he emailed it to him directly. And he just showed me, Mom, look at the view. He had a beautiful view. He enjoyed himself. He went. And he had such an amazing time, and I was so happy they won yesterday as well.
Oh, everyone hearing
beautiful.
this story is going to be happy. But I have a question for you. So, of course, this football player comes into the diner. And what did you say to him? How did you let him know that you were a huge fan? I feel like I wouldn't even know what to say.
Well, at first, I didn't know who he was. One of my my regular, told me, Kensia, do you know who's sitting with you? And I say, no, I don't. He said, oh, my God, are you serious? I said, no, I don't. He said, that's the quarterback of Jet. I said, shut up. So I was like, I said, I said, hello, because I was taking care of them in the beginning. They're just sad because they're a big family. And I'm a mother of 4. And I love the big, you know, there was a party of 10 and the whole family was there. So I say, oh, my God, I love this. That's going to get me soon to be me, because my kids are getting older. And then we start having conversation. That was before I even know who he was. And then after that, when the table told me about who he was, I say, are you Zach Wilson? And he was like, yeah. And then I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, my son is a big fan. My son is a big fan of yours. I can't believe this. So I like, let me call my son to FaceTime. So I called him. My son was driving. He had to park the car because he was like, he couldn't even believe that. So excited in front of me. I was like, Mom, are you serious? So I said, yes, he's right here. The whole family, but I didn't even know they were recording, because, you know, somebody was recording. I didn't know who it was. So I was like, oh, my God. It's the next morning I'm hearing people was like, you on TV? I was like, what are you talking about?
That's amazing.
But he was like out of breath. He had to call his manager. First, he was like, Mom, I don't think I can go. Yeah. But his manager saw that and said, no, you're going to the game. So his manager gave him the day off to go to the game.
Well, if you couldn't go, I'm glad that he could go with his girlfriend.
Yes.
And I'm so glad that you shared this with us, because, again, it's been tough. And people watch this story and they remember there's kindness in the world and people help each other.
No, it is, because Yes, because with this COVID and everything, with this
It's been
situation
tough.
happened, it was a beautiful gift. And we are
going to have to go.
wonderful.
We're going to have to go, but thank you so much for sharing with us. Great
Thank
to see you
so
today.
much. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
All right, that's it for us. The 5 starts now.
A great story there that I love to bring here on the show because it just shows the holidays are such a good time, especially following 2021. It's always good to have some happy news. And speaking of happy news, how to carry this happiness and positivity into 2022, our very own Regina Gonzalez spoke to someone about how exactly you can do that.
Expert and a self-empowerment coach. So, Peggy, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm terrific this morning.
Peggy, you know, when we look back to 2021, kind of how I was just telling our viewers, you've had natural disasters, you've had a lot of political news, we've had a COVID-19 pandemic entering its 3rd year now, a record number of cases alone this week. So how do people even begin to unpack some of the situations that have happened, you know, in the world and to all of us personally?
It has become way too easy to put happiness on the back burner. I think we've all done it, but I have a theory, and my theory is happiness is like a muscle, and the bigger and the more you flex it, the bigger it gets, the stronger it gets. And when you don't use it, you lose it. And that has been the case for a lot of us because it's just been challenging. Life has been challenging, but I'm a firm believer that you have to have a paradigm shift and you have to take responsibility for your own happiness. I learned at a very, very young age that happiness is a choice. I watched my mother die incredibly young. She had a brain tumor, she had pancreatic cancer. Life was really hard, and she was very angry, bitter, and in a lot of pain. And then one magical day, she just wasn't. And I asked her what changed, and she looked me in the eye and she said, I've just discovered the biggest lesson in life, and that is happiness is a choice. You can choose to be happy no matter what you're up against. And if you do, your life will be so much richer, so much better. So I figured, hey, if my mother could choose happiness when she was going through so much challenge, well, then it's going to be my mission in life to help other people find happiness and choose happiness. And the reality is, happy people live longer, they get sick less often, they have more energy, they have better relationships. I call all of that the really, really good stuff. And I think we should all want more of the good stuff for ourselves. We should own it. We should claim it.
Yeah, and you know, Peggy, you make a number of great points there. Something that we have learned, especially just being in the news business in general, looking back at these last couple of years, you truly don't know what day could be your last. So when you talk about living in the moment and creating these happiness moments for yourself, what advice do you have to people who, like you just said, it may be hard for them to be positive right now with everything going on?
I think there are a couple of things. I say live in the present. There are so many amazing things that are so beautiful that are going on right now. You know, I look around me at my desk and I have some fresh cut flowers from across the street, and they are beautiful and they make me really happy. And I think it's so important that we do things that make us happy. This morning when I got up, I was like, you know what? I don't know if I really want to get up. It's early this morning and I'm tired. But I did that paradigm shift and I said, you know what? I'm going to choose to be happy. And I put a smile on my face and it just felt so much better. So I say, what do you do to be happy? You know your go-to things that make you happy. You know, for me, it's dark chocolate, it's feeling the sun on my face, it's exercise. But you need to know those things, and they can be very, very small things. They don't need to be big things.
Yeah, and you know, you and I were kind of talking, Peggy, along with your team, and it's something that I love that you have touched on to people you've spoken with before is a happiness tripod, which is 3 major points. So can you tell our viewers what a happiness tripod is? I love this.
Yeah, I really believe this wholeheartedly, and that happiness has three legs of it, three components of it. There's your mindset and having a positive mindset. There's your health and wellness. And we all know that without our health, it's an uphill battle. And then the third leg is your professional growth. And if all of these aren't kind of the same, think about sitting on a three-legged stool and one leg is shorter. You never get quite comfortable. You think about a situation like, I just got a new job. I am so thrilled. I'm working so hard. I have no time for myself. I have no time for my family. I'm starting to get really exhausted. That's not the perfect situation. Happiness, you really need to think about all three legs of the stool: your mindset, your personal growth, and your health and wellness. That is how you can maximize your happiness.
Peggy, I am a huge believer in you can manifest anything that you want. So how can, going off of the happiness tripod, how can we use happiness as a tool to go about getting what we want in life? I know not every situation is perfect, but almost if you think it can happen, right?
Oh, I so agree. And I think personal energy is really the key to this. And just making sure that your personal energy is really up there. I'm a firm believer that there are three types of people in the world. There's a mojo maker, a middle roader, and a gloom and doomer. And we can decide who we want to be. And the mojo makers, they are people that light up the room. They are the people that get things done. They are the people that get invited to teams, get invited to parties, the people you want to be with. So if you want great things to happen to you, you have to be a mojo maker. You have to have your personal energy on high.
Yeah, and something that I feel like has been huge, Peggy, and that we've touched on it a couple of times throughout the year, obviously with a lot of tensions high, regardless of any sort of situation someone is dealing with, what advice do you have for people that may have let their happiness or maybe not feeling so happy impact their personal relationships? We have seen this pandemic take a huge toll when it comes to people's mental health. So what advice do you have for people that may need to or may want to work on personal relationships or even building new relationships?
That's so important, because we tend to take our feelings out on the people we love. But the reality is they're going through this too, and they need your help and they need your support. And I say, just throw everybody just a little bit of compassion and give them a little bit of love. I mean, we all need love right now. We all need happiness, and we're tending to sweat the big stuff and the small stuff. And we shouldn't be sweating the small stuff, the unimportant stuff. To have somebody in your life who loves you, who makes you happy, that's such a blessing, such a joy. And we need to get past sweating that small stuff and realizing, hey, I'm in this together with you, and together we can really do this thing called life.
Definitely. And Peggy, all of this is really outlined in your book about happiness. This is why you're a happiness expert. Happiness is your responsibility. So are there any major points that you've written about that we may have missed? What can you tell our viewers?
Well, I think one of the things that's really important is just to be present. It's so easy to get into our head and to get lost into everything that we're thinking or doing. I can remember one time in the pandemic, and I run a nonprofit that was really struggling, and my head was spinning about that. So I decided to go out for a walk, and I'm walking, and I see this giant shepherd playing with a butterfly on his nose, and he's flipping it up, and it was the most joyous thing, and I almost missed it. And it really occurred to me that so many times there's so much beauty in the present all around us, so much fun, so much captivating going on. I mean, I'm looking outside and I see a squirrel climbing a tree. What a delight. Take delight in the small things.
Absolutely. Well, Peggy, a lot of sound advice as we ring in 2022 after another hectic year. I think something that was so interesting to me, and it happens every year in Times Square, is they have a good riddance event. So, you know, when it comes to looking back on the bad things, we turn them into the positive and bring them into a new year. So we really appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and we hope you yourself have a happy and safe New Year.
You too. This was fabulous. I wish everybody out there a happy and healthy new year, and move forward with a happier disposition. It will bring you beautiful things.
Absolutely. No better advice than that to take into 2022. Thank you so much, Peggy. All
right, that was a great interview there by our very own Regina Gonzalez. You know, this year has been something else, but speaking of positivity, we definitely want to bring that into the new year. And here you are looking at live pictures of New York City. We're about to talk to a reporter that is there on the ground to bring us to what the energy is like out there. We've got all the hats and all the gear. People are ready. About 5 hours to go Eastern until midnight hits New York City. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. A lot of news to cover today as it's New York. We're going out to New York on New Year's Eve. The countdown is on. Again, we are just hours away from the ball dropping out in New York City in Times Square to celebrate the new year. Nearly 5 hours away. We have Katie Byrne live out there with more. Katie, how are you doing? How is it going out there?
Hey, Melissa. Well, things are definitely picking up here. Programming is underway. We've heard musicians rehearsing. So cool. We saw Jarul and Ashanti practicing right behind me earlier tonight. Just very cool to see a little sneak peek of what to expect tonight. And this is my first time seeing the ball drop in Times Square live. So it's definitely an experience and something that a lot of people come out to see from all over the world. I've met people today from Germany, Hungary, Spain. They told me that this was on their bucket list and they wanted to be here all for this. Most people told me that they only had to wait about 20 minutes to an hour to get into the viewing areas to get a spot to see that ball drop live, which is actually a lot better from past years that have the big ball drop. They downsized this year because of COVID and those rising cases. They're only having about 15,000 people here in Times Square as opposed to about 70,000. So definitely a big difference when you look around at the viewing areas and the barricades. People are spread out. They've got different groups of barricades that are each probably about a fourth full, so people have space to be spread out instead of being crammed up against each other, which you might remember seeing other New Year's in the past on TV. But this one definitely looks a little bit different, but I think the feeling from what I've gathered when I talk to people, everyone that is in the viewing area had to be vaccinated to get in. So people are saying that they feel safe, they have to wear masks, and they're just happy to be here. Melissa?
Yes, and I have to ask you, how cold is it out there? You know, because everyone like yourself is in scarves, and of course it's New York City in the winter. How is that?
Well, as you can see, I've got no gloves on, no hat. I thought that I was going to have all of those accessories with me tonight, but it's not necessary. And that's what you see when you look around. And it's interesting because I've talked to a lot of people here who've worked on New Year's Eve here in Times Square in the past, and people who've come before, and they said they've worked through 4 degrees of weather, rain, sleet. So tonight we're in the 50s, and it's actually it could be one of the warmest New Year's Eve New York City nights we've seen in a long time. The last time we had midnight 50s weather in New York on Times Square on New Year's Eve was 2004. So it's been a while.
Yeah, Katie, I have your graphic up right now. You can see 58 in 1965, 58 again, 72, 55, 1992, 2004, 52, 78, 50, and tonight 50. I mean, you can't really ask for much more for that, right? To bring in the new year.
Yes, definitely just lots of people out ready to celebrate. And this hour around 6 o'clock is when they lift that iconic ball. So they've lifted it up, and now the countdown is on for when they drop it. And that's what everyone's waiting to see.
All right, Katie Byrne out in New York City. Thank you so much. Have a happy new year and enjoy those warm temps in New York City.
Thank you so much. I will.
All right, and there you have it, a live look right now in New York City. A beautiful view, 50-degree weather. Again, you can't ask for much more. Bringing in the new year, getting rid of the old 2021. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to bring you some breaking news as well as fireworks from across the country. But before we get to that, of course, it is New Year's across the country, which is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We have this shot. Check this out. Again, live pictures. You're looking at a live view of London right now as people are celebrating.
The next station is Wembley. Exit here for football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism. Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class! The crowd goes wild. The country goes wild.
We hope to see you in London for the UEFA Women's Euros. 2022 will be huge for sport across the UK.
Good luck, Lionesses!
We are now approaching
the home of theatre.
Change here for
The power of performance.
Change your mind, I'm the first in line. Honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me.
All right, and this is Andrew Kraft here, and we continue to monitor and show you all these really cool celebrations from around the world. We just showed you there Londoners ringing in 2022 there on the banks of the Thames. You could see fireworks shooting up from above the Shard, that glass tower that dots London's skyline, and really, really cool to see. There's one of those famous red double-decker buses going by, all the revelers out there trying to catch a glimpse of the fireworks on this really foggy night in London, quite customary. Of course, we're still monitoring all of the celebrations that are going to be happening in Times Square. There you can see revelers with their hats and glasses that say 2022, their scarves, their T-shirts that say 2022. And we will have live reports throughout the night with Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. We just spoke to her. She is there. She gets to experience all of this, kind of jealous. We have an overview look as well in Times Square as you can see that the ball getting ready to drop at the stroke of midnight to ring in 2022. And so right now we're going to have more on that in just a moment. We're also tracking some breaking news out of Minnesota, and as well we continue to remember the life and legacy of Betty White, an incredible American, an incredible TV actress and icon, dying today at the age of 99. We'll have more on her life in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we hope you're having a great, happy New Year's Eve already. If your celebrations are already underway, we've been showing you some of these fireworks displays from around the world, including there in London, England. You can see a lot of revelers there in London celebrating the new year. As many Europeans, we've been showing you a lot of these European capitals, Rome and Berlin and London as well, ring in 2022. But let's take it back out to New York. You can see a close-up view of the crystal ball that's going to be dropping at the stroke of midnight. We're going to leave you with this. We're going to be telling you some more of the top headlines of today. No matter, since it's been a holiday, there's still been a lot of major stories we want to get to. So just want to throw this up on the screen as we continue to remember and recount the life of Betty White. We're also getting reports as well out of Minneapolis, out of the Twin Cities in Bloomington, Minnesota, reports of shots fired at Mall of America. But we did want to keep it happy today as we continue to show you these scenes out of Times Square. We'll have more on that in just a moment. All right, and as we look at all these scenes out of Times Square at the moment, you can join myself starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be tracking and showing you all these fireworks displays from around the country. As you can see here, we're going to go till midnight Eastern as we ring in the new year. And here on Live Now, I'll be hosting New Year's Now fireworks across the United States. But for now, we do want to get into some of the other top headlines that we have been bringing you throughout the day here. And the sad news to report, especially on the last day of the year, and that, of course, is the death of TV icon Betty White, who is dead today at the age of 99. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt takes a look back at her incredible legacy.
Betty Marion White was born January 17, 1922 in Oak Park, Illinois. During the Depression, her parents moved with their only child to Los Angeles, where she attended Hollywood High School and later got her start on local TV. Her break came in 1949 with Hollywood on Television, a variety show that ran 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. That success led to a sitcom.
Betty White in Life with Elizabeth.
And her own variety program, The Betty White Show.
I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood.
After that, she took a job that would change everything. As a celebrity contestant on the game show Password, she met the man she called the love of her life, third husband, host Alan Luddin.
And I'll give the first password tonight to Betty White.
Then in 1973, Betty landed the first of 2 landmark roles.
I'm sorry, Billy, but I cannot do a chocolate souffle with only 2 cameras.
Sue Ann Nivens, the happy homemaker who was anything but on the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Go ahead, Lou. You're stronger than I am. Press your advantage.
It was supposed to be a guest appearance, but it became a full-time job and earned her 2 Emmy Awards. In 1980, husband Alan was diagnosed with stomach cancer. He died the following year. Betty never remarried and never had children. She continued taking guest starring roles and game shows until she once again found a perfect part.
Yeah, I got a call from Lois Nyland.
Oh, that's Rose Nyland. Rose, as in a series of seats in a movie theater.
On Golden Girls, Betty's character was the opposite of Sue Ann, the kind-hearted, scatterbrain Rose, known for sharing stories from her small-town upbringing.
Lost the Little Miss St. Olaf pageant, did you?
23 years in a row.
Along with acting, Betty was passionate about animal welfare. She spent more than 4 decades working with the Morris Animal Foundation and the Los Angeles Zoo, and won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Jane Goodall Institute.
My life is divided absolutely in half show business and half animal business, and I'll do anything I can to make life better for these guys.
Our guest of honor, Miss Betty White.
In recent years, Betty's career enjoyed a renaissance. First, she appeared in a hard-hitting Super Bowl commercial.
You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
Then an internet campaign helped her land a hosting gig on Saturday Night Live. It became SNL's highest-rated show in nearly 2 years.
And now I'm here tonight because you wanted me to be.
Then, when her new show, Hot in Cleveland, premiered, the pilot set a ratings record for the TV Land network.
I've been the caretaker of this house for 50 years, but you can kick me out.
In all, Betty earned more than half a dozen Emmys, 3 American Comedy Awards, a Grammy, and 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, including a Lifetime Achievement.
This is the highest point of my entire professional life.
With her quick wit, impeccable timing, and generous personality, Betty White leaves behind a lasting legacy of love and laughter. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And we thank Jonathan there for a really great look back at such an incredible American, just 3 weeks shy of her 100th birthday. To join me now here on Live Now from Fox to discuss all the reaction that so many Americans, celebrities alike, are pouring in, the tributes on social media, is Fox TV Entertainment reporter and producer Ashley Dvorkin. Ashley, good to see you. Happy New Year's Eve. I say this came as a shock to a lot of Americans, even though she was at the ripe old age of 99, but she's been such a presence in our culture for so long that a lot of people just never thought this day would come.
Absolutely. Such an iconic actress, and she had such a resurgence of her career later in life, and everything that she said was just hilarious. She brought smiles constantly. Even most recently, People magazine did a cover story on her with her 100th birthday coming up, and she spoke about, she made jokes about secrets to a long life, and she avoids anything green. And if you know, she used to always joke about her vodka and hot dogs as part of her diet. And it was this sense of humor, this youthful sense of humor that everyone just loved. And it's a consistent reminder as to why she is a national treasure. Ryan Reynolds is one of the co-stars who is sharing their thoughts today. They starred in The Proposal. He tweeted, "The world looks different now. She was great at defying expectation. She managed to grow very old and somehow not old enough. We'll miss you, Betty. Now you know the secret." And Sandra Bullock also gave a statement to People magazine and said she was going to have a vodka and hot dog as a tribute. And you also had Hot in Cleveland co-star Valerie Bertinelli writing, "Rest in peace, sweet Betty. My God, how bright heaven must be right now." Deborah Messing called her playful and daring and smart, adding, "A national treasure indeed." Viola Davis said, "Man, did I think you would live forever. You blew a huge hole in this world that will inspire generations." And I love this story by Seth Meyers. He said that Betty White was the only Saturday Night Live host he ever saw get a standing ovation at the after party, a party at which she ordered a vodka and a hot dog and stayed till the bitter end.
Wow.
So many sharing their thoughts, stories, and fans too. So many fans, and maybe some Golden Girls marathons happening.
Definitely. And, Ashley, I was reminded today because she really was the last prominent surviving cast member of both the Mary Tyler Moore Show and the Golden Girls. Of course, we lost Ed Asner earlier this year, but now those iconic television programs are relegated to memory. They're relegated to syndication, so younger generations can watch what really made them special. I was also, talking with a lot of entertainment reporters today, and for a singular actress to have 3 hit sitcoms in their career is really unheard of.
It's very unusual. Obviously, this is such a standout career. That's why she's an icon, a legend. And I think it's just incredible how later on in life she found such success. Hot in Cleveland being an example of that for TV land. But yes, it was her charm, her humor, her delivery. She stole so many scenes. When we were watching those Golden Girls clips, I just thought every time I see Rose on screen, every line she delivered, it was just perfect. So it's a testament to her career and also who she was, because you can tell that positivity that was in some of these characters, she had as well.
Definitely, and I've been just, watching interviews with her throughout the day here, and, she really worked well into her 90s. Of course, she didn't have children of her own, and her husband died very, very young, and so she devoted really the rest of her life to her work, to her career, to providing all of us with the laughter that we have grown accustomed to watching her. But of course, she really got her start when TV was a new medium. A lot of Americans in the late 30s, they did not have TVs in their living room, and she really got to make it her own in her own vision, really this new format, this new medium.
Absolutely, a trailblazer as well. She was doing variety shows and then the game shows and then the comedies and the Mary Tyler Moore Show, as you mentioned. So absolutely, we see so much when we look back at her career from the past to the present. Like you said, that she was still working, she was continuously signing on to take on new work, and she was an activist with animals, very much passionate about her animal activism.
And of course, going into 2022, many Americans will be remembering her, especially tonight, toasting, probably having a drink in her honor as we ring in the new year. Ashley Dvorkin, we appreciate your time and your reporting. We'll talk to you again. Have a great new year.
Thank you. You too.
All right, and we do just want to head off to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be showing you a lot of these scenes out of Times Square at the moment. Many revelers have already gotten there. They're ready for the ball drop to ring us into 2022. We'll be back in just a moment. Looks like my microphone wasn't on there. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to show you all the scenes out of Times Square at the moment as revelers and many New Yorkers, Americans, and international tourists probably are descending on Times Square there in Midtown Manhattan as they wait. And we heard just from Fox Weather's Katie Byrne that it's about 50 degrees there. So thankfully not too cold, it's not rainy, and hopefully it's pleasant and comfortable for them because they'll be waiting a long time. They still have about 5.5 hours left until the new year. So we're going to keep these looks up for you. We're going to be showing you some fireworks displays from around the world. We've already seen so many of them as part of the world is already in 2022 at the moment. So you can see we're going to just put the audio up on this as so many people are ready to say goodbye to 2021 and hello to 2022.
請大家俾最熱烈嘅掌聲，漁龍大師同埋香港管弦樂團。
Please put your hands together for the Hong Kong Philharmonic Orchestra。哇！我哋仲有唔夠1分鐘啊，就係踏入2022年啦。
冇錯，當然我哋要人才仔都喺晒度啦。除咗香港管弦樂團喺度之外，我哋一眾歌手都全部出晒嚟，同大家一齊倒數迎接2022嘅。
你哋準備好未啊？Is everyone ready to count down with us？
係俾我哋大家現場嘅聲，屋企嘅家庭觀眾啦，同埋加拿大啦、新加坡同埋馬來西亞觀眾一齊聽好冇？
興唔興奮啊？
嗱，新一年我覺得最緊要就係咩咧？係大家都平安，同埋最緊要開心、安全，冇錯。係咁啊！呢個時候咧，仲有10零秒就會進入2022啦，不如我哋準備一齊倒數好冇啊？10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1 Happy New Year！
新年快樂！
新年快樂！新年快樂！
All right, and there you hear from that symphony orchestra ringing in the new year in Hong Kong as the fireworks display was quite something to behold there. You can see above the Hong Kong Bay, all the fireworks on top of the skyscrapers. It's really something to behold that they put all that on every single year. Right now, though, we do just want to alert you to some news we are following. I know we wanted to keep things light on this New Year's Eve, but we just want to make sure we put this on the record for those of you who might be following this story. Just a couple of minutes ago, we got word that Bloomington, Minnesota police are on the scene of a shooting incident at the Mall of America. The scene is secure, and after a short lockdown, the mall is back to normal operation. 2 injured with non-life-threatening injuries. We are no longer looking for the suspect at the Mall of America. But right now, we are learning that there will be a police update, and you can see here we have the podium set up there in Bloomington, Minnesota. So once this happens, we will take this live. I know we wanted to make sure we just showed you all of the amazing celebrations going on around the world and across the country as we bring in 2022. But of course, the news never stops, not even on holidays, and we want to make sure that we get this in there. So we're going to be continuing to monitor that press conference, and when officials come to the podium, we'll bring that to you live here. But for those of you who are just joining us, we're getting word that there was a shooting incident at the Mall of America on this New Year's Eve. I just want to put the tweet back up for you. You can see they say the scene is now secure after a brief lockdown, and the mall is back to normal operation. But there have been 2 injuries, those suffered with non-life-threatening injuries. But they are no longer looking for the suspect at the Mall of America. And so once they step up to the podium, we'll bring that to you here live on LiveNOW from Fox. But in the meantime, let's go back to some of these really great New Year's Eve celebrations. We're showing you the scenes from Times Square in New York City and from across the world. This one that happened a couple of hours ago already out of the Acropolis there in Greece. You can see fireworks over the Parthenon.
Well, good evening, everybody. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here, coming out. We know it's New Year's Eve night, and being patient with us to give us the opportunity to provide you with this statement. I would also like to thank our mutual aid partners who responded very quickly here tonight to help us at the Mall of America. I want to let you know who I am. I'm Deputy Chief Kim Clausen. It's KIMCLAUSON. And I'm sorry, it's CLAUSEN with the Bloomington Police Department. We do want to thank the mutual aid partners as well as you. State Patrol also assisted us to help secure the area, and we're very happy to have that. What occurred here tonight was at approximately 5 p.m. We did have officers working the Mall of America in the area of the 3rd floor on the north side. It is normal for them to work extra hours during the holiday seasons, and we did have extra staff on duty tonight for that reason. One of the officers in the area did hear one shot fired, and that was reported immediately to mall security as well. The officers responded to the area where the shot was fired and located a male victim who appeared to have a gunshot wound to a leg. The officers did respond within 1 minute to that victim and began to provide first aid with mall security. The mall was also put into lockdown immediately by mall security. That also occurred within 1 minute of the shot being heard. First aid was given, and that male was then given to a line of paramedics who transported the male to Hennepin County Medical Center for treatment. There was one additional male who was probably grazed by the gunshot. He was treated at the scene and was released. He was not transported by ambulance. We would like to just mention that we did work very closely with mall security, and this scene was contained very quickly. There were no other bystanders, no other individuals hurt. It does appear that there was an altercation between two males prior to the shot being fired, and the altercation did result in the one gunshot.
Did you recover any weapons?
We have not recovered any weapons at this time.
Can you tell us about the suspect or suspects in this case?
All I can tell you is that they're males. Two. One. Well, I have one suspect shooter, a male, and one victim.
One suspect shooter, and that shooter is not in front.
Correct.
So the two that were in the altercation, the one of the individuals in the altercation was the one that was shot?
Yes, one was shot and one was the shooter.
Do you know what led to this shooting with the altercation now?
We do not.
Two questions. Can you speak on the relationship between Bloomington Police and mall security here? I know that they're two different entities that work closely together. And then can you talk about, I'm sure that shooting situations are something that you guys prepare for. What is the training like here at the mall?
Correct. So just from the police department standpoint, we do work very closely with mall security. Like I said, we did have officers here on duty, extra duty assignments. It was not their regular duty. They were here on overtime in addition to their normal City of Bloomington assignments. They patrol the mall. They're very familiar with the mall. And we do have officers that are stationed here full-time in addition to that. And those officers work this jurisdiction day in, day out. They know the mall very well, and they have built a relationship working closely with the security teams. There is some training done with the security. Mall also trains on their own, and I can let Mall speak to that if they would like. We do have Dan Jasper here from the mall to answer any of the mall specific operational questions.
How was someone able to get into the Mall of America on a busy holiday night? A lot of people shopping with a gun.
Well, there is not metal detectors at the doors, and people are not searched for weapons at the doors. The mall does prohibit guns within the mall, but individuals are not checked upon entering.
Do you have ages to share of the two males that were in?
I do not. I do not.
Can you explain what happened after the shooting? We know that people were locked down, some people were brought down to the basement. Can you just walk through, the aftermath?
Well, the police department, our main thing is to secure the scene and provide first aid. Mall of America has their protocols, which they train in lockdown and how they do respond. Dan, if you want to speak to that, certainly he can do that for us.
Certainly. I'm happy to. Thank you. My name is Dan Jasper, DANJASPER. I am Vice President Communications at Mall of America. First, I would like to say that we're grateful that nobody was seriously injured this evening, that our relationship with Bloomington Police Department and Mall of America Security has been a great opportunity and great partnership since the mall opened in 1992. We work together very closely. One thing Mall of America does do, and we have done for years now, is we practice lockdown every single month at Mall of America, and all of our tenants participate. So every month we practice a lockdown where the tenants, we sound the alert that it's a practice drill. Tenants gather guests into their space, lock the space, and we worked really closely with Bloomington Police to develop this program. It's something that we take great pride in, and it worked this evening again.
So how long were people in this lockdown?
I don't have an exact time frame. I think it was probably roughly about 45 minutes or so. Not everybody participated. Some people that were near an exit exited the building. But for those who did, the tenants locked down, got them in a secure location in the back of their space, and protected them. And they waited until the all clear was given, which it was.
Who gives the all clear?
Our security department gives the all clear via a number of different ways, and we work in consultation with Bloomington Police as well.
I guess I have another question for police. Can you just speak on, I mean, we've seen so many brazen crimes happening in the metro over the past couple of weeks. Can you speak about the brazenness of pulling out a firearm in a crowded mall?
Mm-hmm. Certainly, this incident is very concerning to the police department as well as it is to mall security, as well as these types of incidents throughout the metro and the state have been concerning to everyone recently. And so we have a very proud tradition of being very aggressive with our investigations, and we will with this one as well. We do have detectives on scene who has responded immediately, who are following up on any potential leads. Certainly this isn't something that we want to see occur here, and it's something that we're going to work very hard not to have again.
Are either one of these folks that got hurt suspects in this case?
At this time, no. But like I said, the investigators are just figuring out what the altercation was, what led to it, and how this ended up in a shooting, and those are the things that we'll determine through the investigation.
So it sounds like one of these was involved in the altercation. Was the other one just a bystander, or was...
The individual who suffered a minor injury appears to be a bystander.
It was a single shot?
We believe one shot.
And were they adults?
I don't have that confirmed.
Do you know their relationship with one another?
No.
I mean, I guess the shooter and the victim, their relationship?
I don't have that.
And we saw some, pretty balloons for New Year's Eve celebration happening tonight. Is that still on, and will the mall close early?
I could tell you that mall retail hours were scheduled to end at 6 o'clock tonight, so the mall retail is closed. We did have a New Year's Eve celebration scheduled this evening. We have decided to cancel that out of respect for everybody and to make sure everyone feels comfortable. We will be issuing refunds to all of those families, and we hope to do something special in the future. But we have canceled that special event. I would like to just add briefly that security, both of our guests, our tenants, and all of our employees, is our top concern at Mall of America always. That's why we practice, that's why we work so closely with Bloomington Police, and that's why we're able to resolve the situation quickly this evening.
Just one more question. Can you speak to the last time there was a shooting inside the Mall of America?
I don't have that information. I know not recently, certainly, that I can recall. This happened in the north area on level 3.
We're hearing that it's outside of a video game store.
That I don't have that to confirm.
No, I didn't hear the question. Are you looking at video? Do you have video yet?
There certainly is video within the mall. All of that's being reviewed.
What kind of security cameras? I imagine it's pretty extensive.
Yeah.
I can't share any numbers, but we have extensive video surveillance, we have state-of-the-art equipment, and we have security officers who train exclusively in that area. They are professionals, and they will work closely with the Bloomington Police investigators to make sure that we find all evidence.
So I would thank you all again for coming, and I'm glad we could find a warm space for you. So we will be putting out additional information out, most likely Twitter and then press release if we come up with things that we want to have communicated out, okay?
Can you just speak for how this fits into the picture? I mean, we talked about the increases in crimes across the Twin Cities over the last several months. How does this fit into that and what you're seeing here in Bloomington?
Well, this certainly isn't normal for Bloomington, and we are working, and our mayor is working, our city manager, the police staff with our neighboring agencies to come up with initiatives and ways to reduce what crime is occurring, and we're always doing that, and we certainly will continue. All right? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I just want to make sure I have this right. So you have two, obviously, one person for Lake versus Graves.
Okay, so we wanted to show you that press conference live there out of Bloomington, Minnesota, after we just got word that there were shots fired at the Mall of America. We got that update there between two individuals, and just want to throw up the tweet from Bloomington Police yet again. You can see here they just held the media briefing, but this was really the gist of what we know, that the scene is secure, and after a short lockdown, the mall is back to normal operation, though now the mall is closed. They closed at 6 o'clock local time, that's Central Time. But unfortunately, the New Year's Eve celebrations that was scheduled to go on later tonight, that has since been canceled because of this shooting incident at the Mall of America. They say they will be refunding those tickets to all who bought one. So a really sad situation that really, threw the New Year's Eve plans for many into flux over this shooting situation. The suspects and the victims suffered non-life-threatening injuries. This was an altercation between two males. That's what they said there. So we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up on the top of the hour, almost 6 p.m. here Mountain Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, as we continue to follow, and the countdown to 2022 is on. We'll have more on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and of course, we are looking at Times Square at the moment. It looks like it's sponsored by Planet Fitness, the celebrations there, to watch the ball drop as the clock strikes midnight, and there she is, the crystal ball that will fall at the stroke of midnight. All of those crystal glass panes made by Waterford Crystal each and every year, and so we will be in continuing coverage of all of these celebrations here on this Friday night. Remember, you can join us. Our special programming starts in about 10 minutes time, 8 p.m. to midnight Eastern, as we kick off our New Year's Eve celebrations with fireworks across the United States, ringing in 2022. Of course, we're going to be showing you a lot of these scenes from around the country and around the world as well. There you can hear the explosions of the fireworks there in Bangkok, Thailand, earlier today as they rang in the new year. We're going to keep all this up as we show you these scenes. It's going to be really fun. We hope you join us.
travel the world.
I mean, once it's safe, the world is an amazing place to see, right?
Yeah.
What's one of your favorite places you've ever been?
One of my favorite places was going to Egypt.
Oh, Egypt.
I went a few years ago with some friends, and it was really an exciting time.
Sammy from California wishes to become a great writer one day. Sammy, maybe you can help write my jokes, because I'm not so good. Oh! Sammy, everybody, do you know what that sound is? That's the sound of the Kia Countdown. Everybody, count down with us. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
All right, and of course, we are at the top of the hour here, and you just saw in Times Square that somewhere still around the world, they are celebrating 2022, although 4 more hours to go until there in New York City, and until here in America, we get to ring in the new year in 2022. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, as we are going to be showing you fireworks shows from around the world and from around the country. We appreciate you choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source throughout the year for breaking news and top headlines, live, raw, and unfiltered. But tonight, it's going to be a little different. We are going to be showing you all of these celebrations, of course, and we thank you for being with us. Right now, though, let's take a look out of Times Square at the moment. You can see there she is herself, the big crystal ball that will be dropping at the stroke of midnight. And of course, we will bring that to you here as it happens. But so many people are out in Times Square already. Remember, it was a scaled-down performance due to the rise in Omicron variant cases happening nationwide. But of course, that did not deter many people who wanted to be there and to celebrate in person. And there they are. I believe there was some vaccine requirements and mask mandates in place to ring in the new year there in Times Square. And of course, remember that New York City has one mayor leaving and a new mayor coming in. And of course, that swearing-in ceremony will happen on the stage there in Times Square at the stroke of midnight or a little bit after, with Mayor-elect Eric Adams as he becomes the new mayor of New York City. And we have a beautiful live look there, kind of an aerial view almost from Midtown Manhattan. And you can see the celebrations are underway. And if you do feel like tweeting us what you are doing tonight, what your plans are, how you're spending New Year's Eve, the last few hours of 2021, we'd love to hear your New Year's Eve plans and celebrations, also your New Year's resolutions. Also, what was your favorite thing that happened to you in 2021? I know news-wise, and we've been recounting all the top stories from the last 12 months. It has been very, very busy. It's been a very busy week, mind you. The week between Christmas and New Year's is always technically kind of slow news-wise. Not this week, not at all in the slightest. In the meantime, though, while we think back and reflect on what happened in 2021, let's get a year in review from Fox News anchor Bill Hemmer.
Marked by civil unrest, economic uncertainty, and a pandemic that just won't go away. Those stories and more dominating the headlines this past year.
The year kicking off with one of the worst breaches of security in American history. After a rally featuring a fiery speech from President Trump, his supporters attacked the Capitol on January 6th, demanding his loss in the 2020 election be overturned. Members of Congress there to certify the vote went into hiding as thousands stormed the building, making it as far as the House and Senate floor and the Speaker's office. Those events eventually prompting the House to impeach President Trump just a week later, making him the only American president to face 2 impeachment trials. But much like his first, the former president was eventually acquitted by the Senate. Just a week later.
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
Joe Biden becomes the 46th president of the United States. The socially distanced inauguration taking place under a cloud of uncertainty. Also in January, the COVID death toll passes 2 million around the world. It would grow to more than 5 million by the end of the year as the pandemic grinds on. The containment effort largely focused on the Delta variant, a new strain more contagious and deadly than the original. Health officials making a big push for vaccinations and boosters as the best way to stop the spread. Shots from Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson all getting the green light from the FDA. Millions signed up immediately, but demand soon tapered off as vaccine hesitancy set in. The Biden administration responding with a series of mandates, including a requirement for federal workers and contractors to roll up their sleeves or lose their jobs, and a nationwide vaccine mandate for all private businesses with more than 100 employees. 2021 also seeing its share of racially charged murder trials, starting with Derek Chauvin, the former police officer who was seen in a video kneeling on George Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes. Chauvin was convicted and sentenced to more than 22 years behind bars. In Surfside, Florida, a 12-story apartment building collapses in the middle of the night with no warning, leaving at least 98 residents dead. Afghanistan was changing rapidly. President Biden sticks to an August 31st deadline to withdraw U.S. troops, but the Taliban were on the march. They made a lightning blitz across the country, eventually taking the capital city of Kabul on August 15th. The Pentagon forced to deploy about 7,000 troops to secure the airport in the final days of the evacuation. But just 4 days before that deadline, an ISIS bomber hitting one of the main airport gates, killing 13 American service members and dozens of Afghan civilians. Back in the U.S., Hurricane Ida slamming into Louisiana as a Category 4 storm. It was the second most damaging hurricane in the state's history. Ida's remnants also caused massive destruction throughout the Northeast. At least 115 dead and more than $65 billion worth of damage. In Wisconsin, Kyle Rittenhouse is charged with first-degree intentional homicide after shooting 3 people during the civil unrest in Kenosha last year.
Not guilty.
Rittenhouse, claiming self-defense, is eventually acquitted on all charges. And just 2 weeks before Christmas, a series of tornadoes devastating parts of the Midwest, causing dozens of deaths and billions of dollars in damage. The hardest hit state, Kentucky, where the sheer level of destruction was nearly unprecedented.
And looking forward in 2022, COVID may dominate the headlines again, depending on new strains like Omicron. We're also keeping a close eye on those supply chain issues and inflation and the midterm elections where Republicans hope to take back Congress. And of course, we'll be here for all of it. Until then, in New York, Bill Hemmer, Fox News.
Bill, thanks for a great look back at so many of the biggest stories and the top headlines of 2021. I can't believe some of those happened months ago. I had to be reminded myself, even though we've been covering them all here at LiveNOW from Fox. And of course, we're just going to show you some of these really beautiful scenes. We have one out in Times Square. And of course, the music is loud there, as so many New Yorkers, Americans alike, probably a lot of foreign tourists as well, descending on Midtown Manhattan in Times Square, waiting for the ball to drop at the stroke of midnight. We also have a beautiful live look on the West Coast right now in the Bay Area, a beautiful sunset as the sun sets on 2021. It's a little after 5 o'clock there on the West Coast, and of course, they are gearing up as well for their New Year's Eve celebration. So what we're trying to do tonight is bring you some of these New Year's Eve celebrations and fireworks shows from around the world and from across the country. And we have been doing that throughout the day here. We've been showing you The fireworks there in Sydney Harbor, in Hong Kong, in Bangkok, Thailand, in Moscow, Russia, in China, as well as in many of the European capitals there across the continent as well. But then, of course, we are still waiting for all the fireworks shows to begin here, and they're going to do that. Still got a ways to go on this New Year's Eve, but we will be bringing you those when they happen, no doubt. In the meantime, we are still looking back at the top stories, what was trending on social media, the biggest scandals as well. Also, for all the people that we lost, many iconic figures, including today, famed television actress Betty White, dead today at the age of 99. So we're going to be recounting all of that, remembering, reflecting here tonight on Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining me. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's head out now to Fox 26 in Houston. They take a look at the biggest scandals of the year.
Welcome back. A royal rift, a pop star's fight for freedom, and more. Fox and Friends co-host Ainsley Earhart takes a look at the biggest scandals of the year.
Plenty of celebrities and politicians finding themselves at the center of some of 2021's biggest scandals. The royal family was rocked by bombshell revelations after Prince Harry and Meghan Markle sat down for that interview with Oprah.
And I'm comfortable knowing that we did everything that we could to make it work.
The couple claiming there were conversations among the royal family over how dark their son Archie's skin might be. Harry revealing in the interview he felt trapped by royal life, while Meghan said she had suicidal thoughts while adjusting to life as a royal. Sharon Osbourne caught up in the fallout of that interview, the Tock co-host facing allegations of racism after questioning the validity of Meghan's mental health struggles. She was ultimately let go from the show.
Free Britney now!
The Free Britney movement dominating the news in 2021, the pop star's legal and family drama taking center stage as she fought to end her 13-year-long conservatorship run by her father, Jamie. A judge officially terminating that conservatorship in November. After mounting pressure and a potential impeachment trial, Andrew Cuomo stepped down as New York's governor in August. A report by the state attorney general found he harassed multiple employees and that his administration created a hostile work environment.
The best way I can help now is if I step aside and let government get back to governing.
And Cuomo's brother faced his own repercussions. CNN anchor Chris Cuomo was fired from the network for helping his brother, pressing sources for information on the governor's accusers, and helping his staff craft responses to the mounting accusations. Bill Cosby, now a free man, the 84-year-old released from prison in June after Pennsylvania's highest court overturned his 2018 sexual assault conviction. Prosecutors now asking the Supreme Court to take a look at the ruling. Disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly found guilty on all charges in his sex trafficking trial. He now faces up to 100 years behind bars. Sentencing and a second federal trial in Illinois are expected in 2022. And former Smallville actress Allison Mack beginning her 3-year prison sentence for her role in sex trafficking crimes connected to the group NXIVM. Mack pleaded guilty to charges that she manipulated women into becoming sex slaves within the cult-like group.
We can't stop this real world from spinning.
Country singer Morgan Wallen facing blowback after being caught on camera using a racial slur. The singer was suspended from his record company, dropped by his agency, and had his music pulled from most of the radio stations. But it wasn't all bad. Wallen's online sales and streaming numbers saw an increase after the incident. The search for a permanent replacement for late Jeopardy host Alex Trebek continues after executive producer Mike Richards was booted from the role. Richards stepping down as the new host and from his executive producing role on the show after past sexist remarks resurfaced, as well as multiple discrimination lawsuits which were filed during his time at The Price is Right. Actor Armie Hammer accused of rape, sexual violence, and emotional abuse, sexually explicit and disturbing messages surfacing allegedly from Hammer's personal Instagram. The unverified messages describing graphic fantasies like cannibalism. Hammer dropping out of multiple film projects following the allegations and checking into a rehab facility for drug, alcohol, and sex issues. Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers facing heat after revealing he was not vaccinated. Many previously thought the football star did get his vaccine after he said he was immunized over the summer. The news coming after Rodgers tested positive for COVID-19 in the fall. There are sure to be plenty more scandalous stories in 2022, and we'll be there to cover it all. In New York, Ainsley Earhart, Fox News.
Ainsley, thanks for a look back at some of those scandals that, so many Americans were talking about throughout the duration of the year. Let's take a look out of Times Square at the moment. So many revelers are gathered there. They're masked up, but they're having fun still. And in the meantime, we're going to be going out to Times Square just in a couple of seconds here to get an update what the weather's looking like as well. But just revel in this really beautiful shot. There is the crystal ball that's going to drop in just several hours here. And of course, Times Square is getting ready to ring in the new year on the East Coast. Joining me right now to see how things are going out there is Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. Katie, good to see you. What is it looking like out there? How's it going? I'm pretty envious of this assignment tonight.
You know what, Andrew? I am very lucky to be here. It is my first time being at the ball drop in Times Square, and I grew up in North Jersey, so not too far away, but there's a first time for everything, right? I have met a lot of people here tonight who came here from all over the world. Not a lot of New Yorkers and New Jerseyans in the viewing area. I guess a lot of people chose to watch from home, but there are people from Hungary, Spain, Germany. Those are just a few of the people that I talked to here today. Of course, they wanted to be a part of this because last year there wasn't any in-person attendance. It wasn't your typical New Year's ball drop in Times Square because of those rising COVID cases. And now with cases on the rise again, the city decided to scale back this year's event. So they actually are only allowing about 15,000 people in those viewing areas compared to what usually would be about 68 to 70,000 people. And you can really notice when you look in the crowds, they've got these barriers set up with viewing areas for people to watch all the performances and everything happening throughout the night. And they look about a third or a quarter full. So people have the space within those barricades to kind of space out. And they do have to be vaccinated to be in them. Those were checked. The proof of vaccination was checked for people who walked in. And they also have to wear masks if they're there. So those are some of the precautions that they're taking because of those rising cases. Another big thing this year is the warm weather. Everyone's talking about it. Not a lot of hats, not a lot of gloves. You don't really need much accessories. People seem pretty comfortable, and it's not, a normal year for this time of year to have weather like this. Usually we're not in the 50s, which is what it is here. And it looks like at midnight we're going to be in the 50s, which we haven't seen in this area since 2004. Andrew?
Yeah, Katie, that's a pretty good setup weather-wise for many of those people who are out there. My question, when you talk to people who are gathering tonight, are they worried about Omicron at all? Are they worried about, maybe contracting it, or are they just going to enjoy the night?
It's a little bit of a mix. I will say while I've been here, there were long lines of people yesterday getting tested for COVID. They had all of these tents set up right in Times Square, probably more than 10 set up in the area for people to get tested and at least check and make sure that they were being safe ahead of time. And people were lining up for it. It's something that I noticed as you were walking around the area yesterday. They had people setting up, crews setting up for today, and then people lining up for COVID testing. So it's on people's minds. But a lot of people that I talked to today say they feel safe because they were vaccinated and they know that they're around people who are vaccinated. So that's giving people some peace of mind. And for a lot of people, they think it's worth it just to cross an item off their bucket list.
Yeah, of course, Katie, I remember last year when no one was there, and it was also raining really hard. So the weather is really great for those folks. Also, I always like to talk about the political angle to all these things. We are going to hear from the new mayor, Eric Adams, tonight, I believe.
Yes, he's going to be sworn in right here. So that's something that is drawing a lot of attention as well. And when you mentioned weather and working or being, a part of Times Square covering New Year's Eve in severe weather, I've talked to people who said they've been out here when it's been 4 degrees and rain and sleet, snow. So listen, things are looking pretty good that this is what we're dealing with here. I feel nice and toasty. I mean, you don't even need gloves. That's kind of crazy to think about on the last day of December in New York City.
All right, well, we hope you enjoy the night. We'll definitely be speaking to you again here on Live Now from Fox throughout the night. Katie Byrne from Times Square. We'll talk to you again.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, and we want to just show you again, we have this really cool kind of aerial view of Times Square at the moment. You can see, oh, they just changed it, but now there she is, the crystal ball that's going to drop in just a matter of hours here. As you heard from Katie that the attendance capped at 15,000 due to some of these restraints, dialing back the celebrations because of the rise in Omicron cases. But we don't want to dwell on too much of that. We do want to focus on ringing in the new year with cheer, with happiness and fun here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to leave you with these images. My colleague Melissa Brennan is going to hop up here. But thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox on your New Year's Eve as we continue to ring in 2022, saying goodbye to 2021.
night's one of the coldest years ever. And it's like not having a hot cup of tea, boy, the sheet, the woodwork. We've got that New Year's Holiday Classic for you right now. Hey, Mariah fans here. I say it's performing Hero. This is the one and only Mariah.
So while we are awaiting New York City ball drop in just a few hours, we are going to bring you out to Rome and Paris, where they just celebrated the New Year's with some beautiful fireworks over some landmarks you might recognize.
Può essere che gliela fanno, però prepariamoci mentalmente a fare. Mentalmente.
Stavano a salutare. Non ho picchiato, io non vedo manco a me. Non lo so se stavano a fuoco. Io non lo so se stavano a fuoco. Ok, chi è? Non c'è più. No, non è niente, è roba sotto tasti, 1,5 milioni di tasti. Ho fatto un po' di lavoro in più.
Voglio dire, sul colore terra.
we are going to move away from those live pictures as celebrations are happening across the world. We here in Phoenix are still a few hours away. Also on the East Coast, just a few more hours to go till we hit 2022. And speaking of the new year, how can we get 2022 to be the year that we want it to be? Positivity and intentions. And our very own Christy Larson spoke with a self-help coach on how to do just that.
As we start to think forward to the year 2022, a lot of us also need to take some time to take a look back at the past year. It can be difficult, especially when we had so many big changes coming in that year. And so we're bringing in artist Nicole right here with us on Live Now from Fox. And Nicole, you really do help guide people through their own journeys. So as we start to look forward, one of the key messages you wanted to tell our viewers is be sure to look backwards first before you put all these new expectations on the new year.
Yes, it's important to take some time between, the few days after Christmas and before the new year to just land and look back. The most common thing that will come up will be probably what didn't work out, what feels heavy, some loss, maybe some sadness, some grief. That's just common for all of us, for those things to arise. And we still are navigating through very interesting times. You've navigated through kind of one of the largest holidays, of the year. And so a lot of heavy things will come up, but it's also an opportunity to stop and say, how far have I come? And really see some of those things that you had chosen to do, how those are kind of a big deal. If you didn't have your normal workout routine, but you took some walks, that's a big deal. These simple things that we're so used to doing, have really kind of changed over the last couple of years. And so I invite my students to, allow those heavy things to come up and meet them with forgiveness. And we can talk about that in a moment, but then also take a moment to, sit with the journal, sit with your significant other, sit with your family, a good friend, and just kind of try to look back and see what has all unfolded and stop and see those good things too.
And you mentioned forgiveness. That's a huge piece because I do feel like some people have just been holding some grudges ever since the pandemic hit. So that dates back 2 years ago almost now that hit here. But I think it's more than that too. It's forgiving yourself for maybe not reaching last year's goals. It's forgiving yourself for maybe not getting to do as much as you thought you might be able to do. So let's touch on that too. How do we give ourselves a little bit of forgiveness heading into this new year?
Well, forgiveness, in a way I share with my students, is to see it as 2 words, FOR-GIVE, and start to really see the word give. Give love, give peace, give light, whatever it is that you resonate with, give that away into yourself through the affirmation, I forgive and release. It's kind of a magic tool in my toolbox that I teach my students that you are going to have heavy things laying on your heart and your mind, and you are the only one that can choose to give love away in. It's not an easy thing to do. And it's also, in a way, not a hard thing to do. It's that of a practice. Practicing, of course, is hard, but I tell my students, use this affirmation and fill in the blank with whatever it is that you want to release or let go of. So instead of just saying, by 2021, you were a bummer of a year, which, we know that kind of as a whole, we can kind of gives the year a bad rap. But the truth is that, the year has taught us a lot. It's shown us a lot, and it has opened our eyes to a different way, since it is kind of that second year of what we've been going through. And so you can forgive and release the disappointment you might carry. You can forgive and release hard things that have taken place in your year. You can forgive and release yourself from the momentum and the way that we used to do things. We all know it doesn't feel the same. And it's because we are dealing with something that is just very new and very heavy to navigate. And so it is about giving love a way into what it is that you're carrying. It isn't about specifically how you see forgiveness of, oh, I need to forgive someone for something. It's really about you choosing to give love a way in and help you see the situation differently.
And when we're talking about that too, Nicole, you know, there's a lot of people who then know that one of your practices is the I am affirmations. So once we kind of forgive some of the things that happened, then you can start to almost see yourself more clearly and see, you know what, I am proud of some of those small accomplishments that I did in the past year.
Yes, when you forgive, you create space within, and the natural laws is for space to get filled. Think of your closet. You empty out clothes that no longer you want to wear, and in a week, 2 months, a year, it's already full again, and that's kind of that space, right? It just fills up naturally. So we want to fill the space that we create in our mind and our heart with something positive, something that can help us shift the way we think. It kind of can shift those thought patterns. And so I am affirmations is a foundational practice that I carry. And yes, sometimes it can seem a little, fluffy and cheesy, but really the truth is we need something like this to help our minds, to help, strengthen what it is that we most need. So I invite my students to create I am affirmations, acknowledging, in this case, acknowledging how far you've come. So, writing down, I am proud of myself, asking your kids, say, I'm myself, and really shining light on yourself, because if we don't do that, nobody will. And, it may seem a little bit like boasting, but that's not the case in this sense. It's important for us to lift ourselves up. And then from there, I have my students create I am statements of what they need. So going into this new year, see how you're feeling. Maybe you're just not feeling very patient right now. So I am patient is your affirmation. Maybe you feel a little bit disconnected from yourself. I am connected to myself. You don't have to believe them. You don't have to, you can be mad at those affirmations in a sense of like, that's not what I feel right now, because we're writing them down because it's a practice. So when we write these statements down, there's power in starting to see these new thoughts, these new ways of thinking. And I often, invite my students to write these on a Post-it note and put it somewhere in your space. My nephew, who's 6 years old, has a long list on his refrigerator, and he goes, to my sister, let's go ahead and read our affirmations out because they feel good. They can seem fluffy and you probably won't want to do them. And I'm aware of all those feelings, and I'm very honest with my students of, yeah, you're not going to want to do this. That list in that picture is 108 I am affirmations that I work towards reading out on a daily basis to help me. So it's about asking yourself, how do you want to feel moving slowly into 2022, forgiving those heavy things and taking those forgiving statements and making some I am affirmations to say, hey, the truth is these positive statements, this is the truth of me and who I am. We all have these good characteristics, but we need to practice them. We need to do some work around them. And so taking a look at what you need and writing it as if you already have it.
And I really like to, Nicole, this kind of fits in as well with creating a vision for yourself. One of the things we talked about was as you're writing these messages down, you're kind of looking ahead to how you want to continue to feel into the next year. So it's not always about setting that goal and having 15 of them and sticking to them on day one. It's all about kind of looking ahead. How do I want next year to feel for me? What do I want to come out for myself next year?
Yes, so that is a practice of vision. I just created a new online course that's called Cultivate 365 that will help you work on creating a vision list. It's nothing more than a list, and you write down things that you want to have, experience, as well as how do you want to feel. That's a really important topic because you can bring in all of these things in your life. But if you don't match it with how you want to feel, you know that you could accomplish something that you've been wanting, but then feel kind of heavy or sad or down because we didn't match those feelings. So I invite my students to get out a piece of paper and write 2022 vision and ask yourself, how do I want to feel? And just write it as if you're writing a grocery list. And then, look at things of, what do you want to have or experience? I know for me, I want to travel and see a good friend in Hawaii. I know that I want to cultivate long distance friendships, by phone. I want to work on, increasing my strength and my health and wellness again. And really it's about forgiving the things that maybe didn't turn out the way you wanted in 2021, and then saying, okay, let's see this as a practice. Let's see these topics with love. As if you were talking to a 6-year-old child, writing them down, not worrying about how they'll happen, when they'll happen, not worrying if you don't have the resources or finances, but putting them down on that vision list and just holding space for them to the fancy word of manifest, come into your life. Because when we start thinking about these things, they really have come from our heart. I call them the desires of your heart. If you get a desire to want to take a trip with your significant other, yes, you might think that's just an idea, but the truth is it's coming from your heart space and it's meeting your mind. And so putting it down on paper is that next step to start putting energy into it, and put that vision list somewhere where you can see it. From there, take that vision list and break it down into little intentions, not goals, not resolutions. We forgive the R word and the G word, okay? Forgive those things, forgive the expectations. And each month in my new course, I just talk about take an index card or a Post-it note and just ask yourself, what do I want to focus on this year, or this month, from your vision list? And you'll have to do some forgiving. Most likely when February rolls around, you might have not really started anything in January, but that's okay. You have 365 days to let your vision unfold.
And I think one of the things you just touched on too was it's okay to lean on someone else to help keep you into these affirmations, keep you into these measurable, and you said don't use the word goals, but intentions. So that's one thing, is maybe reach out for help with maybe a friend, a family member, a coworker, or even you, Nicole. I know you've helped me on a number of occasions, and you really can help people not only find their vision, but then keep them accountable on continuing to practice. And it doesn't have to be every day, as you just said. It could just be every once in a while, check in with yourself.
That's the key little component there is when I have my students say they have a daily practice, I let my students know that this doesn't mean it has to happen daily. We call it daily to help us with that little monkey mind that we want to have something and do something every day. That's just human nature. We want to stay with things, but life has moving pieces. And we all know that we can get 3-4 days under our belt and then all of a sudden we fall off the horse and then we want to quit. But if you remind yourself, wait a second, I'm just practicing. I'm just going to go towards this with practice being gentler to, myself. I'm going to practice being more patient with my kids. I'm going to practice, speaking up and sharing some ideas at work. You start to just go, it's okay if it doesn't look the way that you want it to look. It's just about making these tiny little small steps, and along the way being your own cheerleader and saying, you know what, no matter what, I'm doing good. I am exactly where I need to be, even though maybe my plans aren't working out. We can forgive and release plans, and just slowly navigating into this. So February 1st is nothing more than, that whole week of January, the whole month of January. Just give yourself an opportunity to just land and start jotting down, that vision list. Call a friend and say, hey, what do you desire to have in 2022? Could you want to sit down and make a list with me? Talk to your partner and say, hey, could you sit down with me for 2 minutes? And what do you want to have take place in the year? How do you want to feel? And, it's not an easy thing to do, but it's the work. And we desire right now to do the work.
Don't be afraid of doing the work, and especially when it comes to our emotions, our feelings, sometimes it can be tough, but they can lean on you for help. We do appreciate you helping walk us through what to look forward to here in this next year, but also forgiving the past. Artist Nicole Ray joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here and guiding us through this process.
Thank you, Christy.
A great interview there by our very own Christy Larson about setting intentions for the new year. And speaking of starting the new year on the right foot, we're going to go out to Fox 5 in Atlanta of how to have a healthy new year as we go in within the next few hours.
Well, Burn, Melt, Shred is a new 8-week program designed to help you burn calories, melt fat, and shred those unwanted pounds. #1 New York Times best-selling author Dr. Ian Smith joins us now with his new book that's designed to help you lose weight. So good to have you with us. Good morning.
Hey, Elise, always great to be with you guys, especially at that New Year's Eve. This is awesome.
I know, right? This is crazy. I can't believe we're already talking about 2022. Let's jump right in because, as always with you, Dr. Ian, we have so much to talk about. I want to talk about this program, though. One of the things that you say is different about this is that it
compromises, it accommodates.
All right, sorry about that. We're having some technical difficulties with that interview there. But for now, let me take you out to live looks at Times Square right now. This is what is happening as we are just hours away from the ball drop. Of course, one of our favorite events of the year. Hours away. And in good news, out there in New York City, it's only about 50 degrees. And of course, usually this time of year, New York is not that warm. Usually much, much cooler. Last New Year's Eve, rain, very, very cold. But not this year. So 2022, in my opinion, already looking up. We'll leave you on these live looks.
Hello, Times Square! I am so excited. This is such a pinch me moment. Please welcome to the show my fiance, James Vaughn. Welcome to the show, babe. How's your night going?
Thank you so much. You know, it's been a wild night down there in the square. Everyone's having such a great time, but I gotta say, being up here with you, your view is incredible.
Not gonna lie, one of the major perks of hosting Times Square New Year's Eve You get the best view in the house. I mean, you really do. But tell me, what is some of the best things you've seen down there?
Honestly, just the energy that everybody is bringing to the square tonight. The positivity, the hope, it is just so incredible.
Well, babe, you know, we have a confetti tradition here in Times Square where every year people from all around the world come and write their wishes for the new year on pieces of confetti. Then at midnight, that confetti is released and we are all showered in actual wishes. So what's your wish for the new year, babe?
I know it sounds silly, but I want to spend more time with our dog. I love that little guy.
It's not silly because our dog is adorable and I wish for more time with the dog too.
No, I actually wasn't even a dog person until we got him, and now, well, here.
The guy that isn't a dog person is in Times Square on New Year's Eve wishing for more time with the dog.
You know, let's just get in and see what everybody else is wishing for.
That's where we are.
Here, let's check out some of these wishes here.
Not a dog person. Okay. Read
First
some of the
up
wishes.
Here, Colin from Trenton. Oh, he says, I wish to get accepted to Columbia University. Hey, Colin, we are rooting for you, buddy.
Yes, let's go, Colin. Bum, bum, bum, bum,
All right, as that stuff is happening underway right now in New York City in Times Square, we're going to head out to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to hit another very, very sad story, rounding out 2021 in a very sad way. Betty White dies at the age of 99, just weeks shy of her 100th birthday. We'll give you all the details when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. Of course, we are here on New Year's Eve, and on Live Now from Fox, we will be covering coast-to-coast coverage of New Year's Eve celebrations. But before we get back into that, we have very sad news to bring you. Of course, Betty White, nearly 100 years old, about 3 weeks shy of her 100th birthday. She was found dead this morning. TMZ reporting natural causes. But of course, this was the one woman that we thought would never die. Here's Fox's Jonathan Hunt with a look at her life and legacy.
Betty Marion White was born January 17, 1922 in Oak Park, Illinois. During the Depression, her parents moved with their only child to Los Angeles, where she attended Hollywood High School and later got her start on local TV. Her break came in 1949 with Hollywood on Television, a variety show that ran 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. That success led to a sitcom.
Betty White in Life with Elizabeth.
And her own variety program, The Betty White Show.
I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood.
After that, she took a job that would change everything. As a celebrity contestant on the game show Password, she met the man she called the love of her life, third husband, host Alan Luddin.
And I'll give the first password tonight to
Betty White.
Then in 1973, Betty landed the first of 2 landmark roles.
I'm sorry, Billy, but I cannot do a chocolate souffle with only 2 cameras.
Sue Ann Nivens, the happy homemaker who was anything but on the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Go ahead, Lou. You're stronger than I am. Pressure advantage.
It was supposed to be a guest appearance, but it became a full-time job and earned her 2 Emmy Awards. In 1980, husband Alan was diagnosed with stomach cancer. He died the following year. Betty never remarried and never had children. She continued taking guest starring roles and game shows until she once again found a perfect part.
Yeah, I got a call from Lois Nyland.
Oh, that's from Rose Island. Rose, as in a series of seats in a movie theater.
On Golden Girls, Betty's character was the opposite of Sue Ann, the kind-hearted, scatterbrain Rose, known for sharing stories from her small-town upbringing.
Lost the Little Miss St. Olaf pageant, did you?
23 years in a row.
Along with acting, Betty was passionate about animal welfare. She spent more than 4 decades working with the Morris Animal Foundation and the Los Angeles Zoo, and won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Jane Goodall Institute.
My life is divided absolutely in half show business and half animal business, and I'll do anything I can to make life better for these guys.
Our guest of honor, Miss Betty White.
In recent years, Betty's career enjoyed a renaissance. First, she appeared in a hard-hitting Super Bowl commercial.
Come on! You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
Then an internet campaign helped her land a hosting gig on Saturday Night Live. It became SNL's highest-rated show in nearly 2 years.
And now I'm here tonight because you wanted me to be.
Then, when her new show, Hot in Cleveland, premiered, the pilot set a ratings record for the TV Land network.
I've been the caretaker of this house for 50 years, but you can kick me out.
In all, Betty earned more than half a dozen Emmys, 3 American Comedy Awards, a Grammy, and 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, including a Lifetime Achievement.
This is the highest point of my entire professional life.
With her quick wit, impeccable timing, and generous personality, Betty White leaves behind a lasting legacy of love and laughter. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And I want to bring you this tweet here. Of course, hundreds, thousands of tweets going out expressing condolences for Betty White and her brilliant, brilliant life in the TV space. Here's one of my favorites. Dictionary.com tweeted, golden, adjective, bright, metallic, or illustrious like gold, full of happiness, prosperity, or vigor, highly talented and favored, destined for success, Betty White. And speaking of her life and legacy, of course, we're also This is her Hollywood star in California. As you can see, people there have left roses, gifts. You can see that picture of her there right behind our reporter. But again, we are trying to look on the bright side, as you know. Betty White, an incredible life, and her legacy will definitely live on. All right, from that sad news, which, of course, if Betty White was still with us today, she would be celebrating, because, of course, it's New Year's Eve. And we are showing you right now a live look from New York City as the ball is set to drop in just a few hours. All right, we're going to head back out to New York City here just in a few minutes. We have a reporter there on the ground, Katie Byrne, who has joined us before on our coverage tonight. She has the dream job tonight, only 50 degrees in New York City, covering exactly what she is seeing there on the ground. But before we go out to her, let's take a look back just a few hours ago, the Hong Kong celebration all the way across the world, because they went out with a bang. 2022 already in Hong Kong. Here's the latest at their celebrations.
請大家俾最熱烈嘅掌聲，漁農大師同埋香港管弦樂團。
Please put your hands together for the Hong Kong Philharmonic Orchestra。哇！我哋仲有唔夠1分鐘啊，就係踏入2022年啦。
冇錯，當然我哋要人才仔喺晒度啦。除咗香港管弦樂團喺度之外，我哋一眾歌手都全部出晒嚟，同大家一齊倒數迎接2022嘅。
你哋準備好未啊 ？Is everyone ready to count down with us？
係，俾我哋大家現場嘅聲。屋企嘅家庭觀眾啦，同埋加拿大啦、新加坡同埋馬來西亞觀眾一齊聽好冇？
興唔興奮啊？
嗱，新一年我覺得最緊要就係咩咧？係大家都平安，同埋要最緊要開心、安全，冇錯。係咁啊！呢個時候咧，仲有10零秒就會進入2022啦，不如我哋準備一齊倒數好冇啊 ？10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1 Happy New Year！
新年快樂！
新年快樂！新年快樂！
was again the celebrations out in Hong Kong. Of course, a beautiful skyline, but what you're looking at now is beautiful New York City, of course. Just a little under 3 hours to go, which is very exciting as everyone looks forward to this. And here on Live Now from Fox, we will be joined by Katie Byrne right now. She is currently out in New York. And in great news, Katie, thank you so much for coming on. It is warm there.
Around, obviously, here in Times Square celebrating New Year's Eve. They did decide to downscale it this year, so they're only allowing about 15,000 people in those viewing areas to watch that ball drop, that famous moment that everybody from really around the world comes to see. I've met people tonight from Germany, from Spain, from Hungary, all over the place, and they said this was really a bucket list thing for them to do. They wanted to get out here, they wanted to be able to see it. Everyone in those viewing areas did have to show proof of vaccination, and they also have to wear masks out there, so that's one thing that they're doing to make sure that they're taking precautions when it comes to COVID-19. I can tell you yesterday I was walking around Times Square area talking to people as well, and there were a lot of COVID testing tents set up, so a lot of people were in line for them. You saw crews setting up for Times Square New Year's Eve, and then you also saw people lining up to get their COVID-19 test as well. So something that you're seeing all around here, something that people are talking about for the most part. The people that I've heard from say they do feel safe knowing that there are vaccines from all the people that they're spending their time with here, and they're just happy to be here. Melissa? Okay, yes, I was thinking the same exact thing because this was my first time being in Times Square on New Year's Eve, and that's the vision that I had, and that's what I heard it's usually like in years past. People are camping out, making sure that they're one of those first people in line to get into one of those viewing areas, get a good view of the ball dropping and the performers. But the people that I talked to today said it only took them about 20 minutes to an hour of waiting before they were able to show their proof of vaccination and just walk on in. So it definitely moved a little bit faster than years past. I think some people are opting to stay home amid those rising COVID-19 cases, so that probably could be a reason as well. But people were happy that they weren't waiting around as much as years past. Most people that I talked to got here around 10 o'clock in the morning, so about 12 hours of waiting. Yep. A lot of people talking about that too. You know, one of the warmest New Year's Eves that we've seen in this area in years. The last time we were in the 50s at midnight in New York was in 2004. So you look around, you're not seeing a lot of hats, not a lot of gloves. I know I had to rethink my wardrobe outfit tonight because it's not the typical last day of December in New York. It's pretty warm. It's in the 50s. Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
All right, and we are going to leave you again with this live look of New York City. Beautiful, beautiful view, beautiful weather. You can't ask for much more going into the new year. Here's another live look right now of New York City.
Recording artist, the one, the only, KT Tunstall.
Let me see your hands, come on. Woo-hoo.
All right, you can see people are getting hyped up in New York City. While we wait just a few more hours to get the ball to drop, we're going to go back and look at other celebrations from around the world. We've seen Hong Kong, we've seen Sydney, Russia, Bangkok, everywhere. Because here on Live Now from Fox, that's what we're doing. We're going to take you to shots all across the country as celebrations are underway. From New York City, we're going to take you out now to the Sydney Harbor, where they are already in 2022. They are living in the future. Here's what their amazing celebration looked like.
Phenomenal.
Getting home information for New Year's Eve. For trains to the western suburbs and North Shore, use Martin Place Station via Pitt Street and change at Town Hall. For trains to the eastern suburbs, use Martin Place Station via Pitt Street. For trains to southwest suburbs, use St James Station via Pitt Street and King Street. Buses to the eastern suburbs are departing from Hyde Park. Please use Pitt Street and King Street. Buses to the inner west and southwest are departing from Castlereagh Street and Market Street. Please use Pitt Street. All Victoria Road services and Balmain services are departing from York Street at the QBB. Please use George Street. Buses to the North Shore and Hills District are departing from Wynyard.
Again, that was a fireworks show out in Australia. But now we're going to head over to Russia to see how they brought in 2022, of course, with beautiful fireworks over the Red Square. right, that was a celebration over there in Russia. Here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to take you to some live pictures across the U.S. as cities across the country here are preparing to bring in 2022. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan here on this New Year's Eve as we leave 2021 behind and head into 2022. I have some live looks to show you from all across the country. We're going to start here in Nashville, Tennessee. Thousands of people lining up Broadway, getting ready as they are also just a few hours from ringing in the new year. Broadway downtown, what a fun area. I'm sure people are getting very, very excited that the countdown is right around the corner. Again, you are looking at Nashville, Tennessee. We'll bring you other live pictures now. Here is San Francisco, a little bit further away from 2022, but still a beautiful skyline there, as I'm sure thousands are taking in what is left of 2021 and what a year it has been. But of course, Nashville and San Francisco don't really compete with the celebrations happening right now in Times Square. As you can see, again, a little over 2 hours to go until the ball drop there in Times Square. Capacity limited to 15,000 this year, which of course, Times Square New Year's Eve is the event. You have to wait hours, sometimes days. They say sometimes you might have to wear a diaper to save your spot. But of course not this year. Of course, with the rampant COVID-19 situation, people wearing masks, staying as safe as they can, but also looking forward to a new year. Looks like a lot of fun out there, of course, the hats and all. And I also want to mention, it's about 50 degrees in New York City, which is wild this time of year. So I really hope that is the universe telling us it is going to be very bright and warm and happy 2022. Because how can it not? Look at these Look at these people having fun there in Times Square. Here is another view. You can see a different angle, but it also shows you how empty Times Square is. Of course, this time of year, it is usually packed. You cannot see anything but a sea of people. And here people have space, again, capped at about 15,000 people because of the surge of COVID-19. As I'm sure people would love to be out there as it's warm. And here is a view of course, the ball. Oh, we just lost that shot. But people are excited. There's the confetti as we are just hours away from the big event. There she is, the ball drop in New York City. And we are just about to get, here we go, some live looks right here. This is Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. Fireworks about to happen here. Let's watch. All right, we are going to take some 3 shots here, going back out. Here we go. So we have a shot of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, New York City, Nashville, Tennessee, with Rio should be celebrating here in about 12 minutes. So keep an eye out right there on the left-hand side of your screen for those celebrations, as they should be happening here in a few minutes. All right, again, if you're just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we are watching different celebrations from across the world. Of course, you can see Rio de Janeiro there, which they should be celebrating in about 9 minutes time going into 2022. And on the right side of your screen, you can see New York City, Times Square, and Broadway in Nashville, as they are just hours as well away from entering the new year. We're going to keep it here on these live pictures, as hopefully soon we'll be able to see all of the fireworks. We will be on celebrations throughout the night here on Live Now. And of course, we will bring you the ball drop in New York City as soon as it happens. Of course, the event we are all waiting for. All right, we just lost that shot. Unfortunately, we're working to bring it back to you. Let's see, there we go. All right, remember, live now, we are live on Unfiltered. Sometimes things like that happen, but again, just about a minute and a half away here from 2020, hitting the beaches. What you are watching now is the live fireworks celebrations in Rio de Janeiro, there in Brazil. As some shots you can see thousands of people on the beaches there watching these beautiful fireworks. As 2022 has officially touched ground in Brazil there. Absolutely beautiful as we're listening in.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here, and we are continuing to show you all of these fireworks shows from around the world. This one right now in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, just about 10 minutes ago, struck midnight there as many Brazilians are on the beach watching this amazing fireworks show, and I'm enjoying it as well right on the beach there. So many people, thousands of people, gathering to take this all in as they begin their 2022. Let's take some of these other live looks that we have from around the country at the moment as well. There in Brazil, but also in New York City, up there in the top right hand of your screen, and of course, Nashville, Tennessee as well there. We're going to get just a live report from New York City in about 2 minutes' time from our Fox Weather reporter, Katie Burns. She's been there. People are in Times Square at the moment. And like I said, we have just been showing you celebrations from across the world. Hong Kong, Bangkok, Sydney, Australia, Moscow, all these European capitals as well. And of course, the latest now in Rio de Janeiro. And the fireworks are still going. Take a look at this. This is quite spectacular. Seems like the grand finale there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the latest out of Times Square. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We just wanted to put up this live look at the beach there in Rio de Janeiro. The fireworks show just ending there. We want to take it, though, stateside now, as we are just less than 2 hours away from the new year on the East Coast. We're being joined by Fox Weather's Katie Burns. She's live for us in Times Square. Katie, good to see you. What's the energy like there?
Hey, Andrew, well, it's definitely picking up. You know, we just saw a performance live from Jarul and Ashanti right behind me singing their famous song, Mesmerize. So cool to see up close. And then we got a little sneak peek preview of Confetti. Obviously, it's going to be bigger and better at that iconic ball drop later. But just to see it already and hear a countdown was pretty special. And then As soon as it came down, you saw the workers with leaf blowers come out and clean it up right away. They're resetting the stage for the next performer. We know that Journey is going to be coming up a little bit later tonight, so that's got people excited. We definitely start to see people in the crowds getting up, dancing a little bit, having a good time. Obviously, this is a little bit of a downscaled New Year's Eve in Times Square compared to a normal year, but it looks different than last year when nobody was in attendance. So COVID cases on the rise, impacting Times Square and New Year's Eve events all over the country and the world. They're only having about 15,000 people in the viewing areas here in New York, which is a lot less than about 70,000, which is normal. And that's just in the viewing areas. Obviously, people still watch from all over the place. People try to get a good hotel so they can see it from across the street. I talked to people who are in the viewing areas. They all had to be vaccinated, show proof of their vaccines, and they're all wearing masks. A lot of them told me it only took them about 20 minutes to an hour just to wait in lines to get in. Most of them got here in the morning, though, around 10 o'clock this morning, so that they were here nice and early with a good spot to see that iconic ball drop. So definitely feeling the good vibes here in New York. Andrew?
You know, Katie, I was going to ask if you had caught a glimpse of any celebrities who might be there in the crowd, but I can remember living in New York for a couple of years, and then you would walk through Times Square the day after, and there would still be so much confetti that workers were still cleaning up and putting in trash bags there in Times Square. From the people that you have spoken with, and they're coming from all over, why do they want to be here tonight? What does it mean to them to be there in Times Square in the crowd?
So everybody that I spoke to here was their first time in New York. Some people came from Germany, Hungary, and Spain, and they said that this was just a bucket list moment for them. One of them said their sister always wanted to do this, so they just had to be here. The other one said her boyfriend's birthday was coming up, so it was a little bit of a 2-in-1. Come to New York, see the ball drop, celebrate a birthday. So for a lot of people, this is one of those things that they want to make sure they do at least once in their life. So a lot of people come from all over the world to be a part of it and to watch it. And you know, one thing they definitely have on their side tonight is the weather. It is so warm out here, unusually warm for this time of year. You know, the last time we were in the 50s at midnight in New York on Times Square, in Times Square on New Year's Eve, was actually in 2004. So you look around, you're not seeing a lot of people in hats and gloves. I'm looking around, some people are really in light jackets and not even winter coats. So that's the kind of atmosphere we're seeing. People aren't too chilly, and it's a pretty great weather for something like this.
Yeah, Katie, you know, we could tell if it was going to be really cold if we could, you know, see your breath or the breath of some of the revelers there in the crowd. But of course, remember, last year it was torrential rain. There couldn't be anyone in the audience. It was basically just the media and some of these performances that still took place. So only 15,000 people there. You know, do you think that, you know, next year Times Square and the next year Times Square, that hopefully it'll be a little more crowded and a little different than the years previous?
Well, I have heard a lot of stories from people who have covered New Year's Eve in Times Square in the past, and they've told me that they've worked through rain, through sleet, through snow, in 4 degrees of weather. The guy that I met from Hungary today said it's -5 degrees in his country today. So, I mean, people have been through it, and this is nothing compared to what some people have had to deal with in Times Square on New Year's Eve. This is definitely great weather, but listen, I think a lot of people are just happy to be here, happy that even though it's smaller this year, it doesn't feel small, and there is a lot of energy. People are happy. People that I talked to said they do feel safe knowing that the people around them are all vaccinated. Andrew?
All right, Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. We'll be talking to you probably in the next hour, as we are, just about an hour and 40 minutes away till the ball drop there in Times Square. Katie, we'll talk to you again.
It's happening. I can't wait.
See you. All right, and we are going to be showing you still live looks from around the country and around the world at the moment. Just want to throw up this live look that we still have out of Brazil at the moment, and so many beachgoers there who just saw a really spectacular fireworks show, and that was just wrapped up, the grand finale there over the water in Rio. Such a sight to behold. Spectacular program there, but still a lot of people out partying the night away, as it is 2022 there down in South America. Still yet to reach our shores here stateside, like I said, in about an hour and 40 minutes left to go before the ball drops there in Times Square. We'll be back in a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we do want to appreciate and thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source throughout the year of live, raw, and unfiltered feeds, news, and events from around the country and around the world. It has been a very busy year. We've taken the opportunity today to kind of look back about the top headlines that you may have forgotten about starting 12 months ago until now. We're going to keep doing that into 2022 as well. It's going to be a very busy year, especially politics-wise. It's going to be the midterm elections are in the fall. Of course, we'll have you covered with that, but we don't want to talk about politics tonight. We don't want to talk about the coronavirus tonight. We just want to show you some of these really great fireworks displays and shows from around the country and around the world. And you can see on our screen here, we're showing you Times Square in New York City. Of course, we just spoke with Fox Weather's Katie Byrne, and you remember last year that no one could come there in Midtown Manhattan to enjoy ringing in 2021 because of the pandemic. It was raining, it was quite depressing, but of course now thousands of people are there. They are vaxxed, they have their masks on, they are being safe. And of course, an added bonus, it is balmy there, quite warm, 50 degrees it will be as the clock strikes midnight. We're going to take some of these shots full here. We're going to be remembering, recounting the past year, 2021. It had a lot of ups and downs for many people. A lot of top stories broke as well. We lost a lot of iconic American figures, especially today, on the last day of the year. We've been remembering the life of Betty White, remembering alongside so many of our fellow Americans who are really going to miss her charm, her charisma, her wit on TV. She was on TV for over 7 decades, and she passed away today at the age of 99. In the meantime, though, let's take some of these shots here full for you. We have this live one here in Nashville, Tennessee. It's about almost 9:30 there in Central Time. You can see Broadway has teeming with people as they get ready to ring in 2022. And of course, we have Times Square in New York City, about an hour and a half left until the ball drops. We will bring you the countdown as well live here. But for now, we're going to be monitoring all of these other international shows like the one we just saw in Brazil. Also, we've been showing you some of the shows in Moscow, in Hong Kong, in Sydney, and in Bangkok and Europe as well, Rome, Paris, Berlin, London. And so it's been really cool to watch all of that unfold. And so, you know, many people might think that, hey, it's just another day, just another year, but it's always fun to look back and look ahead as well. Let's just listen in to some of these sights and sounds out of Times Square.
I'm here with Mayor-elect Eric Adams, who is actually going to be sworn in and begin his first term right here on this very stage later tonight. How awesome is that? Let's make some noise for our new mayor-elect, Eric Adams, in the house.
Love it, love it.
First of all, let me say welcome to the show. We are so honored to have you here with us. I mean, how does it feel knowing that when the ball comes down at midnight, you're going to become one of the mayor of one of the greatest cities on earth?
It's unbelievable, you know, it just tells you that dreams come true in America. This is a place where everything is possible.
It is, and you can feel the energy in the air tonight. New Year's Eve, dreams, hope, it's all here, right?
No, it is, and even in the midst of COVID, in the midst of everything that we're going through, this is a country where hope and opportunities is always ever present, and we're resilient.
We are. New York is very resilient. Now, other than the new job as mayor of New York City, how awesome is that? What are you most looking forward to in 2022?
Our comeback. It's just great when New York shows the entire country of how we come back. You know, we all lived through our Pearl Harbor moments. It may be the Great Depression, the attack on Pearl Harbor. It may be COVID.
Yeah.
But the reality is the resiliency of our city and our country. We show the entire globe what we're made of. We're unbelievable. This is an unbelievable city, and trust me, we're ready for a major comeback because this is New York.
Because this is New York City! That's what we do, New York! Now, I'm sure you've heard about our confetti wishes that we have here, our tradition that we have every year. So, Mayor-elect Eric Adams, what is your wish for 2022?
Well, hope and prosperity. We went through a very painful period, and I'm just hoping that we all find the inner peace that we're looking for. I'm asking people to find that place. No matter what happens around us, if we find that inner peace, I'm encouraging people to do that, and we will survive anything. And I'm hoping that we can find the hope and prosperity that we all deserve.
You know, I hope so too, and I think that is a fantastic wish for the entire world, and especially New York City. That is so awesome. Thank you again, Mayor-elect, for spending some time with us on this amazing night. Now, before I let you go, I have one thing I want to say. I have a couple of parking tickets. I have a couple parking tickets. Do you know a guy? You know, we'll worry about that later. Good luck in 2022, and we look.
Okay, so there you heard what we had been kind of previewing, especially for New Yorkers who might be watching, that New York mayor-elect Eric Adams will be taking his oath of office and being sworn in once the clock strikes midnight. He chose to do this at the Times Square celebrations, and of course he'll become New York City's next mayor. Bill de Blasio no longer mayor after tonight. And so I'm Andrew Kraft. We just want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are in the bottom of the hour, a little after 8:30 Mountain Time, a little after 10:30 on the East Coast. So less than now an hour and a half until the ball drops in Times Square, and the crowd is really picking up. You can see, I'm going to change out one of our shots here, and you can see kind of the extent of the crowd, and there they are with those balloons in their hand, their tall top hats, masked up, of course, but it's really cool to see right now. In the meantime, we just want to take the opportunity to play out for you some of these great stories. Some of you might be setting New Year's resolutions for yourself, but some will argue, are resolutions even relevant anymore going into 2022? So many people, myself included, probably break them in the first 2 weeks of January. But Fox 5 New York's Richard Giacobbe asked New Yorkers whether they will be holding to their resolutions in the new year.
As we ready to usher in a new year.
Hit the gym, try something new.
It's that time again.
Make more money.
To make those resolutions.
To quit smoking, go on a diet, of course.
Or maybe it's time to do away with resolutions altogether. After all, 2022 will bring in a third year of uncertainty. COVID cases are rising, people are once again masking up, and almost everything is getting canceled or postponed. So does it make sense to even put a mandate on yourself or make a promise that's too difficult to keep?
This is a time when you can set small incremental goals and you can reflect back on your past year and look at what habits, behaviors, and routines worked for you.
Psychologist Dr. Nava Silton says most superficial goals take longer than a year to achieve. So instead of focusing on making money or losing weight, think of the bigger picture.
Be kind to ourselves. And we need to ensure that we are celebrating the fact that we have been flexible and adapted, and we've gotten through so much this year.
A little advice that resonates with those who may be stressing about achieving something in 2022.
I just believe that if you really want to do something, you're going to do it no matter if it's a new year or a new day. So might as well go into this year trying your best and try to be your best.
There's no excuse for you not to make a New Year's resolution. That's your choice not to do it.
Psychologists say some of the best advice they can give you going into the new year is to focus on mindfulness and maybe even spend some time meditating. Also, think about what brings you the most happiness, whether that's taking up a new hobby or spending time with family and friends. Experts also have another piece of advice in this time of uncertainty, and that's to always take care of each other. We're in White Plains. Richard Giacobbe, Fox 5 News.
Richard, thanks for that really great story. Kind of getting the pulse of some of those New Yorkers there on whether or not they will be abiding by and keeping to resolutions they set for themselves. Right now, though, we're going to keep on that same track and that same topic. My colleague Christy Larson spoke with a health and wellness and mindfulness expert about intentions and keeping them into 2022. Here's that conversation.
As we start to think forward to the year 2022, a lot of us also need to take some time to take a look back at the past year. It can be difficult, especially when we had so many big changes coming in that year. And so we're bringing in artist Nicole right here with us on Live Now from Fox. And Nicole, you really do help guide people through their own journeys. So as we start to look forward, one of the key messages you wanted to tell our viewers is be sure to look backwards first before you put all these new expectations on the new year.
Yes, it's important to take some time between, the few days after Christmas and before the new year to just land and look back. The most common thing that will come up will be probably what didn't work out, what feels heavy, some loss, maybe some sadness, some grief. That's just common for all of us, for those things to arise. And we still are navigating through very interesting times. You've navigated through kind of one of the largest holidays, of the year. And so a lot of heavy things will come up, but it's also an opportunity to stop and say, how far have I come? And really see some of those things that you had chosen to do, how those are kind of a big deal. If you didn't have your normal workout routine, but you took some walks, that's a big deal. These simple things that we're so used to doing, have really kind of changed over the last couple of years. And so I invite my students to, allow those heavy things to come up and meet them with forgiveness. And we can talk about that in a moment, but then also take a moment to, sit with the journal, sit with your significant other, sit with your family, a good friend, and just kind of try to look back and see what has all unfolded and stop and see those good things too.
And you mentioned forgiveness. That's a huge piece because I do feel like some people have just been holding some grudges ever since the pandemic hit. So that dates back 2 years ago almost now that hit here. But I think it's more than that too. It's forgiving yourself for maybe not reaching last year's goals. It's forgiving yourself for maybe not getting to do as much as you thought you might be able to do. So let's touch on that too. How do we give ourselves a little bit of forgiveness heading into this new year?
Well, forgiveness, in a way I share with my students, is to see it as 2 words, FOR-GIVE, and start to really see the word give. Give love, give peace, give light, whatever it is that you resonate with, give that away into yourself through the affirmation, I forgive and release. It's kind of a magic tool in my toolbox that I teach my students that you are going to have heavy things laying on your heart and your mind, and you are the only one that can choose to give love away in. It's not an easy thing to do, and it's also in a way not a hard thing to do. It's that of a practice. Practicing, of course, is hard, but I tell my students, use this affirmation and fill in the blank with whatever it is that you want to release or let go of. So instead of just saying, by 2021, you were a bummer of a year, which, we know that kind of as a whole, we can kind of gives the year a bad rap. But the truth is that, the year has taught us a lot. It's shown us a lot, and it has opened our eyes to a different way, since it is kind of that second year of what we've been going through. And so you can forgive and release the disappointment you might carry. You can forgive and release hard things that have taken place in your year. You can forgive and release yourself from the momentum and the way that we used to do things. We all know it doesn't feel the same. And it's because we are dealing with something that is just very new and very heavy to navigate. And so it is about giving love away into what it is that you're carrying. It isn't about specifically how you see forgiveness of, I need to forgive someone for something. It's really about you choosing to give love away in and help you see the situation differently.
And when we're talking about that too, Nicole, there's a lot of people who then know that one of your practices is the I am affirmation. So once we kind of forgive some of the things that happened, then you can start to almost see yourself more clearly and see, what, I am proud of some of those small accomplishments that I did in the past year.
Yes, when you forgive, you create space within, and the natural laws is for space to get filled. Think of your closet. You empty out clothes that no longer you want to wear, and in a week, 2 months, a year, it's already full again. And that's kind of that space, right? It just fills up naturally. So we want to fill the space that we create in our mind and our heart with with something positive, something that can help us, something that can help us shift the way we think. It kind of can shift those thought patterns. And so I Am Affirmations is a foundational practice that I carry. And yes, sometimes it can seem a little, fluffy and cheesy, but really the truth is we need something like this to help our minds, to help, strengthen what it is that we most need. So I invite my students to.
Okay, and we are going to be moving on to some other New Year's Eve stories and content from around the country. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. We're coming up on a quarter to the next hour here as we are showing you scenes from Times Square in New York City, from Nashville, Tennessee, also from around the world as they ring in the new year, getting ready for 2022. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. We'll have more where that came from in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we hope you're having a very, very fun New Year's Eve. We are going to be showing you still so many of these scenes from around the country and around the world. But you might be wondering, how do they prepare for the ball drop in Times Square? Well, they do a test on the day of New Year's Eve to make sure everything is working properly. We're going to show you some of that test that happened just this morning.
Oh. Close to landing. When you do it this time, get a little closer to the switch, folks. We're very close to landing here. We're going to reset. We're ready to go again. Steve, could you look towards me, please? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck. Beautiful. Thank you. All right. Yeah, let's do it again. Ball off. Up. Who wants to come down and draw? No, we've got to do one more from here. We're going to do one more? Yeah. But you have to stay for the whole thing. You mean one more going up? No, just one more run off. Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck. All right, take 2. All right. Are we sending it back again? Are you sending it to just want the switch down? Just with the switch? Are we just want to see it move? That's all. Put your hands on the switch. Yeah, great. And look at me. 1, 2, 3. No, you're fine. I'm just looking at that switch. Happy New Year. Oh, it's off. All right, we'll turn it on. Okay. No, we can't. It's on the clock. Do we need to do this, Roxy? Do we need to do this one more time? Do we need to do this one more time for these guys, or we?
Okay, so there you see testing to make sure the switch actually works there in Times Square earlier this morning to make sure all the bells and whistles are ready to go when the ball actually does drop at the stroke of midnight. And that is just in about an hour and 15 minutes here. And we have a live look there. You can see kind of an aerial view over Times Square at the moment. We're going to be keeping these live pictures up for you as we continue to remember and reflect on what a year 2021 has been. It's been very, very busy in the news. No doubt a lot of you watching had a lot of ups and downs, but for just a couple of hours on December the 31st, we forget all that and we look ahead to what we want to accomplish, what we want to stop doing, what we want to start doing. So it's a great time to reflect on all of that. In the meantime, let's just put up another one of these live looks there in New York City, as we are now just about an hour and 10 minutes away from 2022, and we can kiss 2021 goodbye. Hopefully we're all with friends and family, partaking in all the celebrations, being safe, but having fun nonetheless. For those who like to imbibe, hopefully you have a drink in hand and you're close to friends and family. Hope you're listening to some good music, telling stories, and if you are watching, we do appreciate you choosing Live Now from Fox, as we love to bring you all these scenes from around the country. All right, so this is Andrew Kraft back here again on Live Now from Fox. We're coming up at the top of the hour here, almost 11 o'clock there in New York City, almost 9 o'clock here Mountain Time in Phoenix, Arizona, where I am ringing in the new year alongside all of you viewers. And we appreciate you choosing Live Now from Fox to do this. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, I'll be showing you fireworks shows from around the world. I'm talking Sydney, Australia, Auckland, New Zealand, Moscow, Russia, and the like. So really spectacular shows you're not going to want to miss. And then, of course, we'll be keeping our eye on all of these fireworks that are going to be going off in about an hour's time as 2022 finally comes to America. We are just minutes away, really. And so we'll be back in just a moment here on Live Now from Fox. And 9 o'clock on the dot here, Mountain Time, 11 o'clock there on the East Coast as New Yorkers and so many up and down the eastern seaboard of the United States are getting ready for 2022. We are just now an hour away, and we have so many cool live looks out of Times Square. Just remember the scenes from last year as we left 2020 into 2021, and there could be no celebrations in Times Square. I believe, if memory serves correct, it was pouring down rain. Really just the media, the performances were there. Mayor de Blasio was there, but so many revelers could not partake because of the coronavirus. And now, albeit a scaled back production this year, they are there in full force. And very happy to be there. Right now, we also have a live look out of Nashville, Tennessee at the moment. That's up and down Broadway. You can see it's teeming with people. They're getting ready to celebrate the new year in about 2 hours' time. They are an hour behind New York. But for now, we just want to show you some of these really cool fireworks displays. First up, we're going to show you New Zealand, then Sydney, Australia, then Moscow, Russia, then Hong Kong, Bangkok, and many European capitals, including Paris, Berlin, Rome, and London.
It's phenomenal.
All right, and we just wanted to show you there some fireworks shows, one from New Zealand, the other in Sydney Harbour there. You can see the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Opera House there. And that was quite the fireworks display. But of course, we are now just 45 minutes until 2022 hits our shores, especially in Eastern time on the East Coast, as we continue to follow all these live looks out of Times Square at the moment, and especially in other cities across the country as well, including this live look out of Nashville, Tennessee. That is Broadway at the moment, and you can see so many people out and about having a lot of fun on their New Year's Eve, and but they still have a little bit of time to go, about an hour and a half still, till they see 2022. But we appreciate you being with us. We're going to be continuing to show you a lot of these really great fireworks shows. We're going to take a break from the news. Normally we bring you the top headlines and the breaking stories of the day, live, raw, and unfiltered, but it's always nice to pause, reflect on what has passed, and reflect on what is yet to come, as so many of you must be, hopefully, are spending time with family and friends tonight, taking it all in. I know this was a very, very hard, difficult, stressful year for a lot of Americans, and you can think back on the ups and downs, but of course we are looking ahead. 2022 will be yet another big, busy year, and hopefully it's better than the last 2 years we've all been under. So right now we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us and for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and across the world. We will be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to show you these pictures out of Times Square. At the moment, so many Americans are out and about, but we just talked with Fox Weather's Katie Byrne, and she said that so many foreign tourists are there. They say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they're not going to miss it. They do not want to miss it, especially after last year when it could not take place because of the pandemic. So we're about 40 minutes until midnight. This is very, very exciting, and we will show you all the fireworks and, of course, the ball drop in Times Square. But let's go out to Fox 5 in New York. Earlier this morning, they spoke with representatives from the Times Square Alliance about what this means, that this could finally take place after a year's hiatus.
Here in 2021 and ring in the new year. We want to know what we can expect, especially if you're heading into Times Square for the annual ball drop, and how the city will be keeping spectators safe given the spread of the Omicron variant all across the country and especially our area.
And Tom Harris, president of Times Square Alliance, joins us now with all the details. Tom, so good to see you and happy to have you joining us this morning.
Great to see you, and I'm very happy to join you on the last day of 2021.
You know what? I think it's just a big gift for you guys to be able to still be able to put this on. I know it's a scaled down event, but you probably are very happy nonetheless.
We're very excited to be able to welcome people back to Times Square. It's a sign to the world that we can live with COVID and still live our lives and do the fun things that we like to do. We realize we're not going to be able to invite everyone into Times Square, but those who can't come here can watch on one of the networks, can watch on our website at tsq.org, and just tune into Times Square at midnight to ring in the new year.
And I know you're letting people in a little bit later this year. It's about 3 p.m. Are you anticipating to have to turn people away?
I think each year we always turn people away. People come out to this event. This year we'll probably be turning people away a little bit sooner. But we're seeing that folks are heeding the advice given. We would normally see the viewing areas with revelers lined up to get in. We don't see that now. So people are staying away, and that's a good thing. We want to reduce the time that people are in the spectator pens, reduce the amount of people who are in the viewing areas so that we have a safe and healthy New Year in Times Square.
And Tom, everyone who goes in has to show proof of vaccination. Everyone who goes in has to have a mask on. I mean, are there going to actually be mask police going through and saying, hey, you got to put your mask on, you got to put your mask on? That's the way it is, like if you go to a Broadway show. I mean, the ushers are pretty quick. Are you anticipating having to really have to do that with people in the crowd tonight?
So we're going to be checking for masks just upstream of the NYPD screening process. We're going to have people checking for vaccine status and also photo ID, and we're going to make sure that they have a mask. If they don't have a mask, we're going to give them a mask. Throughout the travel lanes in Times Square, we're going to be walking up and down with signs encouraging people, telling them to wear a mask. If they don't have a mask, we're going to have masks to give them.
And we know that at least one of the performers, LL Cool J, is tested positive for COVID-19. I believe there was another performer who may have had to pull out from one of the performances tonight. What are you hearing there? Are you worried? Are you concerned? Is there an emergency option if there is anything that happens at the last minute? I mean, that's been happening to sports teams out there. They had to change things up at the last minute.
So COVID is not going to stop the passage of time, and it's not going to stop the ball from dropping in Times Square. We realize that we've had to make some adjustments with some of the talent, and we'll do that, but you will still be able to tune in and watch the ball drop in Times Square from the comfort of your home at tsq.org on some of the networks, or if you're here in Times Square.
Tom, if any performers bow out, I feel like you just have to call an audible, maybe just get up there on stage yourself with a little microphone and whatnot. That'd be entertaining
Robert's
to see.
Down there as well.
Yeah, or ask our reporter Robert Moses. He's down there. He probably could be ready to entertain thousands.
Well, I think we should have the crew come and dance to Native New Yorker if we have some time slots to fill.
Ask Reagan. She probably would be more than happy to assist in that. I do want to ask you, though, in terms of, seeing the sign of 2022, there are some interesting things about this, because I think from far away you don't realize how big it is. But tell us how big each of those numbers are, how tall they are.
So they're 7 foot tall. They have LED lights on them. The ball is 12 foot in diameter. It really is a spectacular ball. I know you've covered a ball test, and it's just a real great experience in Times Square. And the ball will drop at midnight.
And Tom, the day is just a day on the calendar. We'll turn the calendar. It'll be a new day for a lot of people. That means a lot of different things. This COVID crisis isn't going to magically go away when we turn the page on this, but it means something. It's an emotional thing to see that ball drop. It's so iconic, and I imagine that for you, What's your message to everyone who sort of looks up at that and sees a little bit of hope when they see that happening?
Well, the new year is always a time of reflection on the past, honoring the present, and looking forward to the future. And as that ball drops in Times Square and those hopes and dreams and the confetti wishes hit the ground, it's our hope that 2022 is a better year for all. It's our hope that while people may disagree, that they're not disagreeable, and we could find a way to come together in 2022. So well
I
said.
like that. So well put. Tom Harris, president of Times Square Alliance, so great chatting with you. Happy to see this go on. We'll see you a little bit later today.
Thanks. Happy New Year.
All right, just great stuff there from the Times Square Alliance and our friends at Fox 5 New York. And you can see that we are coming up almost at the bottom of the hour here. That means almost 30 minutes to go before 2022 is upon us. So many people out and about there in Midtown Manhattan, in Times Square. It was capped at 15,000. That's what Fox Weather's Katie Byrne told us. But you can see kind of the joy still on so many people's faces, even though some of them are wearing masks. And we know that there is a mask mandate, I believe, put in place for the revelers out there. There's a vaccine requirement as well. They had to show proof of their vaccination status. But just compared to last year, it really warms your heart just to see that we can see crowds again. And look at that overhead shot there compared with last year when there was no one on 42nd Street in Times Square. It was pouring down rain. It was empty, aside from the throng of reporters and media and the performances as we rang in 2021 and said goodbye to 2020. But there she is, the ball that's bathed in all that Waterford crystal. We heard from the president of the Times Square Alliance, 12 feet in diameter. And of course, some people do look to that and they think of hope for the next year. And so we just want you to enjoy all these sights and sounds and kind of revel in all of this. We know you're probably have the TV on in the background as you are with family and friends. Hopefully you are cheerful and happy and looking ahead. Hopefully if you do imbibe tonight, you are toasting and have a drink in hand as we are coming up on 2022 on the East Coast. And of course, one of my all-time favorite New Year's Eve traditions is when that classic tune, Auld Lang Syne, rings out in Times Square. We're also going to be hearing from the new New York City Mayor, Eric Adams. Let's just listen into this shot while we have it. We're going to speak with Fox Weather's Katie Byrne in just a moment here as New York City and the world are ringing in 2022, saying goodbye to 2021. All right, and the crowd is going wild there in Times Square, and it just kind of warms your heart to see so many people, especially in a crowd, enjoying themselves, especially as we are now 25 minutes away until midnight there in New York City, up and down the East Coast. And joining me now, she is in the middle of all of this, Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. Katie, this must be quite electric. What a crowd. How are things looking?
You know, I can't even believe you just said that, 25 minutes, because I've been here all day, and it really just went by like that. You can probably hear some cheering around me. You can see the band Journey behind me getting ready for their performance coming up in a few minutes. So cool. We're just feet away from them, and I have a little sneak preview info for you, insider scoop, that I think you can expect some fireworks and some fog, because I did see them testing that out before their performance starts. But I am just so excited to see them. Legends right next to us, and people are getting excited. They've got their balloons now, and the countdown definitely is on. And even though this is a downsized crowd compared to a normal New Year's Eve in Times Square, you know, people, it doesn't feel small. They're only allowing about 15,000 people in the viewing areas this year compared to about 70,000 people. So it's definitely a big difference. And you can tell when you look at the barricaded areas that they're not really full. They're about like a fourth full. So there's a lot of space for people to move around and make sure that they're not on top of each other, which is something that you kind of picture when you do watch these events on TV year after year. I know I did. So yeah, we are getting there. We are just minutes away now, and then soon it'll be the seconds, and then after that, the leaf blowers will be out and the sweepers. I heard that it's just like 2 minutes and they're already out cleaning up the streets. Andrew?
Yeah, Katie, you're going to have to be ready to be just showered with confetti, and you get to witness those fireworks there in Times Square. We had been talking all night about how balmy and comfortable it is weather-wise out there. Is it still holding up?
Yes, and I'm glad that you mentioned that confetti, because something that was brought to my attention was, you know, it's not really windy. So when that confetti comes down, I wonder what it will look like, because there's not a lot of winds that could be moving it. So maybe it'll just come right down really quick. We'll have to wait and see. They have done some test runs of confetti, and it seems to look pretty beautiful no matter what. So I'm excited for that. But like you mentioned, definitely one of the warmest New Year's Eves we've had in New York City in a long time. The last time we were in the 50s at midnight, which we are right now, exactly 50 degrees, was in 2004. So that has been quite a while. People don't seem to be mad about it though. Not a lot of hats, gloves, accessories like that. People are in, I see somebody in a dress and sneakers. I see someone in a long sleeve shirt. That's the kind of temperatures we're seeing right now. It's definitely a unique year.
Unique is such a great word to describe it. And I'm just so kind of thrilled to see crowds again. We've seen crowds the last few months, you know, in sporting games and football games and basketball and hockey, and now back again there in Times Square. Katie Byrne, we appreciate your time. We hope you have a great new year. We are now about 20 minutes left to go. Katie, do you have any New Year's resolutions? What are your goals for next year?
Ooh, that's a good one. I need to read more books. That's always on the top of my list. And I think I've got to give up soda. It's just one of those things. But probably just spend as much time as possible with family and friends. That's always something to think about. How about you?
You know, I think I want to kind of take in the small things a little bit more and tune out the news a little bit more as well. I know that's hard to do in our business, but you've had quite the year, and we appreciate your reporting here. Yeah. But no, you've had quite the year. And,
you have too.
We will be thinking about all the things in store, looking ahead, definitely. Katie Byrne, we appreciate your time.
Yes, embracing the little things. I love that. I'm going to steal that one.
You're more than welcome to. Katie, we'll talk to you in a bit. All right, and we always appreciate Katie's reporting there. What a cool assignment tonight there in the middle of it all in Times Square. We're going to throw some of these pictures up. You can see that so many of the people in the crowd are roaring to go. It's just about 20 minutes until midnight strikes there and the ball drops. We heard from Katie that the band Journey is about to take the stage. One of my favorite songs, Don't Stop Believing. Hope they play that. Of course, one of my other favorite songs, especially on New Year's Eve, is the classic tune, Auld Lang Syne, and that, of course, is played as well right when the ball drops and the clock strikes midnight. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're not going to go to commercial just yet. We know a lot of you are joining us here as we see all these sights and sounds and scenes from New York City in there and Times Square. So many of the people happy to be there, yet they, are in masks. They are had to show their proof of vaccination. That's what Katie Burns said, just to get in there tonight. Scaled back because of the rise in the Omicron cases, but nonetheless having the time of their lives. This is, Katie had spoken to so many people, really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is a bucket list item for not only, Americans, but, international and foreign travelers who come from all over the world and descend upon Times Square to catch a glimpse of this just joyous celebration as we mark a milestone heading into another year of the 2020s. It's going to be a big, busy year. As you know, it's a election year. Midterm elections are later in November of 2022. We are going to have you covered on that front, but we want to leave politics aside. We want to leave talk of the coronavirus aside and just look back on last year, thinking ahead to this next year, and take in the sights and sounds, and they are really, really cool. I always get excited at this time of year. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let the live picks speak for themselves, and we hope you join us on Live Now from Fox, as we are now just about 19 minutes away till the ball drops. We have a live look at the crystal ball there in Times Square. We're going to put all these scenes up for you so you can see them all at once. Bear with us here, but thanks for being with us on this New Year's Eve special. All right, and this is Andrew Kraft back here, and we are coming up at the top of the hour here as so many around the country are hopefully, as raucous as this crowd is, or if they're just having small get-togethers with family and friends, we hope it is fun and cheerful, restful, and looking ahead to what is yet to come in the new year. 2022 will be here on the East Coast in about 15 minutes' time, and we will show you the crystal ball dropping there in Times Square, one of my favorite traditions to watch, also singing Auld Lang Syne, as you never know what is in store for the next 12 months. It'll be a busy news year, but personally as well, it's a great time to reflect on goals, what you want to accomplish, what do you want to stop doing, also looking back on the previous year, all of your accomplishments, regrets, possibly there is a few, as Frank Sinatra would say. But right now we are listening into Journey there, one of my favorite songs, Don't Stop Believin'. As so many of these performances have been taking place, it's such a great show. We're going to talk to Fox Weather's Katie Byrne after the ball drops. No doubt it will be really mayhem, quite raucous, as the confetti will stream down and the fireworks will go off. And we see that some of you have joined us on a lot of our different streaming platforms. We are on a lot of them. And if you're new to Live Now from Fox, this is a great opportunity to give us a chance. Check us out into the new year. You can visit livenowfox.com. If you aren't sure where to find us, that's where you can go. It lists all of our streaming platform partners. We're going to put up some more of these shots here that we have, and you can see there, just want to have 2 shots up of the ball itself, now 3. You can't get enough of the ball there in Times Square, and it's going to fall very, very soon here. We're going to listen in to some of the sounds on the ground. The live pictures are quite amazing, quite compelling. And then, of course, fireworks. We've been showing everyone fireworks from around the world. I'm talking Australia, New Zealand, Russia, China, Dubai. And those fireworks displays have been out of this world. No doubt New York will come to rival them, no doubt. But the fireworks show is always so spectacular in New York City. Let's just listen in right now. All right, and for those of you who are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is Andrew Kraft, and we are now 10 minutes away from the ball drop there in Times Square, and the crowd is roaring to go. Very, very loud. They have their hats on, their glasses that say 2022 on as well, with their noisemakers in hand, ready to ring in the new year. 2022 now, just 10 minutes away. So many people are happy and relieved to see 2021 in the rearview mirror. Of course, a lot of people compared it not much better than 2020, and so I've been seeing a lot of jokes that some people think that it will be 2022, as in TOO, also like 2020, but I am a little bit more optimistic than that. But right now you can see the crowd there in Times Square in New York City, and we also learned that Mayor-elect Eric Adams, the new New York City mayor, will be sworn in at midnight as well. He becomes the new mayor of New York City. Bill de Blasio will no longer be mayor at the stroke of midnight. So changes happening politically in the Big Apple. But for now, let's leave politics, leave COVID talk aside, and just focus on the celebrations at hand. We want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to be in continuing coverage of all the festivities there in New York City and across the country in each time zone tonight as we await 2022. Let's head back, though, out to Times Square in New York City. All right, and this is Andrew Kraft back here again. We have now about 5 minutes left until 2022 there in New York City, in Times Square. The ball about to fall there, and this is what everyone has been waiting for, to say goodbye to 2021 and hello to 2022. Let's listen back into some of the programming here as we continue to share in the celebration.
Times Square, New York City, and around the world. And up next, just before midnight, we have our final performance of the evening when KT Tunstall will bring the world together with her rendition of John Lennon's Imagine. Stay tuned.
All right, and just another one of these awesome performances that have been happening throughout the evening here. This is Andrew Kraft once again, and we are continuing to count down here. About 4 minutes left until the ball will drop. I just want to put up that there she is, ready to go. We had been showing you some of the interviews we've done with the Times Square Alliance. So they've been showing kind of fun facts and trivia about the ball itself. 12 feet in diameter. It's covered in Waterford crystal, those triangular crystal plates you see there, and it is ready to fall, and we will bring you that here live. We appreciate you joining us on Live Now from Fox. This is a special programming we have, like we did last year. We've been covering some of these fireworks shows from around the world. This, of course, is the first one happening in the United States. Stateside, we have seen Hong Kong and Sydney, London, Rome, Paris, Dubai, Moscow, all of these cities with their fireworks shows throughout the day here as the world moves into 2022. What will it look like? What will come? What will be in the future? We just don't know yet, but it is time to say goodbye to 2021, of course. That is in the rearview mirror. Looking ahead to 2022. Right now, though, we just wanted to keep showing you the crystal ball there as it will drop in just minutes. We want to thank you for being with us. I'm going to stop talking. We'll bring up the audio as these performances are underway at the moment there. And then, of course, Auld Lang Syne, one of my all-time holiday favorites, will play in Times Square.
in a city that never sleeps, and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues are melting away. I'm gonna make a friend. Are melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New
And Happy New Year to all of our viewers from wherever you are watching. This is Andrew Kraft here, and what a sight to behold. That is definitely on my bucket list, to witness New Year's Eve in Times Square. And there you can see all the smoke in the air. It's kind of hazy due to all the fireworks that just went off. But here's a better kind of view here. You can see a head-on shot there, right in Midtown Manhattan. Happy New Year to all of you and your loved ones. And it is 2022, finally, and hopefully you had a drink in hand to toast to what is ahead. Hopefully that you had a loved one close by to embrace as we ring in this new year. Now, don't go anywhere. We are going to be monitoring all the time zones here throughout the night. Of course, still have about 55 minutes to the Central Time Zone. Of course, we are still looking at our live pictures out of Nashville, Tennessee. Right here, you can see there's Broadway teeming with people. We're going to have their festivities as well. We're also following the latest, keeping with these beautiful live looks out of New York City.
Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Sylvia Hines-Radix, and I'm an Associate Justice of the New York Appellate Division 2nd Department. I am honored to join you here tonight on this auspicious occasion. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. We are facing challenges. However, tonight we will swear in the 110th mayor of our great city, a man whose dedication and vision for this city is steadfast and unwavering. Mr. Mayor, would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me?
Right hand. Raise your right hand.
I, Eric Adams.
I, Eric Adams.
I, Eric Adams.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support the Constitution.
That I will support the Constitution.
Of the United States.
Of the United States.
The Constitution of the State of New York.
The Constitution of the State of New York.
And the Charter of the City.
And the Charter of the City.
Of New York.
Of New York.
And I will faithfully.
And I will faithfully.
Discharge the duties.
Discharge the duties.
Of the office.
Of the office.
Of the Mayor of the City of New York.
Of the Mayor of the City of New York.
According to the best of my ability.
To the best of my abilities.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
you have it. Some would argue New York City, the greatest city in the world. And of course, it has now a new mayor in Eric Adams. Of course, he was a former NYPD officer, former Brooklyn Borough president, the second African-American mayor of New York City after the late David Dinkins, of course. And he was holding a photo of his late mother there as he took the oath of office. A new administration in the Big Apple. Mayor Bill de Blasio is now mayor emeritus, and Eric Adams will begin the duties of his office immediately. So really interesting to see why he chose to do it at the Times Square New Year's Eve celebrations. Kind of an interesting choice, but we also saw there when the ball dropped and the clock struck midnight that outgoing Mayor de Blasio and his wife, former New York City First Lady Chirlane McCray, dancing on the stage there. So very, very cool to see. And of course, the confetti keeps coming down. It's kind of like a slow, steady rain. You can see it in the air. It's not going to go away for some time. It's going to be on the streets of Midtown in Manhattan for probably the remaining few days this week. We were talking to Katie Byrne, and she had said that people are ready and roaring to go to clean up all of the confetti that rains down during the New Year's Eve celebrations. So I'm Andrew Kraft. We just want to appreciate you for choosing Live Now from Fox as we could ring in the new year alongside you. I myself am very, very excited. But of course, the majority of the country is still not midnight just yet. Of course, in Central Time, they are next up, and we have a live look out of Nashville, Tennessee at the moment, and they will be celebrating the new year in about 50 minutes' time. We'll have more on that in just a moment. We'll be back after commercial. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we do want to wish all of our viewers a very happy new year. 10 minutes into 2022, and the celebrations continue, especially there in New York City. You can see so many people still out and about, taking it all in after the ball just dropped, the fireworks just went off, just exploded. And of course, now New York City with a new mayor in Eric Adams. He was just sworn in. And now we're monitoring all the latest out of Central Time. We have this live look out of Tennessee at the moment. You can see Broadway is filled with people there in Tennessee and Nashville, one of my favorite cities. And we'll see if they do have a fireworks show. I'm not entirely sure, but if they do, we'll bring it to you here live. We're also going to be showing you previous fireworks shows that already happened from around the world, including from Hong Kong, Dubai, London, Paris, Rome, Berlin, and so many more cities and they were quite spectacular displays, quite something to behold there. So we're going to show you some of those, and bear with us here while we get some of those playing, but stay with us here. We have about a few more hours left of our live coverage on this special programming, New Year's Eve 2022. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we hope you're having just a wonderful New Year's Eve. If it's already the new year, wherever you're watching from, hope you have a great 2022. We're going to be doing the same thing here on Live Now from Fox throughout the evening, but also throughout the year, bringing you the top headlines, the biggest stories of the day, live, raw, and unfiltered. Also from around the world as well. We keep it fair and honest, just the facts as they happen, not no bias or opinion, but we do break these stories down of the day. They are complex. They require a little bit more time, and that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. And so we are awaiting the new year again in Central Time, and that includes Nashville, Tennessee. And you can see we have a live look right outside of Broadway there, one of the main, most famous arteries, especially in country music. And there is so many people out and about. So we're going to keep this shot up here. We're going to show you some other fireworks displays from around the country and from around the world. We just showed you before the break there in Moscow, in Russia. Right now, though, we want to show you what happened, what all went down in Dubai, in the UAE, a little bit earlier this morning.
شكرا لانضمامكم إلينا هنا في برج خليفة في احتفالات رأس السنة 2022 من إعمار. نأمل أن تكونوا استمتعتم بأمسية الروائع وعروضنا الرائعة. من أسرة إعمار نتمنى لكم جميعا سنة جديدة ملؤها السعادة والنجاح.
Thank you for joining us here at the Burj Khalifa for the Emaar New Year's Eve Show 2022. We hope you enjoyed our fantastic Eve of Wonders and the splendid display, and we wish you all a happy and prosperous New Year.
أزعل أولع ما هو كل همه ازاي يرضيك ودلع يا يقول انا اتغيرت عليه. انا زعل أولع ما هو كل همه ازاي يرضيه. قولوا له ده انا برضه ساعات في حالات مرة زعل مرة اديله عيني. مين فينا على حاله كل الأوقات ده تعبني قوي طلع عيني. قولوا له ده انا برضه ساعات في حالات مرة
شي شي ما غنساك شالم شي شي ما غنساك شالم شي شي ما غنساك شالم شي شي ما غنساك شالم شي شي ما غنساك شالم شي شي ببقى عندك وشالة قبلك خاصني تجيش قبل ليا في الأول كان جيت قلبي ليا غنبغيتي كون جيت قلبي ليا كون ما كانش خاصني بويك أنايا بويك أنايا قلت لي ماشي خاطيش أنا غير خليك بعيد عليا أنا اللي عازقاش أنا اللي حاسفها هي اللي ما صدقاش حالي ما غاتلقاش عشي الدنيا اللي عشاقي قاس بعد شو ما ننساش مازال قدالي فاس نصاب وما نفاش هذا هو حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي هذا هو حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي بمشى ما كنجاش هادي قالي باش باب وغالي غمض عيني فتاك من ظلمة قلبي قال يبقى غادي شيطانة شيطانة شيطانة شيطانة شيطانة شيطانة خلات لي قلبي لي ما بسطة بسطة بسطة دابو بسطة صاروا اللي بسطة بسطة تشبع قلبي واللي دار اللي شي مراش كنقول ما رقعتش قلبي واللي صلي بسطة بسطة بسطة دابو صاروا اللي كتشطف في عيني كتشطف في عيني طاحت قدامها من عيني قالت لي مساني صافي لساني وشوف عيني كتشطف في عيني كتشطف في عيني كتشطف في عيني ندمت على فعلي كاع ما انا فاهمني هذا هو حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي هذا هو حالي حالي حالي يا حالي هذا هو حالي حالي حالي يا حالي هذا هو حالي حالي حالي يا حالي هذا هو حالي حالي حالي يا حالي هذا هو حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي حالي يا حالي
وحلمت بالبطولة جايلك يا صفوف يا أولى وادي حلم الطفولة أهو اتحقق في يوم
ما كانش ليا واسطة ما دعكتش الفانوس
All right, and we just wanted to show you some of those really awesome fireworks in Dubai earlier today. Of course, they are well into 2022. At this point in time, I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a lot more left where that came from. Of course, we're still monitoring as well. Nashville, Tennessee, will hopefully get some fireworks out of there in about 20 minutes' time. Also, Houston and Dallas, they are definitely going to be having some fireworks shows. So we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are just taking a live look at Nashville, Tennessee at the moment. They are just minutes away from midnight there in Central Time. This is Andrew Kraft. We hope you're having a great New Year's Eve celebration with family and friends. I know it's been really exciting to watch all of these celebrations happen around the world and across the country. Right now, we want to show you some of those, especially the one in Hong Kong earlier today. It was quite spectacular. They had an entire symphony orchestra. So get a load of this from earlier.
請大家俾最熱烈嘅掌聲，漁龍大師同埋香港管弦樂團。
Please put your hands together for the Hong Kong Philharmonic Orchestra。哇！我哋仲有唔夠1分鐘啊，就係踏入2022年啦。
冇錯，當然我哋要人才仔都喺晒度啦。除咗香港管弦樂團喺度之外，我哋一眾歌手都全部出晒嚟，同大家一齊倒數迎接2022嘅。
你哋準備好未啊 ？Is everyone ready to count down with us？
係，俾我哋大家現場嘅聲。屋企嘅家庭觀眾啦，同埋加拿大啦、新加坡同埋馬來西亞觀眾一齊聽好唔好？
興唔興奮啊？
嗱，新一年我覺得最緊要就係咩咧？係大家都平安，同埋要最緊要開心、安全，冇錯。係咁啊！呢個時候咧，仲有10零秒就會進入2022啦，不如我哋準備一齊倒數好唔好啊？10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1 Happy New Year！
新年快樂！
新年快樂！新年快樂！
All right, just a spectacular performance from the Hong Kong Philharmonic Orchestra there. As you can see, the fireworks erupting and exploding there in Victoria Bay in Hong Kong. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are just minutes away from midnight Central Time. Of course, in the Eastern Time Zone is already 2022, but so many cities around the country still are waiting for the new year, especially here in Mountain Time in Phoenix, Arizona, where LiveNOW from Fox is located. But of course, we have a lot of live looks in Central Time, locations like Nashville, Tennessee. You can see right here, everyone is ready for the new year in about 7 minutes. Also, Dallas, Texas, at the moment, you can see they're going to have a spectacular fireworks display atop Reunion Tower right there in downtown Dallas. We have another live look as well. I believe this is from Dallas as well, just kind of another vantage point. We're going to put all of these live looks up for you. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We'll have all of these fireworks in about 6 minutes time on as we wait for 2022 to hit Central Time. All right, and welcome back here. We just put some of these live pictures up. 2 in Dallas right now, 1 in Nashville, Tennessee, as so many in Central Time are going to be experiencing 2022 in just 3 minutes. And you can see there that Reunion Tower will light up with fireworks. Last year it was quite spectacular, but they shoot out fireworks from the top there that lit up balls, kind of their own ball drop, if you will, but it should be quite spectacular. We're going to keep on these 3 shots. We might take Dallas full, but Central Time 2022 is upon us as we look back fondly and say goodbye to 2021, and as we move ahead and look forward to 2022. We want to thank everyone for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. Let's just watch, take the sights in. Hope you're spending time with family and friends, and we are just 2 minutes away from 2022. And wow, what a amazing fireworks show there out in Dallas, Texas, at Reunion Tower there. The fireworks exploding off the top and the grand finale just getting through. This is Andrew Kraft here. We want to thank you all for watching on this New Year's Eve special. It's such a great opportunity for me to show you all of these fireworks displays and shows and performances from around not only the United States, but across the world as well. And we're going to continue to do that in the later evening hours here. I know some time zones, mountain time here in Phoenix, Arizona, also on the West Coast, Pacific time. Still have a few more minutes to go before it hits 2022. But from the bottom of my heart, I do want to wish you all the health and happiness into the new year. I hope you have a great weekend. I'll be back on Monday for all the top stories and big headlines, live, raw, and unfiltered, as we usually do. Don't forget, if you're new to Live Now, or if you're just discovering us on this New Year's Eve, you can go to our website, livenowfox.com, and that's where you can find all of our streaming platform partners. You can figure out how you can find us. You can also give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. So for all of us here in Phoenix, Arizona, we hope you have a very good, happy new year. We're going to show you some of these other fireworks displays from around the world right now.